Helps if I turn my mic on. Had to be a great start. So welcome everyone to the Permobil Nurburgring 6-hour event. We are running a little late. We had a little bit of problems server-wise, and we've kicked it back to 10 minutes, so we're not far from lining up on the start grid and getting going. Welcome chat. How you going? Say hello. Let me know how the sound is. We want to get that sorted out early. I'd like to introduce you to first-time commentator, so be gentle. This is Brad Gosling. Brad, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Glenn. Yeah, cheers, mate. Looking forward to it. Very excited to see all the guys really pushing hard, and 6 hours of awesome racing.
Yes, yeah, we had a ripper of a shootout earlier today. We had our top 10, and we ended up with Philippa on top at P1, and with a great lap, the only one to jump into the 152s. And Hooley is next to her on the grid, so it's going to be a great start. That run down into T1 here at Nurburgring is quite challenging, as they say.
Yep, definitely. And position is definitely key in this one here. The further back you can have a very excited little experience.
Yes. Yes, yeah. You don't want to be too far back in the pack. It can, if you are, you've just got to be patient.
Yep.
Never gonna. There's always someone who's going to throw it down the inside and make a mess, but hopefully not today.
Mm.
So we're, as I said, we're running a little bit late, and we're moving towards that start time of 10 past. I think the race director's about to get on the blower and get everyone in for the briefing. So, Brad, how's you were just telling me before we started that you've just joined OOR recently.
Yeah, mate. It was kind of one of those things that I had kind of not really heard too much about the online racing. I've been an avid car racer my whole life, but hadn't really kind of caught too much on the online side of things. Heard a little bit about it, but not really a great deal. And then saw this come up earlier in the year, and I'm just out of everything, I looked through all the Octane stuff, and I'm like, oh, this is a community that I would absolutely love to be a part of. And the quality of all the guys, what everyone's doing to really make this thing top notch for any form of online racing. This is really top notch. So it's one of those things, mate. I'm super green. I'm nowhere near any of the caliber of the drivers out there today, so I'll hopefully try and catch a few little bits and pieces of how they're attacking the whole race as well, and go from there. But definitely looking forward to doing a little bit of commentating, hopefully a bit more of it as we go on.
And I think I just took your picture away from you, but I will get that back for you. Yes, yeah, so that's great. I've been around for a couple of years now, and certainly the community here at OOR is a great one. There's so much that's done in respect to education of the rookies, getting people up to speed, track walks. All sorts of training and things going on in our Octane Online Academy. So yeah. Anyway, we might have a squiz at the liveries on the. If I can get through to there, that's better. I don't know how Mel does this. Mel normally he can manage to talk, stream, do it do the whole bloody lot, and yeah, I'm I'm still a rookie at that bit. Have I got the right key there? Yes, I have. I want to go for a bit of a track walk. We won't interview anybody at this stage. But yeah, there's 89 Philippa,
Yep.
818
Nice.
Hooley, the MRT car 600.
It's fantastic what a lot of the liveries are on these cars. It's incredible the detail that they go to. You've got another couple of MRT cars in the Porsche there as well.
Yes, yeah, we're lucky to have a number of very talented individuals that do a lot of the work behind the scenes, and a lot of the drivers do it themselves. But we do have some people that are quite talented in that area and do a lot of work. So moving towards the back here, this is always the danger zone as you are starting the race. Being back here at round number 20, number 30, number 40 in the grid, you've got to tiptoe early on.
Yes, that's it. And it's very, very hard when you get anywhere from that midfield right back through. I suppose it's hard in any of the spots really, but definitely that mid pack back to try and find a good groove early on when you've got so much going on around you. There's not only is it the cars, it's debris, and then it's all your markers moving, and it's quite a talent to really push through these first half a dozen laps, especially until all your cars, tyres, everything's warming right up. It's definitely got to hold your breath for as long as you can.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got a couple of competitors that are a bit out of their normal position as well, that are starting well back, including a late entry that is starting from the very rear of the field. It's who is classed as a pro entry, and they are going to be winding their way through the field, I'm sure, over the first 10 laps or so. That's the entry of number 69, Chris Cooley at the wheel, I believe. Chris being one of the top drivers around the area, and has done a bit of racing around the SRO area as well. So be interesting to see how they go. And we've got a couple of guys that just qualified well down the field that are actually probably out of sync with where they probably should be. Now we'll be getting to double file shortly as the
coming around through the rear couple little S's. Nice little chance to warm up, get into your groove, settle down into your seat. So start to form up there, bunch up, looking good.
So we'll head back to the main straight here. So here we go. Goes green about halfway down here. We'll be keeping an eye out for anyone coming down the inside on T1. Here we go.
Here we go.
Hooley's got a great start.
Yeah, he's got a good one there. He's around the outside. Is he going to hold it? Ooh.
No, I think Philip is going to push him wide.
Yep, I think he
has really... Oh, they're side by side early. couldn't get much closer than that. Pip's holding on. Once she gets around this right-hander, if she can hold it around the left-hander here. Oh,
Running wide. No.
Hurley's done a fantastic job.
There. That was a great drive out of that little corner there. That was an awesome drive.
Yeah, you really got the power down well. It can be quite hard to get the power down coming out of that corner early on.
Especially with cold tyres, being able to get that traction. That's yeah. Oh, hang on.
We've got a safety car. We've got problems back in the field.
Yes, I would like to see all that replay of again the typical turn 1 action through there. There's a couple of very late guys right back in the.
Just heading back to see.
Line.
Just heading back to see who we can find who might have had some problems there. Just trying to find who might have actually been in trouble. Okay, going to our replay system, but it will take me a minute to load that up.
Yep, to get that all up and running. Well, this will at least give those that did happen to spin out a chance to catch up onto the back end of the field and get all bunched up. I want it to be interesting to see how many end up having to pull into the pits for repairs first lap around as well. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a good half a dozen or so. Normally, corner 1 is the metal meat sandwich, and everyone's absolutely jiving for position, and it's interesting to see whose paint colour ends up on who else's car there.
Exactly.
That's probably the only thing that doesn't probably happen in ACC is the bit of the panel damage of a rear fender flapping around in the breeze and the 100-mile-an-hour tape as it holding cars together again. So it's,
looks like we've got a second lap under the safety car while the field sorts itself out. So we've got a little bit of time on our hands.
Yep. Oh, okay. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4 that I can see coming through the pits there. Just looking on the map.
Right.
The map line there. At least 4 there coming straight in. So, well, probably even more than that actually. Wow. Well, out of a field of 40 plus, it's probably not too bad. It's around about 10% of the field. Not making it real well through the first corner.
Yeah. Still searching for that.
Replay there. What do we got?
Sorry guys, I'm still hunting for who actually got into trouble. Finding it difficult to spot. Okay, alright, I've found it.
There's still a couple of cars only just starting to leave the pits now, so that's a good minute or so, minute and a half almost worth of repairs. Wow, that's a couple of pretty solid front or rear enders, I would say there, some steering damage and whatnot to try and fix all that up. Coming out last one there, can't quite see the number, something 5-5, just coming around corner 1 now as these guys are coming along the that back straight. Right, it's a long way to try and make up that kind of time to catch back up to the field now. I can't imagine them running another lap under the safety car, but it could also then give those guys an opportunity to try and catch up a little bit to the back of the field.
Okay, safety car's coming in this lap, but this is the start. This is where the trouble happened, and it happened quite close to the front of the field as well, where car 600 here has been turned around, and so it's only the first And car 600
Yeah.
started third on the grid, so that is the trigger for all of this. When you
Ah,
have an incident with with cars that are so far up in the field and they're all bunched up closely
oh,
together.
there must have been something there at turn 4 as well.
Yep, I think so. It looks like we're back in racing. So
Yep.
here we go. We're back live again now. And Hooley's got a good jump, but Philip is stuck with him.
Yes.
So
And
just gonna
already starting to pull out a little bit of a gap. We've got the Porsches not too far behind, but even after those first few corners, these two are definitely looking like starting to show what they've got.
yeah, car. Sorry, I'm just switching screens again. Car 400 has got off to just missed all that carnage in front of it,
Oh wow!
and is up running third. So
Yeah.
Cookie will be happy with that.
Very happy. Make up a few free spots while staying out of all the battles.
Okay,
Certainly helps. Certainly helps.
let's have a look back in this field a little bit, see what's going on.
And you have a little first hot lap battles coming through there.
So yeah, looking
Yeah.
at
Porsche's just cooked it a little bit.
sorry, I missed that. Was that
No,
at the home
just
turn
coming
there?
through that last little chicane, just clipped it inside of that last corner, just unsettled it just under the brakes, a little bit too tight, and ended up just pushing wide and lost what looked like probably 3, maybe 4 spots there before getting back onto the field there. So,
That final chicane is
Yeah.
certainly a hot spot for action.
Oh, it is, and it's amazing how much even through the rookie series from myself coming through there, how quite often you can end up getting distracted from the cars behind you, not sure whether they're just for how well they've come off the back end of that straight. Are they going to try and jump out? Are they going to try and do a very aggressive overtake into that chicane, and quite you can miss your braking marker, especially with the markers not being quite as clear, and all you need is that couple of milliseconds too long and just carrying that little bit too much speed through the first part of the chicane and just bouncing you enough
Bounces
to
you
unsettle
wide,
the brakes, unsettle those brakes into the second part, and yep, there you go, bye-bye, out into the sand trap. Free pass for the pressure from behind.
Here we are. We're on board watching Stephen Ty in one of the best cars in the game. I think it sounds amazing. The 111 car was the Aston Martin V12.
Yes. Don't see the old Astons.
No. Stephen and his teammates and Paul Britt, I think, is the other one that's they've taken the V12 for this round.
Yep.
Just going to jump on board with him for a minute, see if we can get a close up of the sound, because
it's a great view too, that really in the action.
things have settled down into a bit of a rhythm now.
Yeah.
Willie's kept that break from Philippa, so I'm probably just happy to sit behind him for now.
Yeah, I think just sitting in behind, you can see there they've already pulled out over a 2-second gap to there as well. So I think these two definitely found themselves a nice little groove there. I think just as you said there, it's great.
Just letting him know.
Just keeping him in the mirrors, keeping him honest. Which is great there from Philippa. So it's a great little battle these two have got. The more they keep pushing each other, the bigger that gap ends up. The biggest thing hard is making sure that the tyre life is going to stay with them. If they keep going the way they're going.
Yes. Stints today 70 minutes, so being able to keep the car balanced, keep the tyres some life in them until that 70 minutes is up can be challenging. We've had our first penalty of the day, and that would be car 240 that gave 600 the MRT car a little bit of a kiss and caused the subsequent pile up.
Yes, that's it. Oh yes, the second one doing the same.
Jamie Coser, car 5. They're going to be very disappointed with that start. I know that Ethan Hale is in that car now. He's going to join us for some commentary later, so maybe we'll give a rundown.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, looking there too, they are very much right at the back of the field there too. So that's it. To help their day out at all, having the road drive through. It's already all about a minute, a bit down.
Yeah.
It's certainly going to make a very tough back end. Last 5.5 hours or so. Battled up.
It's just looking. Car 27 has a drive-through. It's attributed to George Cook. Another one of our commentators. So I think we've got a bit of a curse going on.
Well, we'll definitely get a lot of insight a little bit later on in the race to really kind of see how things panned out there. So there could be a few different sides of the story.
Yep.
And it'll be interesting to see what those sides are.
Car 8, Leila Bell, she's been in a really good patch of form lately. Races, our sprint series, she's been performing tremendously well, both with qualifying and in the race, making up many places in the last event for the split that she was in. Might have even got a podium, I'm 100% sure on that. Yeah, somebody who is improving week by week. And to be up in P9 already, doing a great job.
Just looking down there too, that was actually her fastest lap of the race so far, so a 1:55.4. So definitely starting to get in a bit of a groove, 15 minutes in. So yeah, it'd be great to see how that pans out over the race.
I'm fascinated to see the top two are sharing the fastest lap. They've both done a 1:54.112.
That's fantastic. How do you get it within 1/1000th or zero between that? Yeah, two of them there. And haven't they pulled out a lead too? That's out to 4 seconds now. They've pulled out a lead. So, and Cook, yeah, he's still not too far behind. So, but yeah, with those two, it's very much pushing hard right in the early stages. But yeah, how are we going up there, mate? Looking.
This is car 69 that started at the tail of the field that I mentioned before the race.
Yes.
Looks like they weren't able to stay out of trouble early on and got themselves a drive-through. So not the way you want to start, but they obviously cut through quite a bit of the field to get up to B21 from 41 in a matter of a few laps. So nothing like a challenge, is there?
No. Well, you start from the back once, why not start from the back twice? See how they go. Although in saying that, I suppose they'll probably end up making their way up a few anyways. They have had a few drive-throughs already, so interesting to see where they end up actually coming out once a lot of these penalties have been served, and where they end up. So, but yes, this is doing quite a good job there outside of that penalty, but making his way up very well.
Just looking for some close racing. Come to John Sonicus, who is John is chasing Austin. Austin's chasing Graham Hill. I think they started down as well. So the chaos at the start certainly jumbled up the teams.
Yep, jumbled up the order a little bit, yes. Looking at this, the lead Lando. Well, there's a few around there. Not the only one inside the top 10 at the moment, so doing well for the Lamborghini team that are out there. Chase down.
Yes. Car 70 started P15.
Wow.
It's
Right up to
it's leading the silver class present.
Yes. Doing a great job there.
Bad start, eh?
Very good start. Very good start.
Car 91. Car 91 Kovacs Racing Red car, which is currently running 7th, started P21. P20. So we've really got quite a few big movers.
Yeah. And they're definitely the winners out of that one collision. So that's very impressive.
This car 700, which I raced in a couple of times. MRT car started down in 30, P27, so has moved up 16 positions and is leading the Pro-Am class currently.
Yeah.
Just looking for our AM class leader. Looks like it's Jason here. Here in P24. P40.
Wow. Well, that's definitely the difference from when I was saying there just before the start of the race. The back half needs to be very cautious and careful. The producers, they're the ones that have won the most out of this actually, at the first couple of laps. Well, dodging it all.
Player in our commentary booth, Leo Dreyer. Leo, are you there?
Hey Glenn and Brad, how are you guys?
Yeah, not bad. How did your teammate go in that first lap melee?
Yeah, he was lucky. We're number 70, so Graham Hill is my teammate. So yeah, we started P14 and we were on the outside. So that third corner, I think, we were on the inside. So we just avoided the melee, which was good. So we're out of position. So everyone's going to come for us, I reckon. But yeah, Graham's doing a good job at the moment. So holding on.
It's a fantastic start.
Yeah, we've been racing with OOR for quite a while. I think we started the Bathurst series and we were actually like P8 or P9 on that. We were like 8 hours in and we had a disconnect.
Oh no!
Yeah, so everybody else who's had a disconnect, I know the feeling. It's absolutely atrocious. And when we rejoined in the wrong order. So that was us done.
Yeah.
But the endurance racing has been really good. See there, Samuel's just got a drive through for collision lap 6. So I'm not sure I missed that.
Yeah,
So
didn't see that either.
I'll have a hunt for that in the replays while you guys have a chat.
Yeah. So you've been, Leo, you and Graham, so have you been running as a combo for a while as well, mate?
Yeah, from when the endurance side, we've got about 9 people in like our group called FPS Evolve Racing, and we've got 2 cars generally speaking, but the other car hasn't had a lot of luck lately. So, but yeah, me and Graham have been together the whole season, and every now and again we get a 3rd or a 4th driver in as well. So yeah, we're the international team, you know, the Safa and the Brit. Trying to make sure it's not just all Aussie, accents. So that's why I thought I'll join the booth as well today. Normally you've got one of the Sonokai brothers here with their accent, but I thought I'll represent today.
Absolutely, mate. It's great to see that online really can touch all corners of the globe. So that's really good, Leo. Really good.
Yeah, I'm actually based in Sydney now, so I've become an Aussie lately, so I should probably use the Aussie flag, but you know.
No. Keep the South African one there. Keep it there, mate. Keep it there.
I see he's under a lot of pressure here from Carpenter, because I think we've been racing in the other endurance races. Carpenter and us have always been a similar kind of pace. We were like really at the bottom in a pros. Like, you know, we're always like mixing if we're lucky with some of the pros, but we're definitely not on the pace of the front team. So we're going to be under pressure the whole race here, I reckon.
Yes.
Where did you think you might be running today, Leo? Mid-pack?
Graham was like, if we can do P12, I was like P20, and here we are P5, so.
Yep, fantastic. It's a great way to start it anyways. Hopefully you can keep your nose clean, mate. And Graham looks like he's well and truly into a good group there as well.
Yeah. I think our best position so far has been a P9. See Aaron Lee, they're getting a 15 seconds as well. It's a difficult track to pass, I find.
Yes.
And I think what happens is people do tend to take a dive when there's half a chance, because you can sit and lose so much time lap after lap.
Yes.
So we're actually really lucky to be ahead of where we should be, because we were talking earlier that it will be really tough to pass and come from the back. So yeah, I think a lot of people will struggle, and maybe that's why some of those penalties are happening. But yeah, our best result so far has been a P9, so in the endurance racing. So, but yeah, we actually, funny story, Graham and myself used to race back in the day on GT Sport or PlayStation, And we were PC converters like end of last year, and then we started racing OOR towards the like February or so. So yeah, we've really been enjoying this. This league is fantastic. You know, it's so well organised, and you know, I just want to shout out to all the stewards, you know, and commentators and everybody is just keeping this alive. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, so yeah, just a shout out to everyone for fantastic coverage. So
yep, definitely agree. I'm similar in the sense that I've only really been part of the OOR community this year as well, and yeah, what they do for online racing is just incredible. For me personally, being coming up from in the rookie series, it's really great. See kind of how they're really taking this. All right, what do we got here?
This is Aaron Lee's.
Yes. Yep.
Penalty.
I think he probably locked up there. Oh, there's more damage, more carnage.
Yep. And
Yep.
that really, the other penalty was for lap 6.
That would. Yeah.
Looked like he just locked up. I think when you're already that committed, sometimes there's nowhere else to go anymore. So
Yep.
I don't know if that's what caught him out there. I've had a few of those penalties in the sprint series where, you know, you brake and you just literally missed it by a couple of split seconds, and yeah, that's it.
Yep. Yep, that's it. And it's always a lot harder when you're fully committed on the inside, and it's different if you're trying to hold it on the outside, and if you overcook it, you can always run a little bit wide. But can't quite do that when you're on the inside. It's unfortunately it's the only spot to go is into the car if you overcook yourself.
Just continuing our run of commentators getting penalties.
Hopefully I will avoid that today.
We've already had about 3, and we just had a 4th, which was Steve Lewis, just got 10 seconds. So, yeah, Steve's not going to be happy about that. We're going to have lots to talk about anyway, so...
I see that 2 leaders are still only split by 0.3 of a second, so they're still running really tight between Huli and Bakita. So this is going to go on for 6 hours, I reckon.
Yes.
It will be interesting to see what they do with the pit stops, because when we were talking about it offline before the race, the overcut might be very bad because of tire deg. So people might actually try and do undercuts and maybe do 1 or 2 stints, like 50 minutes or so, and try and get a lap or 2 undercuts. So it would be interesting to see what they do here.
Yeah. How does that play out just there for filtering fine? Just in relation to like even fuel economy, like if you're not having to be out the front pushing hard, you know, you might end up finding that you can save yourself 0.1 or maybe 0.2 of a second in your refuel.
Yeah, but the thing with the endurance racing is I think it's a 30-second stop anyway if you change tyres, so the fuel doesn't really come into play.
Really come into it because that's all a part of that too. Yes. Yep.
And the problem with a 6-hour race is there's almost no other strategy than stopping the 5 times, so it's almost a nothing. You could basically just send it for fuel. Yeah. I see Tawfiq, he's stuck behind Mike Reel and quite a bit of a battle back there as well. Been racing them quite a bit in the sprint series, and he's a really clean racer, and he streams as well, but he's often got a really big smile on his dial when he battles like this, so he would be enjoying this.
Yeah, that's a great one. There's 5 of them now. They're now starting to bunch up a little bit. So, and as you were saying there earlier, Leo, I think the hard part too is that there are very few overtaking positions, places that you can. I was going to say, just like that, coming out of the Schumacher races, if you happen to get a couple of kilometres an hour quicker, you might be able to try and snag it up the inside there, but it's very, very hard. There really are not that many spots outside of just lots and lots of pressure.
Yeah, I think T1, if you get a good exit out of the last corner, I reckon your best opportunity is down into T1, and Hope for the guy making a mistake sometimes. There's no other way really past. It's really difficult. So
Yeah.
looks like he got a really good exit here. So I mean, Taufik is he's one of the pro drivers. I think he's I'm not sure if he raced an SRO before, but he's got some speed. So looking on the inside there again, and he's got company on the outside as well now.
Yeah.
That's a great opportunistic move. Is that
That's John.
JP? Oh, it's John.
Is he going to lose 2 of them too? He's staying on the outside there. Stay with that battle. Oh, he has 2.
Oh, well done to Mags there. That's he's gonna.
Is he going to hold it? Is he going to hold it? He's not going to have the pressure coming out. Oh no!
That was great racing though. He was trying to keep it to the inside and he lost it. So he was trying to keep it clean.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I need to correct myself there. It was Peach.
Yeah, I thought it was JP. Yeah, because he normally races 44, but I think in the enduro he's on 191. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. John's in 90. So just to confuse things.
That was some good racing there. I'm glad we picked up on that. That was fantastic.
That was really good.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out of position, right? So there's going to be a lot of this for the whole day. So it'll be difficult to keep a tab on all of them. There's JP with a really good run on Mike Reel here as well.
Yep.
Nowhere to go once again.
Unfortunately,
Mags here running a bit wide as well.
In real, just keeping it consistent too. There's not being overly aggressive or defensive, I should say. It's not like he's really trying to take an inside line. Still being very true to the main racing line there as well. So if they're really close to but they're making the back end of that Porsche very, very wide.
JP tried to go wide there to cut in to have a good exit. Just
Parked
not
it
sure
on the apex there, I think Mike did very nicely.
I see Mike is running with the MRT. Oh, here we go. He left it open.
Yeah.
Left it open enough. Is he going to push him wide? He's still hanging on the side there though.
Mags on his outside as well. Mags on the outside.
Yep.
Taufik is now getting that one back as well on the inside. Really good racing this from all these guys.
And as you're saying, it's we're having so many guys out of sequence where they normally are. They're great overtaking spots you probably wouldn't necessarily see from the guys, the pro drivers trying to come back up through the field. Really
yeah, that's right.
What do you think? Is Pete Roney going to have a look down here?
Oh, Tafik's got some damage there by the looks on that car, so he's probably got some bit of an unstable rear, I would imagine. He's probably got tapped somewhere.
Does look a little bit like that. If you can hold on with it, definitely that can definitely make it a lot harder to be aggressive. You can certainly try and hold your position. It does make it very hard, as you were saying, to try and get aggressive and make moves on when the back end does become so unstable when you're really pushing it, considering it, looking at the damage on that.
Well, that's actually Mags, and I think he's got that 15-second penalty, so I wonder if that is all part of the same thing. They might repair that at the next stop.
Yes. Yep. If you're gonna go in, you would.
That's a new line.
That's a safe line. Oh, but he's got Skani behind him as well.
Yep.
That's it. And Sakani did a very was that Porsche earlier on. To the other side of that chicane, doing a very similar thing. Well, this is a great little battle for the high cane areas.
Mid-pack. There you go, mate. Always. Never a dull moment in the mid-pack.
That's it. Never a dull moment mid-pack.
I guess, Leo, you learn you learn the nature of different people if you're racing them, especially in the sprints each week. And like you were saying, that you raced a lot with Austin closely. You get to know where they're likely to have their strengths and weaknesses, and also what sort of driver they are. Whether they're extremely aggressive, or
Yeah, 100%. I think it's one of those things where racing in this league, a lot of the names, often you would definitely know who you would be able to sit next to on a corner and who you would rather just sit back and wait for the next mistake. Because everybody is different, but there's also a bit of a disparity between the cars, especially on braking, and that's something that's catching a lot of people out. I reckon the McLaren is actually also not having the best brakes at the moment in the game. And especially the Ferrari is pretty good, and so you would see typically that the Ferraris sometimes outbrake themselves into cars because they just expect the car to brake later, and then the other cars might brake a bit earlier.
Oh, this
is Tofik and Mags.
Yeah. You don't want to be side by side going through here.
No, I've tried that once, I failed. Oh, there's a spin at the back.
Spin.
Oh, I think it was Vinny.
Vinny? Yeah, I was going to say.
He had a very adventurous line the previous lap, and that time, unfortunately, came off second best.
Yeah, I saw him going back even after that, on that halfway through that little kick on the back straight. 11, he was a little bit offline there. You can tell he was definitely keen to try and make a pass, and it just didn't quite work.
Just having a quick look through the field, I can see that Hobbs and Lovrink and some of the other, Floyd, I think, is Corey's Sweets teammate, they all have already passed John Sonicus, so they all starting to come back to the front of the field, slowly but surely. Yep. With 5 hours to go, you would imagine most of them would recover to some decent positions still.
Yeah.
Hobbsy and Andrew Lawrence started around about P20. Unfortunately, Andrew was unable to get a quali lap in, and so they were basically penalised down to that P20 based on the time that you get allocated if you don't happen to get a quali lap in. So they were out of position at the very start. So to see them moving up, like you say, it's not a. You don't have to be Einstein.
It's one of the AVR team, right? They always quick and at the pointy end.
Yep.
I think one of the other things that caught me unawares, because we didn't really do too much practice because we were for a sprint race here not too long ago, was the track temperatures is actually a lot higher than quali or a lot of the practice server were. So starting at 25, no rain obviously by the looks, but it's genuinely hotter, so the times are a bit slower and there would be a bit more tyre on the deck, you would think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little odd. We did have it set to an ambient temperature of 21, so but then again we start the race 3 p.m. server time, so it was mid-afternoon, so I guess it's the height of the hottest part of the day. It's going to be interesting because we're going to go obviously through to 9 p.m. server time, so we're going to be getting that we're going to have a big mixture of hot weather now with that extended greater tyre deck, and potentially cooler in the evening where you can potentially save your tyres.
It's as hot on that server, Carl Johnson, they're picking up a small penalty. It's as hot there as it is in Sydney at the moment. I'm boiling. Got the aircon going.
Yeah. Yes, and once the track's well and truly rubbered in, you can already see that there's the line that's normally always there, but definitely the cooler last hour or so in the race, you'll definitely see a good few seconds. I would not be surprised in seeing a couple of seconds coming off those laps when you're looking. Most of the guys at the moment sitting around that kind of the 155 mark is pretty consistent at the moment. Leo, what do you reckon expecting towards the back end of the race, mate?
Yeah, so for us, being like I would say mid-pack or top end of mid-pack, we were hoping to just stay in the 55 or 55.5s roughly. we can do 55 fours, but that is really just on the odd occasion, and that's at the beginning when the tyres are still good. So I would suggest that with these hotter temperatures, yeah, it would be in the 55s, and the leaders would probably be doing 54s. Just having a quick look at those two are still only 0.2 apart. So Bukita and Julian still just sitting there, like very, very close to each other. And yeah, I think it's all going to come down to some pit strategies here, which is always great with the endurance.
Definitely comes into plays the strategies, and obviously we're on 40 minutes in at the moment, so not expecting too many to be coming into the pits for at least another kind of 10 to 15 minutes, but be interesting to see how the strategies start to play out.
Yeah, especially these ones that's stuck in a bit of a battle pack, and those that's coming through, I think they'll probably pit a bit earlier. Those who's got damage will probably fix it if it's causing them some lap time. Still 5 hours to go, you might as well fix it at this stage. Track penalties or track cuts will probably be the other thing that will come into play later on in the race. It's one of those tracks that you can definitely get a few track cuts. There's 2 or 3 spots specifically that yeah, I might see a few drive-throughs a bit later on.
Just when saw Tiffany go through the quick left-hander after the Schumacher S's, always run wide on that one. That's a place to pick up a track cut.
Shout out, I think Lynn is 213. He's the top pro-am at the moment, and in a bit of a battle as well with Britt, who I don't know how he's a pro-am. Maybe it's just because it's the Aston Martin. Because I've seen Britt do some crazy lap times.
It's based on I was looking at qualifying times, etc. And yes, in the V12 there, I think that the guys are just really enjoying driving something different, and
Yeah, for sure.
enjoying the sound of the V12.
Yeah, it's a really good field, you know, like if you look all the way down the field, you've got Connor Hine currently in 33rd, and I know he had some troubles initially, but it just shows the kind of nature of how good the field is, you know. It's the competition is quite high in the series.
Yes, Connor won't be a happy chap. I think he's also joining us for commentary later on this evening. After qualifying so well earlier today in the top 10 shootout, starting P3 and then getting tagged in that first lap and dropping right back to last. It's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, for sure. So do you know, Glenn, who's kind of currently leading the Endurance Series? Is there like a points across all the series? Do we maybe know who the leaders are in those categories? Or?
Yes, we can have a look at that. Just have to bring that up. My 7 screens.
Jack Steele just getting a 10-second penalty as well.
Yeah, they're American counterparts. I think they're very much part of the American series. Nurburgring, and yeah, we tend to find them on track also in most of the endurance races at some point. So yeah, that 10 seconds will hurt. I don't know what that was for.
Yeah, had a little collision, so wonder whether they got 155 nights and then putting a 156 on that last lap. So they're keeping around that kind of high 155, 156. But yes, I'd say 10 second with a collision is probably getting a little bit, as you're saying, with the faster guys starting to come through as well, taking a little bit the more aggressive line in overtaking. You wonder whether or not he's just not quite far enough up the side of someone possibly.
Yeah, I can see there's also quite a battle going on. Car 700 is quite close to Bell, and I think he's the top Pro-Am driver as well at the moment, so doing really good job there at the moment. Matt? So Philippa is like 0.078 behind Houlihan, so those two are probably slogging it out as well. There's a couple of really good battles all over the track, which is always good to see. And I think yeah, it's going to come close to this undercutting pit stop window probably in the next 5 minutes. I would suggest somebody might try and pull an early one.
Well, the first and second on track are also first and second in the championship at present. I've got no surprises there, except they're reversed. So
yeah, they've just been the class of the field, you know. A couple of good races this year.
Yep. I have been keeping a little bit of an eye on them, and they're actually looking as they're coming back down to the back hairpin there. They're starting to catch the tail end of the field, so it'd be interesting to see if that's going to make much of a difference between the two of them as they start to catch up to some of the guys as to whether or not you're looking forward but not looking back, and a little overtake there possibly.
Yes, nothing like being a blue flag and getting lapped in the first hour.
Oh, the blue flags are going to come into play on this track. It's the series generally people are pretty good, but you know it's so difficult to get out of the way on a track like this, especially sector 2. It will be quite difficult. Yeah. So Glenn, do you do any endurance racing or?
I have, but I've been more on the broadcast and sort of side lately.
Too many responsibilities, eh?
Yeah, no time to practice.
Just wing it, man.
Yeah, I tried that successfully.
Wing it for 6 hours, Glenn. You can do it, mate.
Yeah, easy.
These guys have just caught up to the back markers now, so
yes,
it will be interesting to see how that.
And they're having a battle of their own too. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it. Last guys.
Here we go.
Very, very nice of those guys to decrease their own battle and have these guys come in between.
Through here. Yep.
The guys, those McLarens that were coming last would have been like, oh, we're so close to that overtake, and now you've got the blue flags coming out. Yeah, got to oblige and let them pass, but that was a very, very tricky spot to try and let these guys go past, having the blue flags coming through corners 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's not really the spot that you want to be trying to let guys overtake. And yeah, it actually looked like a little bit of a battle for those.
Yes, I was just looking for
last couple of guys there.
Yeah, Ethan Cale really out of position. I think he was caught up in that first lap melee, so they're generally at the top normally as well, so sitting right at the back, probably trying to recover. Biggest battle pack at the moment is still, they're in the middle, that Mike Reel,
yeah, isn't it?
Yi Lin, Skani, and Stephen Tai, also another one that genuinely can be pro lap pace, but not in the Aston around this track, I think.
Yeah. That pack is definitely getting longer.
That's for sure. Hey Glenn, I'll probably have to say goodbye. I'll join you guys again a little bit later in the stream, and
no problem.
yeah, just want to say thank you for having us on, and yeah, for all the work you guys do.
Appreciate you taking the time. I know it's difficult when you've just got you're in a two-man team yourself, aren't you? So
yes.
it's leaving you.
Like you, I've got a few screens open.
Okay. Okay, all the best. Do try not to keep the role of
commentator's curse. I'll keep
commentator's
it in the back
curse.
of my mind.
Yeah.
That's the one. At least you got your commentating part done beforehand, so it's
Maybe that's the trick.
Please explains afterwards, so you've done well, mate.
That's it. I reckon that's the trick. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you.
See you.
See you on track, mate.
See you later.
Having the certificate coming on board there for a little bit there, wants to actually get alongside and actually see him in the car itself and see how he's going there.
Yes. Yes. Just looking to see, I think we'll get some more visitors soon to the booth. We're going to be turning over quite a few. We've had a really great response. Brad being one of them who put the call out last night for some additional help. With respect to the commentary today, and Brad, about half a dozen people who've not been involved in that side of things before, put their hand up, just help out to make sure that we could go ahead today with the broadcast. So thanks to you, Brad, and thanks to all of the guys that have jumped in.
Not a drama at all, mate. It does make for a very quiet race if you don't have the guys kind of helping out on the back side of things. So yeah, not a problem at all, mate. Glad to be able to help out, and it's been a really good experience actually, from not having commentated before and really kind of watching the race as it goes through. You going from the guy just sitting there watching it and listening to being involved. It's been a great experience, mate. Really enjoyed it. Hopefully everyone's not too intrigued with my voice. I might do this another few times, mate. I think this has been good.
So can you hang around a little bit longer until we
mate.
else?
We'll hang around until we see another few of these drivers come out and see if they get a chance to be able to give us a bit of a rundown on how they've found the first hour. And yeah, we'll go from there, mate, for sure. No dramas at all.
I think we're going to get Grant back in shortly. He's been stewarding for the first hour, so I'm sure he can give us a bit of background on what happened in T1. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So this is not a bad little race for the high end of the teams there. The guys are all getting very, very consistent there, rolling well through the back Schumacher S's. Nothing looking too out of the ordinary at all. So as we're coming up to the 5-minute mark to the end of the first hour, this is definitely where it's going to start getting exciting and seeing some pit strategies unfold and what the teams really are going to showcase. See how many of these pro drivers might look to come in early, maybe clear the field a little bit and come through, or whether or not it's a couple of the guys lower down that might end up pulling through and giving the pro guys a bit of a leg up to get in front, get a little bit of clean air. So it'll be interesting to really see what this next kind of 10 to 15 minutes is going to look like.
And as I was saying, I think Grant's joined us in the booth. You there, Grant?
Yep, I'm here.
Ah. How are you? Do you need to go and have a stiff whiskey after being in the steward's box for that first hour?
I wish I could have one. It's been a lot of doing my job. I hadn't got much chance to watch the race, so at least I get to watch a bit of it now.
Yep.
Thank you for jumping in and out of different roles here today. It's much appreciated.
Very much appreciated.
So, any idea of the count on how many penalties were handed out in that first melee?
Well, there's probably at least 10. I'd say at least 10.
There was a combination of rejoins and a number of other issues, I guess. And we saw a few of the tags where people just either breaking errors or whatever. Hang on, what's going on here? Pip's losing patience with staying behind Rully, maybe.
Trying to make it around the inside, just caught the inside curve, which I think flung the car up a little bit.
Wonder how the difference of sitting in behind has helped his tyre life as well. Whether or not it's whether he's now able to put on a little bit of an attack.
Yeah, Pip's she's looking very racy right now. I wonder if it's coming up to that time because of the pit stop window wanting to look at grabbing that lead just before the pit stop.
Yeah.
Maybe she's noticed all his tyres going off a bit.
Yeah. And I wonder how much, even as the mental game it is, being in that 1 and 2 as to really who is the first to pit. Like, are they playing one off each other? It's like, so are you going to pit this lap? You're going to pit this lap. Are they waiting for the next person, trying to be the one on the front foot compared to just kind of waiting and just not really knowing? I think can play a lot into it from a mental point of view as well, as far as who's really kind of owning the race in this first hour.
Pit entry here is such a shocker, really, when you come through the chicane at the speed that you come through and you're thrown off to the left. It's very hard to get back to the right to get into pit lane.
It's very hard. We're just looking there too, really, just on that coming out of that last corner, we ended up being really wide. I really have concerns on his tyres. I reckon his tyres are all but shot. Definitely compared to Philippa, her tyres and car seems to be still a lot more balanced. Like she's got a bit more life in them.
He tried to make another attempt into turn 1, but Wilhelm did a good job of coming to the inside line, forcing it around, but just she didn't make it stick. So maybe another lap of being stuck behind.
Yes, definitely agree. It's another lap to try and find that and keep that pressure on. So whether or not it was, you could tell very much that Wilhelm was straight over to that right hand side as soon as even before they came along. The start finish line was already across there, and I'd say knowing that just didn't have as good a traction coming out of that last corner and as much drive down, knowing that he's going to end up very vulnerable if he didn't get across there early on coming down that main straight. So definitely starting to look a little bit more defensive from what I can just kind of see there. So great pressure from Philippa in number 2. So yeah, it's very, very exciting for these two right at the top end, really pushing hard.
Front straight. Now we learnt in the shootout that the beam has quite a lot of top on. As we see her catching up, maybe making a move, no, just sitting back into turn 1. Maybe trying to force Wilhelm into an error. Just sitting back and
yeah, you can definitely tell even coming out of the sprints, the series from Paul Ricard, the pace that those beamers had on that back straight was just incredible. So you can definitely tell that any of those couple of long straights, definitely any gap that was there, they make it up. Definitely along those straights, the leads that those BMWs have got is just, definitely seems to be in another level compared to all the other cars at the moment, whether it's aerodynamics or just the way that they put their power down. But yeah, it's quite impressive the speed that they can get out of those cars.
Riddle's Kevin Alive got a 10-second penalty for ignoring 3 flags. So obviously he didn't get out of the way to a leader car.
Yeah. So coming from the steward's office itself, mate, if you see that kind of stuff come up, for the guys that are in the big leagues that are coming on, how kind of far can you push it as a blue flag? Oh, going around the outside. Sorry, I'll let this play out.
Onto the sausage.
Yeah. That was a very aggressive move, that was a very aggressive move. Didn't quite pay off. I can't say I've ever seen any two cars come through that rear chicane ever and not come out someone dead. But sorry, Grant, just coming back. So for guys that do have blue flags, I would definitely put my hand up and say I've seen my fair share of blue flags coming my way. What would you classify as like a decent amount of time to go? You definitely had the time to get out of the way, and here's a penalty. But at what kind of time frames do you allow someone to move over, mate?
It would be if the leading car was obviously close to the back marker for at least 2 laps. If they were going through straights and not letting the car behind through, even though it's a very safe spot to do so, then you would probably say they're more.
Yeah, definitely.
2 laps is probably more.
Yep. No dramas, mate. That's good. It's good to know. So I'll definitely be on the receiving side of the blue flag again in my next race, no doubt. Especially seeing the calibre of races that drivers that are out there at the moment, mate. They're all doing really well.
The tricky part with the blue flags is definitely if the car in front is pulling away or just maintaining a 1 second gap, because then they're in between of blue flags and no blue flags, so you're trying to figure out if they're moving away or close down. And the little hand goes off. Or that's a
pits off.
And there's contact.
Oh,
There's
over-aggressive.
severe. That was an interesting rejoin there from Houlihan, who went off. So extremely aggressive driving.
Do you want to go and jump back in the steward's box and try and figure that one out?
I'll go. Nah.
Oh, well, I suppose no positions gained either way, was it?
Wow, what's racing as Kevin Lai got another 10-second penalty for an infraction on lap 30. I'm not sure what an infraction is.
I think it's a generalised term.
Not
secret squirrel.
It's not from too many track infringements, by any chance?
Not as far as leaving the track and getting warnings.
Yep, your track limit warnings, like that. Okay. Yeah, interesting.
Be something else to do with driving standards, I would think.
Yeah.
Car 240 not having a great first hour of the race.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. He's already a lap down from these guys here as well. So that's adding a bit of salt to the wound.
So what do you think? Are we going side by side through the chicane again here?
Side by side into the pits, I reckon.
Could be. The next thing we see.
Speaking of pits, Mike Real and Eric Scarney had just entered the pits. Very close. They look like getting very close to Houlihan. Or going off a little bit wide.
Bully's in.
Pits.
Okay.
And going for an undercut, which is quite strong last time. The undercut is less strong this game because of how long it takes for the tyres to run.
Yeah. Be interesting to see whether or not Philippa then pulls in on this lap, or whether she's having a little bit of a gap there, whether knowing that her tyres are probably a little bit better. Wouldn't surprise me if she even stayed out there for another lap or two to hopefully get the jump from the pits. It'd be really interesting to see kind of where she ends up after her pit stop.
So with Houlihan making the drivers spot for that team with the Sorry, double stinting.
Yep, we'll look forward to seeing how
Sure.
that comes out on the race screen.
Some of this comes to the pits as well. I believe they're doing pretty good in the race. Had a little bit of a good battle with a few other cars a little bit earlier. I'm not sure if you saw that on stream.
Yes, we saw that,
Yeah, couple
pack
of
for a
good ones.
while.
Very aggressive racing. So pit going down the back straight. Maybe trying to just go as fast as you can to bridge a gap to Houlihan. As who's come out P6. Now we won't be able to see if they've done a driver swap until they reach that sector line. That's the first sector.
Of course, she's going for another lap, so she's definitely trying to stay aggressive. Well, she's got some clean air in front of her.
54.8.
Wow. Yeah. She's definitely pushing hard. Definitely pushing hard. Hopefully these lap cars in front of her who will not cause too much drama for her on this lap here now, or else that little half a second or two that she's gained might all end up by the wayside.
So the Alpha Venturi car, car A18 has made a driver swap from Houlihan to Zach Smith. A very good pro driver.
And is in massive amounts of clear air.
Oh yes, he is. He has tons of clear air.
Wow, that is huge. Yep. Great chance to be able to warm the tyres up without having to feel like you're being too dodging cars around everybody else. A little bit wide on that last corner there, just while he's still getting a bit of temperature coming up, and we come through the Schumacher S's. It'd be interesting to see. It'd be very interesting to see how these two, where they end up.
I reckon Pitt will be pitting in the next lap or two, maybe this lap. There's a few will be running out at this stage. It's about, what, 2 litres a minute?
Well, that 70-minute stint's going to be up. Time is going to be better.
Sorry for that little stint. She gets a little wide first. Comes into the pits. So she's pitting.
Yep, that's aggressive.
She's also going to be quite aggressive on entry. Was it that? I don't believe that was any speed.
I didn't see anything come up there. And that's definitely taking the 70 minutes as far as you can. And definitely would have made another lap out around without going over that one. Alright, let's see how close this battle's going to end up, hey? How close is it now Zach Smith, whether he's having that great amount of clean air, how well he's done with that, whether he can really make that count. There's not even anyone on this. Great. Oh, yeah.
Great catch up to the back now because he's got 2 laps over, knowing their speed.
So I'd say so. I'd say so.
The top 5 are in the pits right now. Grab the
Yep.
pits and then I believe
Now,
it is now.
Well ahead.
yep. Yep. Massive overcut. That's incredible the amount of difference that is, Thomas. Incredible. Although she does still have 12 tyres, so down, it'll be interesting to see again as they go across the timing as to whether or not they did a driver swap for the bit of driving swap as well, and having the warm tyres from Smith, whether he'll be able to make that work.
Those A9 crosses the sector line, I wonder if they're going to drive swap. Yes, they have. Andrew Hall is now in the car. Top driver. Hoping to extend the gap to Zach Smith.
7 seconds.
I wonder whether or not there was something that's going on with McLaren in the thing, whether or not they might have had some form of possibly a little bit of damage that might have had to hold them up a bit.
Yeah, seeing the comments, someone said, Ryan Hawley said 818 had a wobble pit stop. So yeah, might have accidentally turned the car off at one time or maybe turned it back on.
Yeah, gotcha. Yes. It had to have been something like that, yeah, because there's no way that you would have lost 7 seconds in the pit. It's going to make it quite a battle for Smith now to try and catch up those 7 seconds. But fortunately at the moment it only looked like there was one car between the two of them as one of the back runners, so hopefully they'll that extra little bit of clear run will be great. But what do we got? An awesome little battle between these two here.
It's Leo who just left our box.
Oh yes, there we go. It is.
So,
That's the way, Leo. You got to taking it right up. What's that? 0.2 of a second. He's yep. Doing well. Looking like he's into a pretty good groove there as Sue, so keeping up with Bartlett in front of him.
class as Leo said, she felt they were going to be under pressure all day.
Yeah.
Because they were out of position as to where they deserved to be based on their quali pace. But they certainly benefited from that first lap. So,
yeah. Now I can see Castle is in P5, so they're obviously on the alternate strategy after pitting during the first safety car. So in the next about 20 minutes or so, 10 minutes, they'll probably pit and we'll see their
Yeah, gotcha. Interesting to see a few of the guys that I suppose probably pitted within that first kind of 6 laps from a couple of the different incidents that occurred. See how that ends up kind of shaking out the order. Knowing as Glenn and I were talking earlier, a lot of the unfortunate casualties from the first couple of laps incidents being a lot of the pro drivers as to how well they push their way up through the field. And interesting to see now how that'll end up kind of shaking itself back through as they make their way up and now kind of fall back down again as they've been able to, I suppose, go an extra few laps without needing the pits because ultimately they've already pitted.
okay, we've got a couple of keen volunteers to give you a bit of a break, Brad. I think you probably deserve a drink after this hour and a quarter or so.
Yep, no worries at all.
So I'll just see who wants to jump in.
No worries,
We've got Ethan.
Leo's looking like he's... Oh, sorry, mate. No, nice little one. Still battling along there. Leo's doing really well, keeping consistent times there, and still a long way between him and the next main silver driver in the top of Porsche there. Another 16 seconds behind him. So he's doing very well for the front-running silver car.
Seen on a Hind is just around hits down at P16, maybe still dropping after they reach the first second line. So they'll be hoping to get a good recovery drive after getting dropped back to last after a first lap incident. And then now his P20. So that's his proper track position.
Yep, it would be very close to that. In the P20 seems to be holding pretty well there, and also changed out the Hamilton as well. So obviously had a driver swap out there too.
Right, we've got Ethan Cale and Luke Johnson joined us in the commentary booth. So Brad, again, I'd just like to thank you for your work today, and if you're keen, do come back later on.
Absolutely, no, definitely.
That'd be great.
Come back, we'll do it again for sure.
Okay, cheers.
So, thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of the race, and I'll keep continuing.
Thanks, Brad.
Ethan.
How are we?
Well, we're probably doing better than you.
Oh, tell me about it.
Bit
There's not a whole lot
of
you
a
can
rough
do in that
start,
situation.
mate. Bit of a rough start.
You can only do so much to get into that position. Oh, 1 second, I've got this filter kids anyway. 1 second, I'll be back in a tip.
That's okay. Luke, how are you? How'd your race start?
Our race start's actually going really well. So I'm a part of the 113 V12 Aston gang
Yep.
at the moment. So we started second or third last on the grid.
Yes.
And we've currently got our Enduro debutant Brian Kong in the car at the moment, up in P22 after all the pit stops have been done and dusted. So he's currently holding off Chase at this point, which he's been doing so for the last few laps, and he's doing a stellar job at the moment. He's placing the car in all the right places, as we see.
Making it as wide as
He's
possible.
very much looking very hungry for the additional place there, but yeah, no, Brian's definitely doing a great job holding his own, and an amazing job by Paul, who started the race for us and getting us up this far up the grid at the moment. Obviously, been a very spicy start to this race with a whole bunch of incidents and whatnot happening, but it's been amazing to watch and be a part of, and we're certainly having some great fun lugging the best sounding brick on the grid to where it is.
I'm just looking at Brian. He's right with him placing the car, holding a pro team behind like he is. He's doing an amazing job. How do you find the V12? How have you found the V12? I mean, I'm sure you've done a few laps of practice.
It definitely feels like it was built last century compared to a lot of the other cars that are on the grid at the moment. It's hardly got any aero. It has a traction control system from back to the medieval times, and look, in a straight line she goes, but through the corners she's a bit of a handful. But look, it's hello, a big snap by Chase there. But yeah, we've been finding it to be a whole bunch of fun, really. We're just trying to enjoy ourselves, see how far we can get up the grid, and yeah, enjoy the day.
Love the attitude, mate. It's great to see.
The Golf livery you have on that Aston, it looks quite beautiful.
Yeah, it's an amazing livery. We have a bit of a tradition now with Rockets Evolved. We're putting some classic liveries on some of our race cars for these events. I know for the Bathurst 12 Hour, for example, we had a really top GTR 2015, I believe, livery on the car that we ran around with, and the inspiration for the Golf is very, very straightforward, plain to see. So we both had Steve and Paul kind of have a crack at it themselves. You'll notice that there are some slight differences between between the two cars and the livery that they're running, but the inspiration is very much the same. And I mean, I think they both look absolutely amazing. I think it's an incredible looking car, an incredible sounding car.
Oh, we're underneath it. Hang on.
Well, hello.
Sorry about that. Just trying to get a better look at the livery.
better angle.
Yeah.
So you can see this one's done by Paul. He was our first driver of the day, and he's done a fantastic job putting all the Rocket Evolved livery decals mixed in with the Golf livery, and I think it absolutely looks tops.
It does if you don't go inside the car. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, chat. I've obviously got something to do with the navigation system.
I have a lot of respect for livery designers. I tried it. You can only get a few details on, but for the amount of detail on a lot of liveries, I'm just starstruck by the time and effort people put in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Real skill.
It's an art in itself, really. And I know people do spend a lot of time on getting their custom liveries sorted for these kinds of races, and I love seeing the grid filled with everyone's personal touches and personal decals out on there. It really just adds a whole lot of character, not just to the car, but to the grid as a whole, and really just kind of puts a pop colour into these kinds of events.
I heard a few people in the stewards box earlier saying that they wanted to clear out the penalties as fast as they could, so they could just listen to the accident go around.
Yeah, I noticed at the start of the stream that we, towards the start of the race, that we spent a good minute just listening to the glory that is that V12, and it's even more magnificent when you run them in tandem or side by side through some of these straights.
In stereo.
Yeah, look, for 6 hours of listening to this, I'm not disappointed in the slightest.
So, Ethan Taylor, how's your race been going?
Yeah, I think I fixed the button. Just first of all, that accident was awesome. I heard it in the practice room. Like, wow, that's pretty cool running that. But fair effort to be up in P22. We've parked it, unfortunately. We were kind of just too far back. We haven't done it before. I think it's the start of the race. And, the stop-go 10, which was just unfortunate. It was a bit of a mind blunder there, just trying to get the thing back on track. And I've ended up turning the car off in all of that, halfway through the sting. I was all over the shop, so it's good to be up here for the first time. But we've had better races, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, I think everyone has days like that. As long as you mix it in with a few good ones, it's okay. But you know,
yet to have a lucky break, that's for sure. But it's coming. We can feel it. Hopefully, it's either at Masano or at Bathurst, but not Bathurst. Sorry, at Spa. But it's all good.
What do you guys think of these Spa being a 24-hour?
Jamie and I are definitely keen. We've got a couple other drivers keen too. We'd like to get 2 cars out, but we know that's definitely safe. Just so we've got, I guess, a competitive team and a not so competitive team, or a competitive team in the right class, so we can give each other or ourselves the best chance possible. But no, we'll definitely get a team out there, and it should be pretty good fun.
Yeah, I think we're definitely looking at potentially getting a team. We'll definitely get 1 car on the grid there, I reckon. But yeah, just seeing if we've got the interest to try and get that 2nd car on there. I think that would be awesome. As Brian, let's keep it. Oh, hello! Please don't take that out. Yeah, I think as soon as we heard that it was going to be a 24-hour Spa, I think a few of the ears pricked up on some of our seats, and I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be just to say that you're a part of it. It will be a great opportunity to say that we've done it. we managed to survive the full length, I think would be a fantastic experience.
Hopefully it pulls in some different teams, newer teams looking to take on the challenge. As I know that the Bathurst 12 hour at the start pulled a lot of interest. So hopefully that can, I guess, bring in some new teams for that bigger race. That haven't been a part of my life.
Yeah, absolutely. I was part of the 12 hour, and just seeing how competitive the field was, bringing all people in and around from around the country and around the world, really did bring all sorts of talent into the club, and I definitely hope that the 24-hour Spa has that same appeal that can really bring a lot of people out of the woodwork and participate. Absolutely. Well, as we see, they're side by side. Unfortunately, Brian looks like he's going to lose that position, but he does have the legs down the straight, so we can see if he might be able to think about. Please don't send it.
No, not too wide.
He backs out of it. It's a smart move there, but he's going to stay straight on the tail. You see that we are blue flagged there. We let the leaders through, so it's really smart driving there from Brian. Really impressed with how he's been handling his first endurance race and being a part of it.
I was just going to say, we saw sort of the potential for a too wide through the chicane there. We didn't see the first one that any of us have ever seen when Houlihan and Bakita went side by side through the chicane before the first pit stop.
Yeah, incredible. I don't know how. I mean, I think there's a little bit of contact through there, but I don't know how they both came out the other side.
I don't know how they're both alive.
But yeah, no, the first hour of this race has been pretty spicy so far. Unfortunately for the likes of yourself, Ethan, it hasn't quite worked out your way. That's disappointing considering how far you guys were travelling up there to start off with. It's been unfortunate, but unfortunately, sometimes these events turn out. And for the next one, Misano, I believe it is going to be in your favour.
Yeah, stuff happens. Looking at a car change for it. I believe, is it true that we're going to bring a custom BOP in for the final two?
That's what I heard. I heard there was a custom bot being brought in.
Yeah, but there would be.
Potentially, yes.
Should definitely spice the field up.
Yeah, we might continue using the Aston if it's custom bopped up into a reasonable competitive field. I mean,
can we take 100 kilos off it?
Yeah, look, maybe a whole ton or just off the back of it. Maybe that'd probably put it up the extra 2 seconds that we need to find out of this car.
Yeah, no. I was just checking out the gap between the leaders. It's sitting at about 4.9. So Zach Smith has pulled in a little bit on O'Hara after the pit stop, where the gap was 6.9. It was almost 7 seconds. So, but it does seem to be staying at that 4.9.
We do have Sweet off at the final turn in P4.
Aha.
Might have ran wide through the chicane there.
It's so easy to just go off on the exit of the chicane. You just take it that little bit too hot, dip a wheel up onto that gutter, and you can see yourself completely missing the last corner. It catches everyone out all the time. I know I've definitely been guilty of that practicing for this event, and I'm sure many people can relate to that one. It's
definitely easy to go off and keep it on, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you see, is that Bartlett directly behind him, or is that a...
I think he's the car behind him.
Yeah, okay.
So that might be the right truck.
Okay, so you can see The luckiest chaps in this first hour. I'm just going to bring this replay up.
I have a feeling about the chicane.
This is Corey coming down. Yes, coming down. No, coming down to the chicane, and how he's kept this out of the wall, I'm not sure.
Race 50.
Oh, there we go.
My.
Oh wow.
Wow.
That's a bit more than just a wheel on the
Yeah.
on the exit of the corner there. He's gone.
But how good's that? Kept it out of the wall.
That's a great save.
Wow. Obviously, I'm guessing you just put the sausage in the apex.
Looks like he did the first one, maybe a little too hard and showed over. Yeah, hop that second curve.
That's really unlucky. Very sweet. I believe it might cost them one position. At least got lost time to the 676 car of Barlow.
As we see the 112 car come out of yellow flags there, so it looks like there might have been a small hiccup for them in the Mercedes Arena section of the track there. They're the Rookie Rockets. They're our another one of our sister cars at the Rockets Evolve team. Doing a great job themselves. The first endurance race was Silverstone. Last event, and they've done well to get themselves up into the silver class this time round, and so they've had unfortunately a bit of a shocker of a race themselves. There's been a 15-second penalty and all sorts of contact that they were involved with at the start. That's just really given them a lot of damage and a penalty, and it's unfortunately pushed them right down the field there, but the recovery drive is real, and hopefully they can find themselves in a decent position by the end.
Yeah, I'm just going to show you a replay. Themselves into a bit of a jam. The flags, I think, coming down straightly towards the chicane, and then quite slow through here. But then the car in front has almost lost it coming out of the chicane.
Well,
We've had some contact, so it's all been a bit messy.
All a bit wild there.
Blue flags is definitely a skill to be able to manage it itself. It takes a few races to definitely get into. Trying to minimise the amount of time that you lose through corners and on straights, letting the faster cars through, and it becomes a lot more prevalent throughout the race as well when it's all a bit more spread out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen that the top runners here can just punch out what I would call quali lap after quali lap, in comparison to my pace, over and over and over again, and they do manage to catch that field, the tail end of the field, so quickly, and it's definitely a skill in itself to just try and give way, try not to impede their race, because a lot of the time they're still fighting for position. You're trying to fight for position as well, and you don't want to lose your time out, and that smart play of making the most of that situation. Was are a bit wobbly out of the Schumacher S's there.
Just wanted to shout out to Hobbsy and Andrew Lawrence in car 919, who started around P20, already up to
Wow, they're
P4.
doing an incredible job.
Yeah, that was my
Yeah.
next question. Where about they began? Because I know that I don't think Lawrence set a lap, so that put them back a fair bit.
Correct. So, you talk about recovery drives.
Incredible effort.
That's an excellent effort to be an hour and a half in and to have made up that ground. So, yeah, congrats to them.
And it doesn't look like they're too far away from the 400 Porsche of Brown there. It looks like they're only 7 and a bit seconds behind, and I imagine that they'd be slowly reeling them in, so that'd be an incredible story for them if they do manage to get a podium out of that. That would be an incredible run for them.
The gap between the leads is staying pretty steady with about around 5 seconds. About 4.9 seconds a few laps to go. So they're both maybe looking after tyres or just trying to keep the gap between the steady. So yeah.
No, it looks like they made a bit of a different strategy this time than at Silverstone. I recall Smith taking that extended driver time drive-through on purpose to prevent a pit stop, as a drive-through was quicker than stopping and extending the stint time. So it doesn't look like they're doing that today. So they should be taking, both teams should be taking their 5 stops as planned.
Bit of a cheeky strategy call on that one, pulling the drive through.
Yeah, a bit of a shock when we were in the car actually. We was a bit, why have they gone over the stint time, whatever, but did they finish first or second last time? I don't remember, but it was definitely very, very smart. Aaron Lee's 10-second penalty for the collision on lap 45.
The 1-1-2 car again of the, oh no!
That was
You see the Lambo of Bowen go around at a Dunlop curve. Unfortunately helped by the likes of Viney.
Very unfortunate there. Very close together. Maybe just didn't realize, or Viney didn't realize the exit speed of the Lambo might not be as good. So extremely unlucky there. It might be a penalty for car 199. He's under pressure from Herod going up to the chicane. They're side by side. Will Herod send it through the chicane? He brakes late, yes he does.
Craig.
So Ryan might have let him go. See. There you go. Liam Hamilton might get involved in this battle.
Yeah, that 600 car was up the back at the first lap, so it's good to see him back up to 16th and looking pretty racy at the moment too.
Yeah, Liam Hamilton getting slipstream from Herod, looking down the inside as he makes a stick. Well,
He makes an absolute send of it, and it's too deep on that one. Very ambitious move. But yeah, another great recovery drive from some of the fastest drivers on our grid at the moment there with the 600 car. I know they were in the shootout this morning, and as you said, unfortunately pushed back down to the back of the grid at the start of the race. So another fantastic recovery drive from them. So it looks like this little battle pack of Herod, Viney and Hamilton, I dare say Hamilton will definitely want to stretch his legs a little bit and try and get this move done and make his way further up the field and see if he can tag on to the back of Rochford, who has a 10-second penalty to serve.
He would definitely buy his time here, just be a bit patient, you know. I'm sure he's aware that he's probably got the pace advantage long term, so just finding that spot or waiting for that mistake to find his way through.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the waiting game. These longer endurance races. You know you've got the time. You just got to capitalise on the mistakes that get made.
Seems like when Harrison's closed the gap back to Viney after the lap, so the turn one don't seem to be close enough to make a move to turn one. He still brakes quite a lot later than the McLaren. They have a bit more braking close to turn two.
That's one thing I know McLaren's brakes is they can be a little bit wooden sometimes, especially into these the Nurburgring's turn 1. It always feels like an eternity that you're on the brakes on that one, so very easy for the Ferrari to catch right back up onto the back of the Kodak's McLaren there.
Looking up the field a little bit, we've also got Samuel under half a second behind Barlett for P6. I just noticed that one on the timing sheets then.
So that's the 700 Ferrari, yep, right on the back of the number 8 there, but looks like we'll be sticking with this one for now as we wait to see where Hamilton's going to make his move.
So being a McLaren driver myself, I learned that the brakes in the McLaren are actually really good, like exceptional, but it depends, you have to set them up in a really certain way to get the most performance out of it. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, I think some bumps and design settings can help the brakes, I believe. But I think that causes other issues, so it's better not to.
Yeah, teach me your ways.
There's still some exploits to certain setups, but you got to be someone special to be able to, I guess, exploit the exploits. As he goes for a move here, looks not quite.
He's going to have the run into T1, surely.
On those scrub tyres, the car doesn't really want to stop him winding either earlier, but hopefully he can get past for that 600 MRT crew to then go and chase Herod.
It seems that Herod has quite a large gap to Rochford up ahead, but they do have a 10-second time penalty for an incident earlier, I believe. So next pit stops, if Herod closes the gap a bit more, then might inherit 13th place. The gap is now 8 seconds. So maybe we could see Herod getting past Rochford in the pit stops.
Yeah, lots of time to be gained, especially with that micro damage if you do have a slight tap. It's really offset your braking strategy with Viney getting a 10-second penalty. Was that the incident we saw at the hairpin a few laps ago on the Lambo?
Yeah, I dare say it would be.
Bowen, I believe.
Yeah, Bowen, yep.
So,
All the way down in P19 now at the moment, unfortunately.
We've also got Clark and Real closing in on this battle pack as well, as we can see. They're just behind Hamilton there.
I think the more that Hamilton and Viney kind of keep going at each other, it does kind of invite Clark and Real back into this battle as we see Clark there slowly reeling in.
Hoping for a bit more of a slipstream as he covers the inside line a little bit. I think Hamilton trying to go the long way around. Goes for a late apex to try and maximise speed down this through to turn 2 with the Mercedes Arena. Quite close up on Viney. Tries to go on the outside again. There seems to be no window for an overtaking.
Viney's soaking up this pressure pretty nicely too. It's pretty daunting having someone of Hamilton's caliber behind you, so he's been really well here.
Yeah, absolutely. He just seems to really nail that that exit out of the last corner to get the run down the main straight. But Hamilton just doesn't quite seem to have the legs to try and make that move into T1, and then Viney here just making that McLaren as wide as possible, not giving Hamilton any chances of sticking the nose in and making a move. So more than likely they'll go around again, and if Viney keeps it clean and doesn't make any mistakes, I can't quite see how Hamilton's gonna get past at this rate.
He certainly plays the car he needs to keep Hamilton behind. just as looking at the timing sheets, it'll be Samuel who's got past Bartlett for P6. It looks like the number 8 Porsche has got past number 700 in for P9. So
Battle for P9 still looking pretty open at the moment, as we see down the order. We've also got this battle happening here, and then potentially the Audi of Phipps, the number 90 Audi there, potentially hanging back behind Brian Kong in the 113 Aston Martin. But other than that, it looks like there's a fair bit of spread in the field at the moment. Everyone's kind of a little bit in their own battle packs.
the 113, 112. There's a 113 that's gone off. Yes, he's had a bit of a spin, unfortunately.
Looks like looks like there's been a bit of an incident there with Brian and the V12 Aston.
Might have hit the AstroTurf or either way, it's quite unfortunate.
There it is.
Ahead of Brian Kong, we have Yang in the McLaren 213 car, leading the AM class of this race. So doing an exceptional job there.
Yeah, so would have taken that position for the lead in the AM after Brian's little see there at some point. So hopefully that AM battle stays strong. It's always good to see those class battles stay tight and fight for position.
As we see the silver leader hit for what I presume is the second pit stop. So probably a little bit early. I believe they can claw that back through the stint times, which is good. Might have had a little bit of damage or be their strategy. Regardless, 12 minutes before the hour is pretty bold.
So just getting a word in there that it sounds like Kong's incident back then, he may have had a helping hand at that point, so it sounds like another vehicle may have unfortunately just got the rear of him there and sent him around, but unfortunately that stuff happens and we'll move on.
Len Hamilton's still staying pretty close to Varney. Varney's been doing a good job to defend for the past few laps. Maybe bridging the gap a little bit more. So maybe Len Hamilton's tyres are going off Varney for so long.
Yeah, the Ferrari has a bit of a dead spot with its tyres. It found around 40 minutes into the stint they kind of dropped off a bit and they should come back close to the end as the fuel burns off. This has also brought Clark right into this battle. He dropped off to 1.4 a couple of laps ago, but he seems to have pushed it back to under a second, so this is shaping out to be some battle.
The Schumacher S is now into the Harmo curve, and then the bit curve. I think Varney went a little bit wide on exit. Close, and this is
that's yeah. Absolutely.
Really unlucky.
Big sadness there. Hopefully the damage is minimal.
We've got Philippa closing in on this battle too, so this adds another element to what's already pretty exciting.
As Lynn Hamilton tries to go the long way around of turn 1, hits go for the switchback on Varney.
Here we go, what a move.
Racecraft's coming into this. Varney covers the inside line from turn 2.
Not much grip out there.
No.
They're doing a great job holding off Hamilton at the moment.
Wow, what great defending there is from Viney, covering a pro, as we have Zanchin, car 90, as his 15-second time penalty for boarding closing on lap 53. I would say that's because of the accident on.
Yeah, that's the Audi for P22, which is where Cog was, so absolutely.
And Hamilton close to Viney at the Dunlop curve. Maybe lose a little bit to the dirty air for Schumacher.
It'd be interesting to see how much Philippa kind of potentially impacts this battle here, as these drivers will eventually have to give way to the lapping car, and whether Hamilton might be able to make an opportunity occur out of having to move out of the way.
Sort of glance up the field a little bit. I've noticed that Hobbs has closed that gap from to P3 pretty significantly. It's down to 3.7 seconds out. Oh, as Hamilton nearly loses it going through chicane. Should let Philippa through. Yeah, nicely done. And Samuel has created a 5-second gap for P7. And is fastly catching this week.
Yeah, I think when we were looking at Hobbs, they were a good 7 to 8 seconds away from Brown in the Porsche there, so he's definitely got the pace happening and is very quickly catching up to the back of that car.
I believe it is Andy O'Hara and car behind who's closing down.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, it's closing down the gap to Viney, waiting for Viney to maybe let him through, and he does down the inside. That might
see if he can hold off from Hamilton as Hamilton tries to make it round the one way round.
Straight, maybe I believe Viney had a good exit. Hamilton trying to use the slipstream and stays behind.
He's done a great job to hold off Hamilton there. He was using O'Hara, I think, kind of weaponising the leader there to try and follow him through as Viney had to give way. But Viney's very quickly covered him off, and excellent defending there.
Again, just continuing to place the car perfectly as Hamilton does look around the outside. Again, putting the car where there isn't a whole lot of grip, and again, that just comes down to Viney just being able to, I guess, push Hamilton into those spots with where he's placing it.
Yeah, and Hamilton ultimately is forced around the long way around out into the off the racing line and onto the more dirtier sections of the track. There is that possibility that he is going to, as he keeps pushing, just wear those tyres down consistently and find himself potentially really struggling for grip for not so long period of time.
Exactly. Sorry, you go.
I was just going to mention that Clark's right on the back of these two now, so if there's a little bit of buffer, he will definitely be benefiting.
Yeah, behind Clark is Zach Smith for P2, who gets past turn 1. As Viney goes wide, Hamilton having another look around the outside, turn 2. No, just not able to make it stick. Viney's doing a great job to let cover the inside from then Hamilton, as we see blue flags. See how if when Hamilton can use Zach Smith getting through as an advantage, or him getting past finally with Viney goes wide, very close to contact through down that curve, and lets Zach Smith through just before the Schumacher S's.
Made me hold my breath there. I was almost expecting to see the same incident that unfortunately Viney received his 10-second penalty for, is that deep entry into the Dunlop curve kind of results in a slightly poorer exit, and the rear car just within millimetres of touching the rear panel there, but they've managed to hold it up, and we'll now see how Viney approaches this situation as he's got Hamilton coming at full pelt right up behind him.
Might open the door a little bit for Hamilton. Here we go, goes down the inside for a move. Pushes Viney off the racing line and looks to have getting that move done, sorry. And Clark is also a chance here of overtaking Viney coming down to the first turn. If he can get the run, or maybe hit that braking mark where he needs to. We'll need to brake a bit earlier due to the induced downforce. In the slipstream, has a look around the outside on his teammate. Doesn't look to get it done though.
Yes, the first time when Hamilton got that inside line, he made it stick right through. So great defending from Barney for the past probably 10 laps.
Yeah, and even lucky just to not lose 2 positions there. The opportunity definitely presented itself to Clark there for a split second, and I think he's done a fantastic job just ensuring that there wasn't 2 positions lost in that move.
Barney does have a 10-second time penalty. And so when he hits, that will take 10 seconds off him, so we'll add 10 seconds to his time. As Clark gets very close to Barney through the head. They would hoping to be very nice to realize that both Kodak's cars are early, so relative teammates. They have a excellent touch, don't want them to back after the
There's nothing worse than teammate on teammate action. You hate to see it at the best of times. Whether there's team orders involved, it definitely doesn't look like at this stage of the race that there is. So I imagine they'd all be going as hard as they can, but yeah, you really don't want to. There's nothing worse than taking out a teammate.
Looks like Viney will only drop that 1 spot to his teammate as well, with missing the other one.
Yep, that's the other V12.
Yeah.
Yep.
20 seconds behind. So it should only be
Oh, so I was going to say, yeah, there's a big 20-second gap between missing in the V12 there to 16th for Clark. So yeah, I don't believe that gap will be closing up too quickly at this stage. But if these guys, as Clark makes a move down the inside, can he make it stick? He definitely has. Viney's given him the room, and Clark has gone past.
pretty good heads-up driving there just to not cause a collision.
Yeah, absolutely. That section there is so technical, but it's very, very easy. It's got the lightest taps that sends the other car around. So I think Viney pulling out of that move as soon as he did was the smart play for sure. As we see, I'm assuming that is a blue flag that's gone off at the Dunlop there, that's come back onto track. I'm not quite sure what's happening there, but there's all sorts of kerfuffle as we come up to sector 3.
Push Viney off that racing line, coming through the Schumacher S's. As soon as you get off that racing line, it's just, you got no grip at all. So he's done alright to save it there and keep it out of the gravel.
So Luke, just wondering, in the V12 Aston, how does that car cope with the big sausages coming to the chicane?
It's not that great actually. We're just like with the rest of the cars, if you hit that first bump on the left-hander there, it definitely sends the nose of the car right up. We are slamming the front down as much as we can. The Aston has a terrible car to try and get turning on. It has hardly any aero on the front, and it's all just got that big wang on the back that provides all of its downforce. So we are trying to slam the front of the car down as much as we can. So as we hit the inside part of the chicane, particularly that left-hander there, it just sends the car into all sorts. Curbs, most of the curbs aren't too bad, but yeah, you can't send it into the chicane as much as you think you can or you'd want to. It's a brick.
As we see the first of our front runners hit our sweet P5, probably at around the expected strategy for the race, which is a 1 hour stint. Starting to become a bit of a busy pit lane now, and Hobbs has got past Brown too. Doesn't look like it happened too long ago, with Brown only being 1.6 seconds down the road. However, he's got that done and moved it into P3. We also see that Smith is keeping that gap pretty tight to O'Hara. If anything, it's come down a little bit since we last saw it by only half a second, but in this race between those two cars, every 10th counts.
You see Corey Sweets entering the pit lane, exiting pit lane now. I believe he might have done a teammate swap. We won't see that until they come to sector 3.
Yes, would have given it to one of the Sneakers brothers to continue this race.
Alright guys, well I'm going to start prepping myself. I'm in the next stint now after Brian in the 113 car, so I'm going to start getting set up into the rig and hopefully pull out a semi-decent V12 stint.
Good luck, mate.
Good luck.
Thanks for jumping in and helping us out.
Yeah, no worries guys, it's been an absolute pleasure being in the booth with you guys today. It's been awesome.
Thanks, mate.
Feel free to come back.
No worries, we'll see how we go, and I might jump in a little bit later, but if not, it's been a pleasure. I'll catch you guys later.
Cheers, Luke, all the best.
And Connor, you joined us. How you going?
Good day, guys. Yeah, good. Good.
Good.
What have I missed from the race so far?
Something happened first lap. I'm not quite sure. You might be
No, we
able to help us with that.
don't need to bring that one up.
I may or may not have been involved. We won't talk about that.
Oh, mate, you guys have done so well to fight back. To where you are now.
Yeah, we're making our way back to the field. It's actually, we're finding out now it's really, really hard to overtake, even when you've got the pace overlap on the cars around you. So we're getting there. Like, the goal now is just to get back in the 10 and see what happens.
Yeah, it's a great effort to be. Such a shame when you had such a great shootout to start P3 and then go all the way back. It's a bit heartbreaking, eh? Anyway, we'll move on.
Yeah, it happens. It's racing. Have we had any good battles lately?
Yes, lots. One with your own car with Lee Hamilton and Paul Varney. That was a pretty good show.
Yeah, I left him with that and I just bailed and came in here, so...
How are you finding the tyre wear with the 600 colour?
So we're finding when you're in fresh, clean air, yep, the tyre wear's not awful. But as soon as you start battling and you get caught up behind cars or anything, your tyres just drop out of the window and you've got to bring them back up again. But then towards the end of the stint, like towards the end of my first stint, the tyres just hit this wall and then they just drop off. Like it kind of just comes at you just like that.
Yeah, it's a bit like a switch, isn't it? I found hot attempts definitely didn't help in that first stint. Dropped the track temp anyway, dropped off to about 28. However, the optimum temperature is still up a little bit. Steve Lewis in the 959 gets a 5 second lead. I don't think we saw that one. But yeah, the track temp's coming down a bit. Ambient's still up there, a bit higher than the practice temps that always went through as Sunny and Kids from right there.
Yeah, it's going to drop down, and as it already is, it's starting to get down to the practice server kind of temps. I'd be really interested to see when the sun kind of gets that sunsetty, kind of real glary vibe, how drivers go and if they start missing the marks.
Seems to be a good battle going on for P8 between Jack Steele and Tawfiq, so P7. I think Tawfiq just got past him. Obviously close racing for high points.
Yeah, well, this track just breeds good battles, doesn't it? Like, it just breeds good racing.
So that's a battle for P6 across 3 cars as well. The 700 MRT car, I'm presuming it is. What's it back in that battle?
Putting some pressure on to chicane, trying to force it there maybe. So that's Jack Steele, I believe, hit.
Looks like Nurburgring jumped in there. Steele pops out.
This is a really good drive by Matt Nipris, putting a Pro-Am entry in the top 10. Hopefully they can kind of keep it up for the rest of the race. You got a silver car as well in the top 10 at the moment, although they may drop out due to their stop. And you got Yang down to 20th for the AMs, doing really well in the top 20.
Yeah, we had Dryer in P17 currently around that top 10. Not too sure if they were out of sequence or not. They were travelling around there in the silver class for a while.
See, Rochford coming into the pits for the car 911. Mercedes. Maybe John Sanchez might be coming back into the car. See, as Zhui Zhang gets a 10-second time penalty for dangerous driving in that 56th. So one of the people who started in the top 10 had a pretty good performance. The top 10 shootout is a penalty, quite unlucky for them.
Seems as if a few teams in that top 10 shootout due to, as we talked about before, that lap 1 incident have gone kind of a bit AWOL and had their races kind of not necessarily ruined but had a hiccup, whereas a couple of the other teams in the top 10 have kind of benefited, especially Car 400 with Brown and Cook. They benefited massively, so let's see what happens with the rest of them.
Definitely throwing a spanner in the works, that's for sure. Seeing some different names up in that top 5, top 10. It's a good opportunity for them as well to show what they're made of.
Just getting past a bit of lack of traffic. Pace seems to be good. The best time was a 1:55. So about a second off of what Pitt's top time is doing. Those are 53 up to Hong. And V-Frog Aston, blue flag here. What that was, we had, I believe it was Johnson in the box just earlier.
I think there was one stage, wasn't it, when, so they were like the two Aston V12s were like 19th and 20th or something. Like, that's incredible to drag that machine into those kind of positions.
We were told it was about 2 seconds a lap slower than other cars, so like the fences. As John Sonicus is now in the 91 Mercedes, the Kovacs, up down into 19th place. Probably got a few places from pit stops, as P2 also pits Zach Smith, and trying to go for another undercut to gain a bit of time on Andy O'Hara. Might be doing a drive swap as well with Houlihan.
Yeah, but he's just jumped in the car then. See how much this undercut does benefit them, especially seeing as they've been able to adjust the tyre pressures for the current conditions. I'm going to go out on a limb and say O'Hara is expected to come in the next 1 or 2 laps.
So in about 15 minutes, I'm guessing we'll come into the car 600's pit strategy, because you pitted a little bit later after the safety car, so you have a little more time, don't you?
Yeah, because we had like 24, 25 seconds of damage. We had to come in the pit, and we just decided to run super long now and just try and maximise on track position and try and just catch up. But we're going to put Alexis in the car, who's very quick in her own right, so hopefully we can scalp another few spots.
Andrew O'Hara hits best life. He has a 54 dead, so extremely strong pace for the BS competition P9 car. Ryan Hillham will be trying to close the gap as fast as they can. Maybe undercuts and Andrew O'Hara.
Are they, so the 818, the P2, right? So they must have just stopped, correct?
Yeah, they just stopped just a few laps ago. So it might actually be a bit close coming in the pits. Because I believe the 818 car had an unlucky error in their first pit stop, which cost them 7 seconds to the 89 car. Even though they were ahead for most of the first stint. As the gap is about length of half a straight between the two. So Houlihan has closed the gap to maybe Philadelphia, but quite significant.
Did you just say Philadelphia, Bakita?
No.
It's gotten to this point of the race, has it, where comms just comes up with nicknames for every driver on the grid.
You got to be in the car next, Connor.
So yeah, Alexis in the car next, and then I'll be in the car after that, and then it'll be Alexis again, and then Liam to finish out the race. So in an hour and a bit, I reckon.
I believe one of the McLarens is running 4 drivers, which is pretty out there for a 6-hour race, sorry.
Yeah,
240.
yeah, they're running the full lineup for this, which I mean, like, it obviously keeps the drivers fresh, but yeah, I guess maybe not confident to run it with less.
So we see Nissan just run off a little bit wide there, letting Nurburgring through. Might have just hit that curb a little bit. Maybe took a little bit too much, as they mentioned before, that they can't really attack those curves as they can't.
So how are you guys doing, Ethan? Are you guys still in the race, or?
We parked it up. I think we probably would still be going around if we didn't get that stop go on top of that initial pit stop. A bit of a blunder from me, really. I just tried to loop it and collected the last car of the field, so it's deserved, but just a couple other unfortunate incidents that happened in my first stint that we just didn't see ourselves coming back from. A bit unfortunate. We were looking forward to racing you boys, especially coming back through the field, but that's racing, things happen.
Yeah, it is unlucky, and it kind of, when it rains, it pours in a way, doesn't it, on this game?
Yeah, I've had that experience a couple of times, but yeah, it's good to be up here commentating on the current race at the moment, and it seems as though we've got a bit of a race with P1 and that next one over perspectives. It's good to be here soon.
Yeah, the cars are kind of separated into like little battle packs at the moment that are like, they're starting to space out, but the little packs themselves, the 2, 3, 4 cars, are really kind of nip and toe at each other and back and forth and swapping spots and whatever. So if that can go on for the rest of the race too, it'll be great.
Yeah, especially with the blue flag cars, whether that be the ones or being overlapped, it throws another element in there. So Nah, it's good viewing, that's for sure.
So I believe soon we'll be seeing Mitch Hobbs and Jake Brown come into the pits. So then Philippa, Nikita can inherit the lead.
Yeah, I'd say if it's not this lap, it's next. Don't believe those two cars pit right at the start of the race, so they'd be quite tight on stint time.
We saw Philippa getting quite close to the end of the stint time for her first stint. I'm pretty sure she went about 7 minutes in all the way.
You're able to push it quite close as you lap in at 154, so if you play it correctly, you can kind of pit around that 67, 68, maybe even 69 minute mark of your 70 minute stint to reduce the time that you have to do for that final stint of the race.
You wouldn't want to be doing what Pete did at Donington Park. That's an 8-hour enduro. He crossed the pit entry line with 0 seconds left, so he just missed the penalty.
That's cutting that too fine for my liking.
Is it ultimate strategy on his part then, or was it just like, cutting it too fine?
I believe he said they mucked up the strategy, so I think it was a mistake, not intentional.
That could have been a costly mistake there. I guess if it's at Donington though, it's not the longest pit road, so wouldn't have sacrificed a whole lot, I'd say, but it's still another 15 to 20 seconds added onto your pit time, or onto your race time, sorry, that you don't need. This is a pretty fancy shot.
I didn't realise there was a spiky thing on the sausage.
And then you see that BMW just absolutely eat the chicane.
Aaron's taking a little bit of it.
The Mercs and the Ferrari seem to take that second part of the chicane pretty nicely too. I'm not too sure about the Porsche, as we also just see the Aston Martin come across, with Brown currently in the pits. Someone got a car stop just down the road, number is it 19 or 39? Yeah. Coming back on the track, might have just hit that curve a bit awkwardly. Now, there we go.
So the detail of Aston, we're told by Luke Johnson, it doesn't really like that, especially the first inside curve for the chicane. Just like a lot of other cars that do 3 right quite a lot. I'm pretty sure on him, did you have a moment there in the first stint?
I actually had 2, where I was kind of like, oh yep, I'm getting into the rhythm, getting into the groove, and then I decided that I was in the Merc again and decided to take the whole chicane, and the car did not like me.
Yeah, the one time I got a break in the steward's box, I go, oh yeah, let's look at Connor. Boom, straight into the grass. Like, oh.
I kept it straight, but yeah, it's just if you take too much, it just just doesn't like it.
I think we're expecting the 919 in this lap. It's cutting that stint time really fine. Pitting from the lead, so that should hand over the lead back to Nikita with Houlihan in P2.
These guys are battling the 400 car, I believe, in terms of their track position, so it'd be interesting to see how close that battle is.
Yeah, they overtook probably 10-ish laps ago now. With Floyd in the car, it'll be, the 400, with Cook in the car, it'll be interesting to see what that gap is post-pit stop. Have we seen Lawrenson in the car yet, or has Hobbs just done double stint?
I believe, Hobbsy's done a double stint.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see what pace Lawrenson can pull out of that Ferrari too, as I would say he's probably one of the most unknown around the pace, because he did set a quali lap and we haven't seen him during the race as well, so for all we know he could be coming out and setting fastest laps. And I wouldn't put it past him either if he does do that.
About the shootout, is there like a different mentality to go into the shootout than there is doing a normal qualifying session? Is there a lot more pressure and stuff?
It's definitely a more pressure-packed environment. I suppose when you do your first one, it's like your knees are kind of shaking a little bit. You're kind of like, oh, I don't know what to expect. Then when you get a bit more under your belt, you then kind of figure out what to do and figure out that, yep, okay, you want to set a clean, consistent first lap and then kind of go drive to the wall and, like, you know, maximise your track and absolutely go off your head in the second lap, unlike I did. But yeah, it's just a mentality of it's how calm and consistent and focused you can keep yourself and not get too caught up in, I guess, the time.
Do you usually have your teammates like in a separate voice chat?
So I am a talker as I drive, but the only time I ever mute people is when I do my shootout lap. So I'll talk to them all the way up until I'm about to go out, and then I mute everyone and away I go.
Good to know, because I ever make it one day.
I reckon. I have faith you'll make it, Grant.
So we're still on with Brad Cook in P6. I believe JP Sonic has overtaken them. Maybe hasn't hit yet, I believe, because I went up there before. And also, yet to take their second stop. So,
Sneakers took over from Samuel. They picked a little bit earlier around, probably I think just before that 4-hour mark. So that's probably where they're meant to be. I'd be interested to see. So last lap was at 54.8, which isn't too bad if he's 20 to 25 minutes into that stint. If he's looks like he's catching Floyd a fair bit. With Cook only 2.8 seconds back, so this should turn out to be quite a spicy battle. They were that 191, was that involved in the lap times? I think they got back a fair bit from memory.
I believe replays I saw.
I think they were a bit of collateral damage, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Just got a bit unlucky coming through. So they've done well to find themselves back up into P5. Houlihan, that gap, I believe it was around 8 seconds a few laps ago. It's come back down to 6 dead. So looks like he might be catching Makita a little bit. Maybe she had a mistake somewhere, or they're just dealing with traffic. Looking at the mini-map there, they're both heavy in traffic at the moment. So that could be playing a pretty big part of that gap.
Yeah, they've got a big train in front of them of cars to get through and sort, but I reckon Houlihan here won't be too phased about having the 6-second gap, if I'm honest. He'll just probably try to tag along and be there and be consistent as much as possible to see if he can kind of spook them, I guess, into overdriving the car to get away more.
Uh, 600 car of Liam Hamilton coming into the pits for the second time this race. Interesting to see where they drop back to. As they drop back to the back of the grid after that one. So, I believe, like I said, Alexis will take over the car.
Yeah, Alexis will be in now, so, and both very good at their stops, so we'll just see where our first stop put us out in 20th, so Liam's made an extra 13 positions off that. so we may get spat out 14th or 15th, which is still like pretty good, and we'll just keep trucking along.
Yeah, we're not even halfway in the race yet, and we've made up probably about half the grid, so we're doing good stuff. Gets past, seeing how many cars driven by Chad Hetherbridge to 13th place. So they're doing quite well. Alexis coming out of the pit lane. So they're behind Chad. So they'll probably be around here, like I said, 16th, 17th. He's another driver that was in the top 10 shootout just earlier. Got back a few positions, maybe got caught up in that incident. So behind Liam Hamilton now, overtaking. Pit stops. Maybe trying to hunt down, get back into the top 10. Just in front of Paul Barney, who was stuck behind for quite a lot of the second stint just earlier.
Barney did some mega defending in that battle. It's like, obviously I hadn't jumped in comms by then, so it was just riding on board and giving Liam, you know, keeping him calm, keeping him relaxed. But yeah, Viney did some mega defending, so.
Yeah, we were speaking about up in the comments box on how he just placed the car exactly where he needed to. Didn't make any mistakes, but you know, just had that unfortunate timing of the blue flag, which saw him on the back foot with Hamilton attacking for the final turn.
Yeah, exactly, and it's unfortunate, but that's how racing goes sometimes. You get in these situations where, like, sometimes it's better to just surrender or to, instead of fighting tooth and nail when those kind of instances come up.
Just having a glance, it seems, looks like Cooley's on the back of P22 there. Looks like it might really be the only battle going on at the moment. Everyone's kind of spread out, which is what we expect from the race. As he goes for a move there, looks like he gets it done too and should be able to attack this final chicane here quite aggressively with the man.
Really do like that livery, if I'm honest. It's plain, but I know it's just striking in a way.
It looks like it's a livery I've seen before on one of the older AMGs. I could be wrong, I think it's the silver, I've got no idea what year, but he's put a yellow twist on it. See if I can find a photo.
J1, 17th place, doing very well in the class. Now this is a Corvex car, you can see. Very bright and yellow, 569.
Here we go, it's the AMG Mercedes C-Class. So they had the D2 Private, is that what it is? It's a all silver car. It looks like he's put a yellow twist on it, so it looks quite nice. Yeah, very, very simple but effective.
The number plate is covering a little bit of the livery there. I always find that just always gets in the way when I try to make a livery. You like design part and then you put it onto the game. It's in the way, you can't see it. Chris Cooley has a little bit of snap on the inside going into the gravel at the chicane. It seems to be a safe rejoin as Damiano gets past and repasses this pool, so I believe it was just a bit unstable on braking.
Yeah, it looks like he arrived at that lap traffic a little, probably at the wrong time, I'd say. And just found himself on the back foot there, having a cut in that corner.
Really can happen there into that final chicane, can't it? Where like you kind of got your mindset that you've nailed it every other lap or most other laps, and then just one slight error going in, and it kind of wrecks the whole flow of the corner.
Leading it, car 213, yeah, 2 seconds off from Aaron Lee in the silver class. Closing the gap now, it's actually 1.9, so doing a great job at staying close.
Also see Mags approaching Johnson there for P18, he's within a second, although it's not for a class position, but Mags being quite a talented driver, I would say if he doesn't get too affected by that aero wash, will get his past up.
Mags is a very talented driver. He only spent, I think, half a season rookies, or not even, before coming into sprints. So I think just has that raw talent, and you see him around for a few more seasons leading.
Starting to get to that twilight area of the race, where the shadows are starting to come along. Cars are starting to look a little more beautiful with all the pickup on the side of the cars as well. So if you want to get a photo, now's probably the time to do it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I believe Matt Crick will be coming around and taking more photos of all the cars as he does for every Enduro, which is very nice of him. So yeah, the biggest problem with this is the sun in your eyes, judging braking zones.
It's a good kind of focus checker really to see how locked in some people are whilst they're driving, with the shadows and the sunlight coming through at inopportune times.
Think about that.
Yeah, over the next hour we'll definitely see that switch of mentality as Mags just drops a little there, coming onto the back straight. Yeah, those shadows start to hide your braking markers, especially if you use the road or a different coloured patch of grass. You kind of need to, I guess, pick a new one and just stick to that until it goes to the next time zone, which will probably be 9. I believe we're going to finish. We finish at 9 tonight. I think we will. As we skip to Houlihan, whose last up was a 54.3. Lawrenson's was a 54.2. So he seems to have the pace of the two front runners, as Houlihan has got a 7, dropped off about a second to Bakita. However, Bakita has done a 53.9 as her last lap, so still putting in quality laps at the front.
Yeah, crazy to think that their race pace is about much faster than my quality laps. It's just insane how much time the skill level of these top drivers are.
Yeah, especially with that high fuel load and that tyre deg, it takes a toll long term.
As I think we see JP Sonic is closing the gap to Ben Floyd, battle for 4th place. So maybe just them two getting ready for a little battle.
Previous lap was a 55. It looks like he's might have just lost a bit of time there, coming up to the back of Floyd with that aero wash, and with that tyre wear too taking a pretty big part. There we go, so Brendan Floyd's on a 55 too, so this is shaping out to be some battle.
So if you're in JP Sonic's position, would you try and get past him as soon as you can, or try and use him as a just sit back and see how the race goes?
I think it's just going to see how Floyd's attacking some corners, find out where his weaknesses are, get used to following him as well, so you know where you need to attack. I'd say with 3.5 hours to go in the race, just taking your time with it. They're both nearing, probably in the back half of their stints, so just finding that correct time to attack and then making that surprise lunge when Floyd's least expecting it. What would you do in this situation, Colin?
Yeah, I'd pretty much do very similar to what you would. You kind of would, you'd want to tack onto the tail of the car in front, but you'd want to analyse for at least a couple of laps, as you said, where they're weak, where they're strong, where you could manipulate them into a mistake, fill the mirrors and stuff like that. But then you probably want to change your plan to focus on attacking and get past as quick as possible after you've notified where they are weak, because the time you lose behind someone and battling is quite significant here.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, with Hamilton being stuck behind Viney, stuck by battling with Viney, yeah, finding it a bit harder to get past. With the tyres being so broad as well at around this time, it only makes it worse and worse as the stint goes on and as you sit there for longer.
Yeah, and the pressures and your tyres drop out and we know too much battling if you are the car behind. That's what we found, so yeah.
So, is your favourite corner or part of this track?
I mean, I don't have a favourite corner or part of this track. I just genuinely like this track overall as a whole. It's great to hot lap. Lots of different corners and variations and lots of different ways to attack the lap. And then in racing, in race trim, it provides just great racing, good battling, good door-to-door stuff. Yeah, it's hard to overtake, but like also, if every track was easy, where's the fun?
Probably not one of my favourite tracks. I just enjoy doing the Enduros. No, don't really have a favourite corner because I've gone off at it every single one of them too many times. I've made a mistake, so kind of hate them all. If I had to pick, it would probably be around the back section, approaching the chicane. If you're in a tight battle there, it can just swing either way, and it's pretty exhilarating too when you're going through there toe to toe. Do you have a favourite spot?
I think probably one of my favourite corners is last night holding. We'll probably do Schumacher S's. I just love going through there. It's a really nice feeling. It's always a challenge to see how much bravery you have to see
Your corner choice at this track, Grant, is a lot better than your last corner choice, so I'll accept it.
Hey, Spoon's a good corner.
It is not.
There's Ben Floyd going off. Peach trying to find the gap down the inside. Gets squeezed. And bunches right under the wheel, snap side by side. Great.
Hopefully gets that side draft there. Looks like the Ferrari's pretty quick in a straight line though. Despite Pete having the side draft, it does get a look down the inside. Brakes a little bit later. Tries to keep the nose in. Floyd does run wide. So Pete finds himself on the outside of the track there. And we know that through the arena section, being offline is just not not very good at all.
No, it ain't it on being offline through that section.
Seems to have settled down though, but yeah, there's not a whole lot of grit when you especially when you went off to that AstroTurf coming into that tight left right. That could be the end of your race if you don't handle that appropriately.
Right, this is probably the end of my stint in the 3 box. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Grant. Good to have a chat with you, cover the race with you for a bit too.
Thank you.
So as we see this battle just cooled down a little bit after Floyd made that mistake through the chicane. I'm sure Peach will find another spot to attack once he gets a little bit closer. Has seemed to have brought Cook back into it as well. He was about 4 seconds down and now he's only 2. So as you mentioned, Connor, he does lose a lot of time when you're in that battle.
Yeah, when you're battling, like, you lose lots of time, but it's allowing Cook to catch back up again. But these guys will be in the heat of the moment. Peach has just got to see if he can fill the mirrors again and see if he can get Benny to just make another mistake somewhere where he's vulnerable and then try and get him.
Yeah, definitely if it happens once, it happens again. Kind of rocks the confidence a little bit of Floyd, but being the driver he is, I'm sure he's all over that and able to get back into that zone pretty quickly. Just looking down the field a little bit, the field again seems pretty spread out. Looks like Johnson just got past Viney there for P17. Mags is also quickly approaching that battle down there. 3 different classes, so it's more for an outright position. Houlihan's gap to Bakita has dropped back down to 9 seconds. So it seems as Bakita and the BMW has found a bit of pace in this stint. With Floyd and Sneakers battling like they are, Cook is approaching for a top 5 spot. Lawrenson seems to just be in the middle of nowhere at the moment, with this battle being 20 seconds down the road. And it seems as though he is about 40 to 45 seconds off that. There you go, 44 seconds off the front too. So settling down a little bit now, but it's good to see battling as Floyd goes off through the chicane. That could have been a lot worse than it was, but as I mentioned the other lap, not having that confidence through there definitely can offset the whole lap and your rhythm with the pressure from Sneakers behind.
Yeah, and like trying to push through there as well when you got your mirrors field is where it's the smallest little mistake and bam. It was good of him to correct it though and keep it straight, because as you said, there can be some moments there where that is definitely a pit stop for some damage control.
Yeah, it can get quite hairy. I think we saw Floyd's teammate Sweet go off there earlier, and that was nearly the end of their race. He was kept very lucky to keep that ball. Looks as though Cook also tried to have a dive at the 97 Ferrari, however, might have just got a little bump trying to go around the outside through the arena. And has settled in just behind Floyd now, so he's out of one battle and he's into another, with Sneakers extending that gap to around 2 seconds.
I reckon that battle back there will be on for young and old really. They'll look to be nose to tail as we see a replay here of Floyd going through. He's gone, yeah, he's just taken too much of that curving there. It's just bumped the Ferrari out, allowing Peach to go through. And then seeing that battle there start.
He was pretty lucky to keep the position actually from this position here. I mean, Cook certainly had a run on him, so he's done well to, I guess, rectify that problem beforehand. How did you find the Ferrari through that first curb, were you able to use that initial left-handed curb as much as you were able to use the right, or not?
So we've set the car up so you can kind of graze that initial bit, but you can definitely use more of the exit curbing as opposed to the entry, because if you just take, even when we raised it a little bit to the point of where, like, you know, it wasn't going to hinder us too much, the Ferrari just can't do it.
Yeah, we found that too. If you use too much of that first initial curb, you kind of, that's it, you know, and then you end up throwing yourself over the second right end. That's the result. You end up in the weeds at the exit of the corner.
Seems as if Floyd has just locked back in though, as he's now just kind of edging away slightly from Cook. But I imagine Brad will see the goal in front of him and be hot on his tail for the rest of the stint. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, you should. I'm not too sure how the Porsche handles those tyres at the back end of the stint. It seemed pretty strong when they lapped me earlier on. However, I'm not too sure. A bit of a grey spot that the Porsche's tyre wear, I guess.
Brad was saying, because obviously I talk to Brad quite frequently, being teammates of his, he was saying that it does have a drop-off point fairly similar to the Ferrari in the sense of, like, around here it just hits a wall in the tyres and the pace just goes away from the car.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Ferrari as well.
Yeah, in a sense. I haven't actually driven the Porsche, considering I'm going to enrage a few people here, I'm not a Porsche fan, so it doesn't interest me, but I understand that it is a loved car by many.
Yeah, look, Porsche, I'm an overall Porsche fan, but I'm not a fan of driving the car. It's a unique taste. I'm kind of got turned off by the original GT3 cars, so I just haven't really explored it, I guess.
This new current model though, isn't it, like a bit easier to drive, like it's not as snappy?
Right, so a little, yeah, okay, so a little more driver friendly then. So it seems as though Sonikas has pulled a 2.5 second gap to this little battle here. Again, looking down the timetable there, not a whole lot going on. Everyone's kind of just plucking away at their stint. We do have a yellow flag just up. Did someone go off? Yeah, it looks like someone might have had a little bit of a spin. But no, we're approaching pretty rapidly the next round of pit stops. I believe the 240 car, 240 McLaren, has already made theirs, so they're a little bit behind scheduled time. So it'll be interesting to see how these pan out, if anyone has any damage, who hops into the cars next, etc, etc.
Yeah, the grid's kind of settling out now, really, and people are starting to really form their spots and their battles, which is good. You got a silver pack there of Skik Luna, Drea and Sonicus all battling for P10, 11 and 12. So they're not too far apart. They're probably split by 15 to 20 seconds. So that'll evolve over the course of the day.
Yeah, it definitely pans out across the long term. With everyone getting a go, it's like Bowen up the rear of the sister car with Matthew Bridge in there within a second, so it looks like Bowen's making some inroads, especially for you. I think that's good. As he gets past, might have been let through. I'm going to put that one down to team orders, mate. He was nearly a second behind.
Nah, look, I don't think there was team orders in play there. It was just Alexis is very quick in the car. That's what I'm going to put down to.
He's rapidly approaching sneakers with that silver battle you mentioned before. For that silver lead too, so that's, so definitely spicing up. Cook still keeping in touch with Floyd. Sneakers, Beach has dropped off a little bit. That gap's coming back down to 1.5. Maybe trying to navigate the traffic a little bit.
What I'm just noticing here over the grid too is that there's compared to a couple other Enduros we've had throughout the year, there's definitely a bit more of a spread of manufacturers, like especially in the top 10 you've got a Beamer, a couple of Maccas, a Lambo, a Porsche, a couple of Ferraris, then you go down to a Mercedes in 12th. Like there's definitely a bit more of a viable spread it seems here of cars that people have chosen.
I'd say I'm not too sure how the BOP has panned out. I think the only race I've done around here was in the wet. However, I think it's a little bit more BOP friendly to those outsider cars. But especially with this custom BOP coming for the next 2 rounds, it'll be cool to see some different cars and maybe see Bentley come back, a couple of Hondas as well. That'd be pretty interesting to, I guess, be a part of.
I'd be interested to see if someone or a team chooses the beloved GTR to rep it for the final 2 races. So especially with, as you said, the custom BOP coming back.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past a team to have that selection. Luke before was mentioning how they've kind of jumped through different cars, different skill sets as well required for each car, so from the Vito Master to the Nismo. But I'm sure that does open the avenue for teams to do that.
As we're watching on with the continuing battle of Floyd and Cook, Cook's just sitting within that half-second to second gap, not really, probably just looking to fill the mirrors and not really looking to attack just yet. So we'll see what pans out from here. But yeah, JP, or is it JP ahead? Yeah, he's kind of starting to drop them off a little bit, and yeah, probably rightly so. They were probably a top 5 pace car around here.
Yeah, I'd say traffic kind of held him up a little bit. Saw him drop back a bit, but I'm expecting the 191 to stay up in that top 5. Clean the rest of the race. This will probably be the battle for 5th. Both of these teams are quite closely matched, and it'll be interesting to see when Sweet gets in what times he'd be able to do to hopefully pull away from that 400 MIT core.
Floyd and Sweet are quite similar in terms of pace and lap time, I believe too. So if it's just substituting another Floyd with a different name, then yeah, definitely it'd be interesting to see if he can do the lap times needed to pull away.
Yeah, and in these long events as well, it's just that consistency. It's just making sure you don't make mistakes, you keep it on the black stuff, you avoid all the traffic as much as you can as Cook runs onto that AstroTurf a little wide there. Yeah, just keeping the nose clean seems to prevail a good result, which, especially the 600 boys, pretty good with that. I've found you tend to stay out of trouble and relatively pull a good result week in, week out.
Yeah, it's the aim of the game in these Enduros, really, isn't it? Like, you find your teams, like, you got Pip and Andy in the top 10 and the ABR boys, and Lawrence and Hobbsy as well, like, and even the Kovacs lads. You find that they genuinely 99% of the time stay out of trouble, so they quite regularly are up there. Just simply the fact that they got the pace, they got the consistency. They also got the safeness of just avoiding incidents, banks, collisions.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. And as we see Dryer coming in to the pits as well, so it looks like they've made up a little bit of time during that stint. But yeah, just keeping the nose clean is really important. And on top of that as well, I don't think we've seen any drive-through penalties for track limits yet, which is pretty surprising, seeing as we're nearly 3 hours in. And through the arena section, they're quite easy to pick up if you run wide coming down the hill. I'll be interested to see if that does play a part, especially throughout the top 10. I found when I was in the car that my track limits were pretty forgiving. I'm not too sure if that was because of the first lap or not. However, I was the lap traffic there. Lap traffic? Yeah, it was okay. All good. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the track limits play out as we see Floyd just run off the track there onto the AstroTurf.
I reckon a couple of teams are kind of sweating and sitting on those 3 warnings and just trying to survive it until the end of the race. There is some, I'd be interested to go back into my own team in a few minutes time and see how many they've got, because I got 1 in my first stint, 1 track cut, so be interesting to see if they've got any more or not, but there'll be a couple of teams who are kind of closer up to the drive-through warning.
Yeah, they definitely creep up onto you, and normally when you get 1, probably not so much around here, but when you get 1, kind of let your guard down a little bit, and it's pretty easy to get a 2nd or a 3rd. I know that at Suzuka, I think I got 2 or 3 within 2 laps, which is a pretty big wake-up call. So, but it's good to see that everyone's stayed out of trouble so far. As we welcome Brad back to the box, how are you doing? Not too sure if we leave on comms there, but that's all good.
Once the mic is found, we'll get him. As we're still on board, they're coming up to the lap traffic here. Be interesting to see where the lap traffic lets them go, or it'll be down the straight here. Definitely, maybe not.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah, looks like they've
just rolled off.
Yeah, guys, mate, it's been I have been actually watching this one most of the time on the phone while they go. There's some great little battles been going on.
Yeah, there's just little battles popping up here and there. I wouldn't say there's any huge ones that have been happening, but if I'm just having a look at the minimap now, we've got about half the cars within, I'd say, 20 to 25 seconds here on the track. This would be a pretty gnarly battle to be in, even if you're not in a battle, just having to avoid everyone. That's something I haven't really seen before. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and really kind of noticing the guys are doing really well with a lot of blue play, like a lot of lap traffic. They've been super courteous, I've noticed they've been really good, but far out, if you do have that big battle like what you've got there between Floyd and Cook, all you need is a lap car between the two of them, and you can get a fair bit of a gap between them if you don't quite get it right in between some corners.
Yeah, exactly, and just on that as well, we've seen Peach kind of get through Floyd, but he hasn't really rocketed away as well. It's still hovering around that 1.8 to 2 second gap. And again, traffic wouldn't be helping that situation at all, but I was expecting him with the pace that he had. Let's just drop down to 1.5. The pace that he has, I was expecting him to kind of get past and fly away.
Oh, he thought the same actually, just I thought he would have had a lot more. But yeah, I think it's, I don't know whether it's just getting to the end of the stint or what, but yeah, I thought he had a lot more pace. But I'd say just a few things that just kind of choked it up a bit.
As we see Floyd and Cook get past the lovely V12 Aston Martin, let them through, which is great sportsmanship. Not a whole lot again to report on. Mags is still on the back of Viney. It looks like he's been there for a few laps. Last time I looked, he was there as well. As Holmes in that Lamborghini does continue to pit. We are approaching that 3 hour in, 3 hour to go mark. It'll be interesting to see when these drivers do pit. I don't think the undercut is playing as much of a part as maybe I initially thought. What do you boys think?
Yeah, I don't think the undercut is as... I was in the same vein, I thought the undercut was quite strong. But just due to all the traffic and all the other cars around and all the battling going on between, like, cars left and right and all that, it's kind of holding people up, where the undercut kind of isn't benefiting, and it may be best for a lot of teams, not every team, but a lot of teams, to run long.
Yeah, it's just finding that appropriate spot to come out in as well. If you find yourself pitting and coming out in traffic, you just leak time, and especially when you're in a battle like this, that is the difference between overtaking and not.
Absolutely, and especially if you're coming out, you've got cold tyres, you're trying to make up as much pace as you can, and then when you're in the middle of slower cars, it's amazing how much you might try and do that early leapfrog or something like that, and it's just, sometimes it'll work, but yeah, as you're saying, this time around it just doesn't seem to be making quite as much of a difference.
Well, we've seen now Floyd pulling out of that battle and coming into the pits. I would say after that little off early, the tyres wouldn't be feeling overly great. However, he's let Cook through, and Nurburgring pit from around P8 as well. It looks like he's come out in P12, P13. So definitely starting to spice things up a little bit. I guess in the next 20-ish minutes we'll be able to get another read on where everyone's sitting and who's in whose cars, and especially their pace too.
That's a great little shot there coming down the main straight and back. You can really definitely hear from when you're on watching it live. There's some cracking sounds. It's amazing how cool you're getting the backfires and the burbles as they're coming down through the gears, flicking throttles, and then absolutely screaming out the backside. Oh, that's a great shot. That's a great view, that one.
Well, I'm going to leave you guys for a bit of the call. I've got to jump in and drive the car, so I'll be back around again after I've got out. But good luck with the little bit of the call I'm going to miss.
Thanks, Connor.
Good luck for your show, mate.
Yeah, cheers, Connor. Great job,
Cheers.
mate. All the best.
Yeah, we just got a bit of a changeover here. I know Ethan, you're going to head out as well, so
That's all good. I can stick around for another 10-ish minutes.
okay.
But we do see Sneakers pitting from P4 now, so see where he comes out in relation to Sweet, who we're on board with at the moment, as they were in a bit of a tight battle beforehand. There's only about a 1.5 second gap, so this would be a pretty big indicator of that undercut if there was one. Not, again, that I've really noticed it throughout the race.
Yeah, it'd be definitely interesting to see whether it has made a difference. And again, coming out with a little bit of clear air can make a world of difference.
But 191 car's moving now.
That's going to be very close, very close.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. Is that a car around coming down the hill? It's like the 959 struggling to get back on its feet, but Sneakers has cleared them. He's gone through turn 1 now.
Yeah.
Or it might be Samuel, I think he might be in now, unless Sneakers is double stinting, but it looks like it's extended to about a 5 second gap.
Yeah, there you go. 3, 7, 5. Yep. It is a good little gap there.
As we're just welcoming Leo to the comms box, how's your stints been going?
Disaster, mate.
Saw you running up in that top 10 for a bit, weren't you?
Yeah, we were 5th with Graham. He's obviously the better driver, but he got lucky in the first stint. So yeah, he missed the carnage on lap 1. But we always knew that everybody was going to come back at us. But we're out of strategy, so we're actually a stop ahead of everybody. So once everybody has stopped now, we'll cycle back. We're probably about 11th, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
but I didn't have a good 2 stints. I messed up all over the place.
Definitely made it through though, and you're still in that top 15, which is still a good result.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, Leo's sitting 15th at the moment, mate, so definitely see how it pans out once all the pits come and settles back in.
Yeah, I had 2 little issues with back markers, but I think it was probably all on me as well, not being decisive enough. You know, it's always tricky, man.
Yeah.
How's your race going, Ethan? I saw you guys were caught up in that first lap melee, I think.
Yeah, no, we're not racing anymore.
Oh no.
Yeah, parked it after the first stint. Yeah, just unfortunate, really. This racing, we all love to hate it sometimes, and I think we just got too far back. After that initial, I think we found ourselves 40 seconds last coming into that safety car, and then I got to stop go. So that doesn't help at all either.
So you didn't catch up back to the train after the two laps?
No, I was battling with the kind of sort of back in where we probably should have been in P3 on the track, but it just wasn't meant to be today, unfortunately, and that's all right. Again, you have those days. Definitely had the pace for a top 5. I think if we avoided that incident, if maybe it tapped Connor and we weren't quite involved, I think we'd be pretty comfortable in P3. But again, you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda. It is what it is. If we worked off hypothetical situations, mate, I'd probably win every single race. So.
How good is car 919, man? Coming through the field on 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, they're absolutely airborne at the moment. We knew that, you know, Hobbs and Lawrenson are both very quick drivers, so I don't think it was an if, I think it was more of a when if they could avoid the first couple of laps.
I saw when I left here, the gap at the top was only 0.3 after that first stint between Bukita and Houlihan, but I see there's a bit of a gap now. It's just edging away by the looks of it.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely on it, mate. Absolutely on it. So as you can see there now, after all but 10 seconds, and after that first stint, it was pushing up to that kind of 6-ish from after that first stint, and she's just, yeah, going crazy.
The BMW's definitely turned on it within this last hour. I think it was just a matter of getting past the 818 McLaren and then settling into a rhythm which O'Hara and Bukita have done really nicely.
Yeah, great. Hey Ethan, for somebody that I kind of think is one of the quicker drivers, man, how do you consistently, I'm looking at Bukita just basically doing quali laps, lap after lap, like, you know, sometimes I look at some of these aliens, I go, to be that consistent, you know, is it just muscle memory, do you reckon, or is it just obviously like raw talent, man? It's incredible.
Good question. I was fortunate enough to compete in SRO, so I was able to drive with all of the Bukitas within the Asia Pacific region.
Yeah.
And I probably, it's tough, isn't it? You sit there and you go, I would consider myself quick, yes. But then I'm looking at, you know, these drivers like in front, Houlihan, Bukita, Smith and O'Hara, and I wonder the same thing. It's practice, that's all it is, man. You don't know how much you're on the edge until I guess you're in that position. I find myself pretty much on it for most races, and to think that I'm still a good half a second to a second slower than Bukita is mind-boggling. There's a pretty there's a way that you can find that pace. They do. Not too sure if she's doing it too much now. I know there's a zero traction control glitch at the moment. I don't know if it's a glitch or if it's just skill, but I know that if you run zero traction control with the correct mechanical, you're fine. But yeah, there's a bit of a glitch where you can kind of slide it through the corners, and when you're sliding it through the corners, it doesn't add that tyre wear, but you're definitely being able to find that pace, being able to put your foot down a bit earlier.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, being someone that I just can't wrap my head around it, so that's why I think that's that pace differential. But no, it's practice. You are on the edge a lot of the time, and a lot of the time as well, you are moments away from disaster. So
That's it, man.
that's all it is. Yeah. Hope that answered your question. I'm not too sure if
Yeah, no, look
a
at
little tangent there.
because I always think there must be like in different versions of the game maybe some sort of tweak that helps, but at the end of the day you still need all the pace and all the talent anyway. But it's like you said, that extra 0.5, you know, like these guys just to be on it like that, it's just incredible.
Well, you break it down and it's, you know, under a tenth a lap, under a tenth a corner, sorry. So you're looking at around here, if Bakita is 5 tenths, 6 tenths faster, right, she's probably
Sorry.
No, you're good. Probably around 0.4 to 0.5, 0.04 to 0.05 quicker each corner, and you know that's not even a blink of the eye, really. So that's the amount of time you're looking at each corner that you just need to accumulate across the lap, and that's, you know, where it separates the boys from
got to
the men
break it down.
like that.
Yeah.
So it's just pure skill. That's what I put it down to. Your start can only get you so far.
It's a good little battle going on for P11. See, there's I think Steele is also coming through the back after lap 1 issues, so
Yeah, I saw them with a 10-second penalty earlier. I don't think that set them back too far, but I believe Steele's just jumped in here, taking over from Loverink.
yeah, they're a good pairing. They're from the States, right?
I believe Loverink is still, I think he's Australian. Loverink did message me a couple of days ago just saying that the original teammate did have an injury, so still I believe is a bit of a super sub today, and he's doing really well.
I agree. He's holding well just outside that top 10. But definitely not holding things up. He's doing very well if he's the sub-sub.
This little battle pack is going to get spicy soon, hopefully.
Yeah, 4 of them there. It's just a matter of time, right on the edge of making sure they're coming in off the back end of pits and in and out. Yeah, he's very, very keen still there. He's definitely got he knows where he can smell opportunity. It's coming. It's definitely coming.
Hey Brad, how was your race so far?
Oh, mate, I'm in the rookies, mate, so I am very much just watching and learning and enjoying watching all you crazy guys do lap times and car control that I can only dream of, mate. So I'm at the moment just loving watching the absolute finesse that all of you guys are putting on, mate. So I'm enjoying definitely enjoying the commentating and the watching. Here we go.
Oh, there we go. He's got to run on him now.
This is a four-way battle. We've got hit behind as well in this too. So this is all for position, which is pretty insane. Especially 3 hours and 15 minutes into this race, where we've got 4 cars battling for that P11.
How good's this?
Yeah.
Bell seems pretty racing that Porsche. I'm not too sure if she's made her stop yet or not.
I think they did. Yeah, they came out just ahead of us after I got out of the car.
Looks like Frank's got it. He's well and truly sticking up the course right there. Still, mate, you only got to be half a flinch off. Here you go. A little bit soft on the corner there.
Top speed, Ferrari should be alright. Let's see how the Porsche goes. Holds its own, man.
Yeah. Great, a couple of the guys are saying brakes seem to be quite as good on the brakes in the Porsche, but definitely through some of the tighter stuff they seem to definitely be able to hold their own there too. Seemed really kind of catching through that little braking area on the Macca there. Yep.
Looks like John's struggling a little bit here with this pressure. We've seen Steele just pull away there. This battle pack being about 6 seconds behind that P10. Oh, as Bell goes around the outside, opens the door for Hill to have a look through the inside there, but settles back down.
Yeah. Johnson's work is definitely cut out. Definitely doesn't seem to be quite on it as much as he was. So, yeah, not really sure what's on it.
Yeah, it's bringing 240 back into this as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, it's bringing Lay back into this battle with. That Porsche looks very loose, just from a first glance. It seems as though she's drifted through most corners. I don't know, just the way that she's driving it is pretty standing, especially seeing it's kind of chasing it a fair bit.
Did you get a bit of aero wash? But yeah, that Porsche, I can't drive that car. I've tried it a few times.
We haven't had a chat about it before. It's definitely a separate skill set on top of being able to drive and play the game.
So true. You've got to either go to drive Porsches or you just don't drive Porsches. there's no medium ground in the middle where you either do or you don't.
Just touching on that battle there too. So Johnson was out sequence, so that explains his lucky pace there. Yeah, the tyres being about an hour old at this time of night.
Yep.
So I think this is the battle for the silver class. Who's leading Pro-Am at the moment? Is it Bridge?
Yeah, I think they're out of sequence. Because I know that the 600 car's also a little bit out and they're in front of them. But if we're having a look at that, even after it hits off, I would put my money on them still being in front. Listen in the 111 asset there.
Yeah, I'm trying to do a very quick calculation on the gaps between P9 and P17 and see if Heavy Bridge does have to come in, are they still going to be in front or just in front?
Regardless, it's going to be tight. It's the race that we're all here to watch.
Absolutely. It's the best part about it is you get to watch it sit out.
Saw somebody in the chat earlier say they're happy to put this on because they were at a boring wedding, so some background music. Listening to us boring voices, but anyway.
Well, at least when you're watching it on YouTube, you get all the those all that every minute 50. Yeah.
What other close battles have we got on the at the moment? Is there maybe further back a couple of close battles?
Yeah, I was just kind of looking around that early 20s. There's a couple, but there's still kind of 2-second gap. I did see there just before that, a lot of the pits there was a nice little battle in the top teams. It's just, I suppose, how it all kind of settles out once a lot of the guys have gone through the pits just to see how that actually does look.
Well, boys, I reckon I'm going to have to jump off. I've been here for a couple of hours now. Appreciate the chat. First time up here, so I think I did alright. Yeah, I'll definitely, hopefully, catch you soon. Oh, as Baldwin, Zach Baldwin gets a 10-second penalty for causing a collision on that car. That's the 200 car. I think they're outside the top 30 there. But no, I appreciate it, boys. It's been a lot of fun. And all the best with your individual races.
Thanks, Ethan. Thank you. Enjoy the early beer, mate.
Thanks, boys. Cheers. All the best.
Yeah.
Hey Glenn, have you been on literally all day, or have you had a bit of a reprieve at some point?
No, I've been here.
Ben's
Yes.
been the ultimate video controller, mate. He's making the scene for us.
Awesome, man. Do you want to maybe see if you can pick up that replay on lap, was it 91 for car 200? Maybe we can have a look at that little incident.
Yeah, little one, see what happened there. It's actually looking even lying that 240. I remember, Leo, we were talking right at the beginning, they were like right in the back.
Yeah.
It's like, I reckon their days busted, but I don't know how they are in the sequence now as well, because they obviously did have that little bit of a out of sequence pit. But we're sitting in P14 at the moment, so climbing the way back. We're doing a lot better than I was anticipating after that really tough start for them.
Yeah, agreed. No, they're very quick. I think they're actually on par with the strategy with the pit stops. So I think they're on merit at the moment. I think it's only 700 still to pit. Looking through that field at the moment.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree, because I don't think a Berlin would be a legitimate.
If they are, they're having the race of their lives. So
it's more the pro than the am in that one, maybe.
There's been another interesting guy. This Matthew Spinazzi. He usually drives in shakedown. He's one of the faster drivers there. They have the Porsche 666 entry for all the other races, but I see he's in car number 69 today. So in a Merc. So they quick, and then they, I think, also a bit out of position, to be honest. So maybe fighting their way back as well.
Yeah, I think halfway through, having a good old fight, trying to get through all the cars of battle, and trying to keep it clean is still the hard part. You still got to make sure that, especially kind of the main pro drivers, that as we were saying earlier, trying to keep away, being so much quicker than a lot of the guys that are ahead of you without being too aggressive and getting penalties for pushing your way through where you probably couldn't have done.
Yeah, that's right. Just looking through the timing tower there, car 645 looks like they're on the back of 1111, so there's another good little battle brewing.
Yeah, this one here. And then even the Ferrari and the Lambo right at the bottom of 23, P23, P24, had a close little run.
Yeah, these endurance races are interesting. You kind of tend to find the same people on track at some point, over and over and over.
Yep, that's it. You'd be very used to this view, mate, that we're looking at the moment, hey? It's coming off it.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired of it actually. I'm happy to. Happy to
change.
Yeah, beside the back of the Porsche. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so here we are with the leader. How are they doing? So last lap, just 2:49. So they probably just came out of the pits. They probably just had their last pit stop then.
Yes, you can see they've had the driver change their hairs in there now.
Yeah, 919 is only 3 seconds behind them. I would suggest they probably still have another pit stop to do then. Because I think they were about 20 seconds behind P3 when I last checked, so...
Yes, definitely agree. Yep. Smith there was definitely no one in between those two, so yep, I'd say it won't be too far away from needing to pit here.
So what's your favourite livery on the track, Brad?
Oh, wow, mate, there's very impressed with a lot of them. I suppose the first one that really actually stood out to me there was the orange Porsche. Not that I very much appreciate. Oh, yep, a little bit too tight coming into that last round. Yes, that braking marker by about a tenth of a second. Go look at that one there.
Still alive, still pointing forward, man.
Oh, isn't it? Oh, yep. The old pretty butt cheeks after that one.
You gotta love it. He drives off track and still does a 55.8. I was battling to do that without going off track. So.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I hate you. How can you be so good, even when you're bad?
It looks like the last round of pit stops are coming in now. To kind of see where people sit. There's a few that obviously pitted a bit earlier or out of sequence purely because of maybe incidents where they had a bit of damage, like we had to do that as well. So we came in early, had a short stint, and yeah, I would suggest that's why some people only about to pit or pitting now.
Guys, I'm just going to jump in. This incident with Car 200, I'm just going to play in a replay that was filmed.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, so it sort of starts around there. When his car is letting the car was not flag and let someone pass. 200 comes up. And you see things get a bit squishy.
Yeah.
And a bit of bump. And then it's getting worse.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's probably not what you want in an endurance race. It got out of hand. I think they both got a bit frustrated with the tapping.
Yeah.
It all looked pretty fair up until that point. It was hard racing. Yeah, that corner actually that they came out of there, it's very easy to lose it. So there's a very good chance the car in front actually lost it. And that made the other car tap into its back to just make it spin around even further. Yeah, that's unfortunate. 10 seconds, not too bad. It's the damage that's the worst, and you lose another 10 or 20 seconds trying to get back on the track, which is sometimes worse.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you get a little bit of steering damage or something like that on the front end, and you go, yep, a little bit of frustration just takes the 10 seconds and adds the next 10 seconds.
Yep, it all adds up.
The damage was bad enough that 200 came straight to the pits. Actually, both cars came straight to the pits after that, so they were both damaged sufficiently that they felt they needed to get it fixed straight away.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for both.
Who's the Ferrari that we're looking at from here?
Just trying to see, it's 600, which is Lexus is running 7th. I think Lenny was past there. Yep. So that means the leaders are the next car. Wouldn't that? Yeah. Alexis done the right thing and probably just could have held off. I don't know the words that are coming out there. I'm just going to go back to a replay. 200 came out of the pit, something good happened. Basically pulled over and then returned to pits once again, so I'm not sure what's happened to them there. They returned back to pits.
I know normally you've got to be like completely stopped, as you know, you've got to be completely stopped to go in and return to pits. So yeah, that's weird, and they've had to make a major adjustment to the car. Right.
Just a bit.
Did it show how long they've been in the pits there for? That little figure?
Total time lap 7 minutes. So
yeah.
Maybe equipment failure? Possibly a wheel failure?
Yeah. Could have been something with their own computer, possibly.
Matt in the chat is telling us a story about how Steele and Laverick were due to run different teammates until yesterday they'd never even spoken to each other. So they came together at the last minute to be on the race. So it's a success story, isn't it?
Here you go. Yeah. It looks like we've got Charlie that's just coming along through there, mate.
Here we go, Charles. You are awake. I wasn't sure. How are you? Don't be too enthusiastic.
Almost, mate. Well, the first hour, like all good enduros, mate. Plenty of action going on. Typical first few corners, and everyone finding a little bit of each other. A bit of love had, a little bit of love given. And so gradually, as we've been seeing over the last 2.5 hours now, a lot of the pro drivers just gradually sifting their way back up through the field as they're just kind of pushing on and getting through, which has meant there's been some awesome little battles kind of midway through the pack, kind of the low 20s and the high teens. There's been some awesome little kind of battles going on while you get a lot of the pro guys starting to wiggle their way up and through. So it's been pretty good. It's the last little bit hasn't been too out of the ordinary. It's again pretty typical midway through a good 6 hour stint, mate. Everyone's just getting into a real good groove now, and it's just kind of trying to keep your car straight, keeping it safe, and trying to keep it consistent.
Yeah, right. Question: how many people died in turn 1?
None. They all died in turn 3.
Turn 3, yes. Yep. It was turn 3, turn 4. Yes. Which was, and it was guys right up the top of the order too, which meant that it was the concertina then down through the rest. So,
just around here, Charles.
Fortunately,
right here.
Yep, right there, and most of the cars did not face this way. So, definitely facing the other way. So, just looking here, got that little Aston in the rear view as well, just coming, kind of just sitting there. Is it Aston or is that? Definitely Aston colours. So, yeah, mate. Outside of that, it's been a nice little race there, Charlie.
Yeah, nice. How is this car?
This is the Aston V12. We have. It was permitted for these 6-hour events, as were all of the older cars. If anyone wanted to drive them, and a couple of the teams have taken on the V12 and having a great old time with it. They're not going to win, but they're having a lot of fun.
If
Yes.
I knew it, I would be running the Lancer.
Yeah. No, it's they've actually been doing pretty good. Like obviously to them they're just outside the 20, but there's 2 of them there, and yeah, they're having 6 hours of fun. Just a little bit of nostalgia, mate, going back a few years now.
Sounds like a jet.
Nice little move there. Is that for position?
No, I don't think so. I think they're a lap down. They're unlapping themselves.
Yeah, gotcha.
Imagine getting passed by a V12.
Oh,
Ooh, absolutely, mate. I'd love to. Listen to that thing as it roars past.
Something else is roaring in the background there, but sure.
Classic livery on that one.
Yes, that's it. Awesome, bringing back the glory days of 10 years ago.
That's it, man. I know the McLaren F1 team at some point had a throwback livery like similar, which was pretty cool as well.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that was a Monaco 21, I think.
That's good.
Sorry, I unceremoniously dropped off the stream, guys. We had an incident, so my teammate was screaming for me. So apologies for that.
Yeah, it's all good, mate. I'm glad you were there to be able to help out. And,
We ended up being pinged with a penalty, so maybe feel free to put it on the replay if you want.
Yeah, I'd actually, when you did go, I kind of put a couple there together, and I'm like, Hill, I'm like, that 10-second penalty, where'd that come from? So, I don't know, maybe Glenn might be able to find that one there too. What was going on?
Yeah, it was lap 106, I think, Glenn, on T1. But
Thank you.
yeah, no, this livery is really beautiful. I do like it. Definitely easy on the eye.
Yep, that's it.
But yeah, they're running out of position. I mean, Stephen Ty is another SRO driver, so definitely up there. But yeah, taking on a challenge for this Enduro with this car, for sure.
Yeah.
Good old
Yep.
V12.
Yep. I loved the Astons that much when I first got onto ACC. It was the first car that I started racing with, was the V12 Aston.
Yeah, listen to them, and whichever one sounds the best, you just get in that, right?
But when you start out, it's all about the sound. It's not about the skill.
Yeah, definitely makes a sound when you crash into a barrier.
That's only if you turn the wrong way.
Yeah, so Graham, he said to me he thought he had the inside line here, and he felt like the guy just cut over, didn't give him racing room, but yeah, I don't know. That's a touch and go one. But unfortunate for them, unfortunately for us as well. Penalty, so everybody loses.
Yeah, that was very close. You definitely looked like he was up, and you knew that he was there to make the move. All the stewards have made the call, but it's, yeah, yep. I thought they would have been right on the line.
Yeah, very interesting incident there. Looked like it had the overlap, but maybe just wasn't there. Wasn't enough.
I wonder whether or not he might have been a little bit too far out of the side mirror as well, like because he was definitely probably a good 2 to 3 car lengths across to the inside there. I just wonder whether or not the Porsche even kind of half lost sight of him to know how close he actually was.
Yeah, probably. I think on the onboard, like if you look at it on board, it looks like a tough penalty, but on the aerial replay, it does look like it's yeah. Look, you know, the guy who's trying to pass needs to make sure you do it safely, right? So it's I suppose that's Stuart's made the decision. We'll roll on. There's still 2 hours to go, so we'll try and make up some time on track.
And you're still in the lead of the silver class.
Yeah, I reckon after that penalty though, the number 8 car will get that lead back. So that was the battle for the silver. So we'll see how we go. It looks like Graham's got good pace though. So
yeah. Yep, looking at it there, mate. 7.5 seconds. If he can push on, and try and get that out over the 10, you might find after that next session that he can kind of claw back that 15 seconds. Very tough though. It definitely makes for a hard afternoon.
Hey man, and then I still have to drive and I'm slow, so.
Yeah, no pressure on you. No pressure on you at all, Leo.
I saw the 700 after their pit stop. They've now cycled back to 16, but they're still ahead of the 199, so they're still leading the Pro-Am class after their pit stop, so still going really well.
Yes, yep, and by a good kind of 15 plus seconds too. So they're I thought it would have been a little bit closer than that, but they're doing really well in that Ferrari.
Yeah.
Speaking of, there are quite a
Needs
few
a
of
wash.
Ferraris. Yeah, don't they? Oh. I could well imagine to give it another probably hour, and it'd be interesting to go to one of the in-car views and actually see the sun glare on the that windscreen as it's coming down as they're going towards that big hairpin at turn 8. I reckon it'll be. Oh, that was a little bit of a slide there. It'll be very interesting to see how well they can actually see the braking markers when you can't see anything with all the sun glare in your eyes.
Yeah, the changing conditions. The next 2 or 3 sessions will be stints will have the biggest change. It's shadows and where you see your brake markers and things like that. So you have to, look out for these things, as well as like you said, the sun, coming into the eyes. But the car should pick up speed as the track cools down a bit, I would think. So don't know what the current fastest lap is, but I saw a few people throwing 54s around earlier in the race.
Yeah, I haven't seen. Glenn, you might be able to pull that up, mate, for us. But still looks like majority of them are in that kind of that low 55s.
Yes, I'll just have a look at that in a second. Just going to give you a bit different view of our
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
how much it needs a rush.
Next time it comes in, can you just go get the chamois out?
I will.
Great
Down there.
effort on the suspension ride too. That actually.
I don't know how they did this livery, with all those little black spots.
Took me ages with a vivid marker.
It's going for the half camouflage look by look of that.
So, who were you asking about with the 155s? The leaders or?
No, just seeing what the current fastest lap of the race is so far. Just looking that, seeing most of them are still sitting around that kind of 155 mark, getting to the lower 155s. Just seeing what, how that's all travelling as far as now that the temperatures are just starting to go down. Looking at the track, it's down to 22 degrees from the 30 odd that it was, 35 at the start of the race. So just as the track cools down that little bit, just keeping an eye on those lap times.
Yeah, the leaders. The the fastest lap is a 53.767. The
Wow.
last lap for O'Hara was 54.290, so half a second off the best.
There's definitely 2 or 3 races going on here.
Yeah.
You got that, Leo? You're all good, mate? You got that?
54s.
57, mate?
Yeah,
54
it's incredible, man. I'll try and do it my next stint, no problem.
Yeah.
I'll have to take a few shortcuts somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to
there's-
say, don't worry about that last chicane, mate. Just go straight ahead.
Yeah, there is one, but you run into a block, one of those orange and white blocks. If you try and take it, trust me, I've tried.
Yeah, I think it's the same on Watkins Glen, if I'm not mistaken, with the orange things. Chicane. You just hit them and you're dead.
Yep. Instant death.
Happened to me.
Oh, no. Yep.
Like, you know, you're going, you go off, you're just like, okay, well, I'll just hit this through and continue, and then I found out that was solid.
It's they're the ones at the bus stop, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. At the bus stop. Yep. They don't bang out of the way.
No, they're not styrofoam.
Yeah, the more you know.
Good.
So driver of the day definitely at the moment is probably car 919. I would suggest, having come so far down, and they're I think up in P3. And to be honest, I think Sonicus, JP, and Samuel, after their first lap incident, they back up to P4 as well. So they really good recovery drives for those cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's also a very nice livery.
Yeah, AVR always has some really good ones. I don't know. I think it's Preach Designs that does some of their stuff, but they've got fantastic liveries.
It seems very simple but nice.
At least they got the bluey greeny permanent markers out, whereas everyone else got the black ones.
Yeah, great drive this, I think, from Samuel and JP. They've been doing well in the endurance races, typically up second or third as well, so collecting some good points.
Yeah.
See Connor Hind 600 is now also behind car 8. There's a close battle on track, car 600. There should be some good action on track.
Yeah, between him and Bill there, yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, it shouldn't be too much of a battle considering they are different class. You know. Anything could happen here.
Yeah, and the hard part, as we were saying early on, is the passing points. Very, very few areas that you can, outside of kind of turn one, definitely, if you get a real good drive out of the last corner. You got to be super committed to any overtaking. Points does make it a bit trickier.
Yep, that's for sure. So this is Rochefort, car number 921.
Yep, and we've got Connor chasing Lily Bell.
Oh, yeah, they're on its tail.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh no. Or is it? No, that's Bell, sorry.
That's Bell in front, yes.
Yeah, actually it's further up the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Graham Hill will definitely fall back behind both of these after the 15-second pit stop. So I think Connor Hind also, he was the 600, he was the culprit or the first victim of lap 1, I think, from memory. Car 600.
That's correct, yes. They were last.
Wow, yeah, that's also fantastic coming back. They'll probably get to P10 that's right. Easily.
So 2 hours to go. I reckon they'll have that one for sure. You can see he's definitely all over the back of Bell there.
you know, a little bit squeezy in that Porsche, like typical rear engine cars. Very squirmy on the brakes, hard brakes there coming into that last chicane. And this is the inevitable, really, isn't it? Of waiting for the overtake to happen.
It's all a matter of buying your time. I think it's always important to be patient when you know you're quicker than the car ahead. It's trying to make sure you do a clean overtake. As we saw earlier with Graham, got a bit unlucky, so it's all about looking for the car in front of you to maybe make a mistake, or you know, on the exit try and line them up.
Yep, that's it. Nice and deep under the brakes, and then try and keep that momentum going.
Yeah, it's just very difficult through this little section. I don't know what you call the, I think through these S's, it's
For the macro S's, yep.
yeah, it's very difficult to follow a car, as your car saw there. There's you typically get understeer on the first turning with a bit of aero wash, and then keeping the pace up is really difficult there.
Because it's, I have seen on a very rare occasion you do get someone who happens to hold a bit of the, doesn't get too much of the wash and is able to get up the inside there, but you've got to have balls of steel and know that you've actually really got the confidence in that front end when you're coming into the first part of that chicane.
Yeah, so still not past him, so I do think after the next cycle of pit stops maybe they'll jump past him better. Layla doing a really good job in P11 at the moment.
Yep. And just as we were saying, just starting to get that sun just in the eyes, top of the visors there now, so that'll definitely come into effect over this next hour.
Yeah, it's the time of the day where fatigue sets in for some of the drivers. Those who've done a couple of double stints and things that sometimes can catch up with you as well.
Yep. Another one of the pros coming up from behind there too. This is a great little battle for this. Is what's this, top pro-am, guys?
He was left space there on that. Was fantastic driving from both those guys. Yeah, great overtake. He went for it. I don't know if the gap was there, but it stayed open. And that's P15 for car 700. Yeah, top pro-am driver.
Great job there.
Yeah, Charlie.
We twice by a mile, and that is that Hind?
I think that was 700 that just went off there. So they, after all that good work, they dropped 2 spots then.
Yeah. Just, I'm like, am I looking at something wrong there? Oh, and now cooking the tyres too.
Yeah. We'll see after this next timing screen, but I think they dropped 16. They're probably down to P17 now.
Yeah, I think so.
On the exit of that turn 2, it's really easy to drop the car there as well, like getting on the power too soon. Doesn't matter what car you drive, and I know with the Ferraris, a lot of the people put the traction control up to like 6 or 7 even, and they just floor it very early on, because it can do that in the Ferrari. But yeah, it looked like it bit him there on exit of corner 2 then. Yeah, drop down to P17.
Yep.
But yeah, as you were saying, I think a lot of people are just running PC 5 to 7 in the Ferrari. Anything less or more is just slow.
Yeah, that was just left a bit daydreaming there. It just left that open.
I actually think he let him go because I think they're not in the same race, so they probably just thought, you know, let him go. But on the exit here, we'll see. Oh no, he just went. That's a strange incident actually. So it was not on the exit; it was on the entry. I don't know why. I don't know if that was a hardware. No idea what happened there. That's strange.
Yeah, definitely looked kind of hardware-ish because I don't know why you would just instantly come off the gas and just go to nothing.
Yeah, and onto the grass. Yeah.
I reckon I've got an explanation. I've had that same thing happen when my cat ran in and jumped on my knee when I was.
Yep.
I've ended up off in the grass. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
Either that or was one of those Windows pop-ups. Hey, don't forget you've got to re-sign some subscription.
Yeah.
There's a big gaggle of cars here. Oh, and there's Nippinus trying the inside again, across the grass.
Definitely showing.
Using adventurous lines, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's it. You can definitely see that he's got pace because the gap that was there is now definitely not there. He's definitely got pace through the first half of through that first section, and even into that second section. Definitely got a really good line in a good groove there.
Yeah, car to keep an eye on, guys, is car number 240. They did a very early pit stop just after the 2 hour and 20 mark. So they will probably do 2 70-minute stints towards the end, and I think that they will climb up the ladder as everybody cycles through. So keep an eye out for that. I think with Chen in there, they've obviously got some really good pace in that car. I think they will get into the top 10.
Yeah, which would be
ambitious, I would say, but yeah, it's possible.
All right,
Yeah.
maybe we should put a poll up on the stream and see how many people think that car 240 will make it to P10.
yes, top 10.
If only I had permission to do that.
It's just a poll. Just a poll.
Yeah, I know.
Some
but
more admin for Glenn to do.
I'm not. I'm not able to do it.
Just write in your comments. Do you think?
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's been excellent being with you. I'll probably have to drop off. I think
Thanks,
I'm going to
Leo.
have to do my slow stint coming up soon, and then I'll hand it over to Graham again at the end. We'll see where we can end up. But thanks for having me in the booth again.
All
and
the
I
best.
might catch you a bit later.
Great, thanks, Leo. All
Thank
the
you.
best to you, mate.
Thanks
Good
very
luck in
much.
your next get, mate.
See you guys.
Bye.
Goodbye. Alright, well, we're alone now. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, we're good, Charlie. We're good, mate.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think it's rather ambitious for 240 to go all the way up to P10, but I mean, I'd say 15 is possible.
Yeah, if they've only got like if that was at the 2:20 mark, the 2 hours 20, then you can do a 70-minute stint, which is the most that they can do. So if they can happen to get away with pushing right through to the 1 hour 10 mark, then they only need to do one more pit stop. So if everyone else has been going on the hour mark pretty well, most other cars may still have 2 pit stops left in them. So from where they are, and they may gain themselves 30 to 50 seconds as they're coming up.
Oh, and a little bit of a moment there.
Yeah, someone used a blue
cars
flag.
collide,
Yeah.
I think.
No.
I think that was blue flags, but I'm not sure.
Yes, I think it was too, because I think that that was Chen there in that 240.
Was it?
That next, yeah, that wasn't.
No, it was not.
Well, that was a very. It was a very
fortunate,
awkward.
but either way, we're looking at Zachary Smith here. It's like 54.7, but that's good. Yeah.
Yep, 54.7s, mate. That's where these top guys are sitting out there now. In saying that, O'Hara, it's incredible, out to a 21-second gap to that BMW. That's absolutely amazing.
Only 20 seconds. Washed.
Well, these two, first and second, mate, there was when they came into the pits at the end of the first session, there was less than half a second between them after the first hour. So two more hours.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't worry.
Yeah. That's
But
it.
of
Oh
course,
yeah.
I'm obviously the best driver. Yeah?
That's
There
it.
isn't even an argument. Glenn can confirm.
Yeah, that's it. Well, it'll be interesting to see coming up to the 2 hours left, 4 hours in. Guys will be definitely getting ready to have their next pit stops. Very close, so we'll see the orders going up and down and changing quite a bit over the next kind of 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, I would say. Interesting to kind of see how that kind of plays out, who manages to get out of the pits with some clean air and who gets out of the pits in amongst all the traffic, and who's going to be the winners out of it.
Yeah, exactly, and well, it's all about the strategy in these long races. As I forget to speak English. Yeah, there we go.
Close enough to English. As you see, looking on the track map, there's a good bucket load of guys in the pits at the moment too. Looking like a lot of the guys at the lower end, with 30s in the 30s and the 40s. Which probably isn't going to make a huge difference to the overall race for these guys, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, certainly, and well, as you said, it's gonna be very interesting, to say the least. And look at the amount of cars between 89 and 818. I think if 818 has a chance, it will definitely be a gigantic effort to get past all the traffic first.
Yeah, yep. I think they'll, unless something happens to the BMW, they're just got to make sure they keep their nose clean and keep away from that 919, which is Hobbs, which we're currently looking at the moment, I think, and who is absolutely on fire, mate. He's on fire coming. He was involved in that lap 1 incident, and he's just absolutely clawed his way back. Both of them doing an absolute stellar job. It's probably the biggest comeback out of all of them on the track today. Those guys in that Ferrari.
Yeah, that's certainly a job well done, and it leaves you to question how much further could they have gone if they didn't get into a crash.
Absolutely. I think from where they are, they would have been very much jousting for the lead. Very, very much right up there, if not first or second.
Yeah, but yeah, third is fucking amazing as well. So
That's it.
it's a podium.
That's it. Now you've just got to wiggle his way through all the lap traffic now, trying to not lose too much of a gap. Oh, I don't know what that yellow Lando was thinking.
No, but in tactics.
Yeah. Just get overtaken because of blue flag, and then I'll just try and get my position back from being lapped anyway. Yeah, not quite sure where that one was.
Yeah, maybe miss the braking points. Who knows?
Yeah, well, like we were saying 20 minutes ago, you can even see in the all the shadows that are getting bigger, and the sun that's getting right down. I think a lot more of a opportunity to overshoot your braking markers just because of the sun flare on your windscreen. Will definitely start to come into play now, so it wouldn't surprise me if you started seeing a few guys that are starting to push into some of those deep braking markers heading west to overshoot.
Yeah, I mean, it happens to everybody. And funny story, I was once racing in a 24-hour of Bathurst, and we were doing pretty well. And on the last lap, we had a certified backmarker moment where some guy from behind was a lap down on the last lap and just sent it into us.
Oh no! Oh, that's wow! Wow! That's,
Yeah.
Yep.
We lost maybe 2 places, but you know, not a big deal.
Not a big deal, except that it was the last lap.
Well, yeah.
Can't make that back up over the next couple of hours. So. How are we going with these guys? Any of these top markers, have I missed any of them going into the pits yet? There's probably all still out there, and haven't come into the pits yet for a little bit.
Yeah, you know, I think the strategy is either to, you know, go until the end or do some awkward splash and dash, which some of these drivers will have to do.
Yeah, I think so. Yep, I think you'll find that there may be a few that'll, depending on how the strategies do work out, if they go for another kind of 15-20 minutes, you'll find that last kind of half hour to go that they will need to, at least as a minimum, just refuel if they want to keep their tyres, and at least that way it's only just a quick little fuel up. But it's amazing how much time you end up losing just going down through pit lane.
Yeah, excuse me, zoned out for a little bit.
No,
I have no idea what you just said, but I agree.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you for agreeing.
No problem.
George, you're sounding like my wife. And I know I'm safe because she's not watching this.
Yep, guaranteed she's not. Neither's mine. How are they going down, Glenn? How are they travelling down the kind of mid-pack there, mate? You want to do a bit of a look through kind of those mid-teens around the car 700, kind of 13.
Sure.
And then we might see if we can go down through the 20s, and then
So
possibly a bit further.
700 are still leading the Pro-Am.
Yeah,
And
nice. Good for them.
Yeah, they've got a heck of a gap to the next car in the Pro-Am. So
Yeah.
So yeah, doing very well, and I think this is for position. That's Charles Clark front.
Like in front, yeah, I'd say so. At
Yes, it is.
0.1 of a second. Yep. They're he's just not quite on the.
Backed off. Maybe didn't get the power down well on coming out that corner.
Yeah, he lost a good half a second on that one there, just coming out of that last corner. Wonder whether or not just coming through that last chicane. I know I think like everyone, you get to the second corner in that chicane, and it's amazing how if you just don't quite get it right, and it just really unsettles the car. It's very hard to try and really settle it and slam the brakes to get it all ready for that last corner before that main straight. It's amazing. There are a couple of corners leading up to it can make a big difference, and like we see there, from being 0.1, 0.2 of a second behind Clark there, and now he's back out to 0.8.
Yeah, I'm just bringing up a replay of what happened there, because I'm a bit curious as to why he lost so much ground.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see whether or not, he's just kind of got too excited and he's just roasted the rear end.
I think you're right. It kind of leads back to the chicane. So, I'll have it up for you in a moment.
Yeah, no dramas. We'll keep watching this battle and see if he can claw back that half a second.
Here we have the replay. That's car 700 on the Kovacs car. I think that's number 19.
See, he's lost it all there, coming out
Yeah.
the chicane.
Yep, coming out of that second corner,
And
second
then-
part of the chicane, and just
Yep.
couldn't quite get it into the apex by the look of that.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate.
That's similar, we were saying there, coming up through those Schumacher S's. It looks like he's lost a heap more again. Or is he overtaken?
No, Clark's over here.
It's, yeah.
Oh, Clark. Hang on.
No, he's got past Clark. So something must have happened to Clark while we were watching that replay, because now he's 5 seconds.
Oh, Clark's
front.
gone in the pits.
Oh, yes it is. Look at the big P next to it. I was going to say, like, how did that, what did he do there? What did we miss? Very similar, I think, to how we're saying with the Schumacher S's. If you're coming up from behind, you get a lot of that aero wash, like Leo was saying. I think would be the same on that back straight there. If you turn in to that first corner in the chicane, if you're too close, you lose a lot of your braking capacity, and you lose a lot of that front end downforce, which does end up pushing you wide and over the ripple strip onto the second part of the corner, which very much looked like what happened there to the guys in car 700.
Yeah, certainly very easy to make a mistake. Well, that is on any track, but yeah, it's endurance racing, so you know things happen, and sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. And I think I wanted to point out was that everybody who comes into the pit lane right now until the hour and 10-minute mark will have to do a splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, well, that's definitely worth keeping in mind as we see the guys come into the pits at the moment, knowing that that will definitely be the case. So keep an eye on a few of those cars and see where they end up too, because the likes of Clark, who's now back from 4th down to 20th, you go, okay, we'll make his way up, but is he going to end up back down there again if he's got to do another pit stop?
If I can just jump in a sec. This is the battle for the lead of the silver class, and Leo was talking to us about this, how they had that 15-second penalty to serve at that last pit stop before he jumped in the car. And what's happened is that Cicluna and Bell have actually passed the car 70, but you can see the gap there. So this is quite a good contest, because both have been driving very, very well today.
Yeah, that's a great pickup there, Glenn, too, mate. Well done there. This is one of those things that we were talking about before Leo left was how much that Bell was going to be able to pull that gap to see whether he was going to be able to stay in front or not. But obviously not quite. But the good part is that still definitely in the fight, definitely in the battle.
It's not doing bad for a bloke who just told us he was slow.
Well, just stay in board here and we'll just see what his lap time ends up, mate.
Yeah, seems to be quicker than me, certainly. But, I'll just blame all of that on my hardware.
I blame that on the hardware that's in between my ears, mate. I just no good at it.
Yeah.
155 straight. Well, even Leo was saying early on that they were aiming to see if they could keep around the the 155.5, 155.4s, if they could do well. So yeah, pulling out a 155 straight. The track's obviously coming to them. Oh, there's the sun, and doing really well. I think knowing that he's got he's in P2 for the silver title, and you can see the P1 for the silver right in front of you is enough to really give you that little bit of extra go.
Yeah, exactly. And I find interesting is these drivers are beating my PB every lap by at least 2 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Makes
consistent.
me depressed.
Yep, doesn't it? I'm the same. I think the best I've done was about a 57.2 or a 57.4, and I'm like, man, I thought that was flawless. And then you look at these guys and they're just punching out 55s like it's just 6 hours of 55s. It's incredible to watch. They're doing such a good job.
Yeah. My fastest was something like 56.8, I think. But yeah, I'll just blame that on my keyboard.
Mate, 56.8 is still very impressive.
No.
Yeah, on a keyboard. He's
Ah well.
He's still-
I mean,
still
I'm
using
still
your keyboard.
not the quickest one on the keyboard.
I don't know how you can drive with a keyboard. That's my heading.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Yep, I would say so.
But
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
of
that-
course, easy, You can get used to it.
I love that sun.
Yeah, and then he just pulled a 155.6 on that one, so it looks like, are they all vying for position there, Glenn? Oh man, that sun is a killer, hey? Is
No,
that
the car.
700
cars-
in front of them as well?
No, it's lap traffic. It's blue flags in front of them.
Yeah, gotcha. That's, oh yes, see that, so that could be a little bit more.
Yeah, you can just about see 788 down the hill there.
That's right. 700 is about 3 cars in front of them.
Yeah, gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, so the
Yeah. In the yellow there, the yellow Ferrari thing. Yep. So, oh,
interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, very, very clean.
Bit of a late apex, but
Was probably expecting to go around the outside and then, the key switch there.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and that's the part I have the most problems about in these races is the traffic management. Like in other leagues, it's like fine because I don't have to move over at all, but here I have to move over, so I have to look in my mirrors to actually, see when to do it and to do it safely. It's not easy.
No, it's definitely not, and especially when you got all your blue flags coming up and you're trying to be still as quick as you can. When what have we got here? Samuel causing a collision with that 129. Not that you weren't already busy, Glenn. You want to go and see if you can find a replay on that one, mate?
I will. I'll just introduce George Cooks joining us in the commentary booth after his latest stint.
That's right, lovely to be in here. Thank you, Glenn. And hello, Brad. Hello, Charles.
How are you, George?
Oh, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit tired, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's Nurburgring, and it's not always particularly easy out there, but it's been a brilliant time so far, so we're having a great time at the Jim's mowing encampment. It's been good fun.
Fantastic, mate. Fantastic. This is definitely one of those ones that your brain never really has a moment to switch off, does it?
It really doesn't, no. I mean, every corner here is so important. There's a lot of tricky exits around that you've got to focus on as well, and lots of blue flags as well. Lots of very, very fast people out there. We're sort of down the back of the grid, so and running a little bit slower. High degradation has been an interesting one as well as the changing temperatures on track, which has caused us to do a bit of rethinking mid-flight, I have to admit.
Yeah, right. In what kind of ways, mate? You want to expand a bit on that one?
Yeah, so basically what we ended up with is the PSIs started to go all whack. There's a lot of big curves here at this track, and we are hitting them mostly with the front right and also a little bit on the the rear left. So that's causing us to lose quite a bit of PSI in the tyres, unfortunately, over the course of the stint. So we've just been trying to adjust for that, and if you add all that together with changing conditions in terms of the temperatures on track.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he might have missed his button, might have done something there. So.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's
alright.
the button. Am I back now?
You're back.
Yes.
Right, where did I get up to?
I heard
Losing-
everything about.
PSI
I'll
and then-
explain that to you.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, so combination of the cooling track and losing PSI on the curbs. So when the tyres, mostly the front right and the rear left, are hitting the curbs, which there are quite a few of, and unfortunately we were losing quite a lot of PSI from that. And yeah, just with the way that our setup is, we're having to make quite a few micro adjustments on that in between our stints. That's been a bit tricky. Probably not as tricky for others down track. The other issue we've just started having is frame drops due to the sun going lower in the game, so lots of shadows on track.
Yes, mate, you've just come in on the back end of the conversation. We were just not long ago talking about that with the sun coming down and making it extremely hard to see.
Yeah, very hard to see, and our chap out in the track right now, Ben Thomas, he's down at 35 frames per second, so he's got his shadow settings a little bit wrong,
Oh no.
but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, he's, you know, he played games in the 90s, so he's kind of used to it.
Yep, 30 odd frames a second, mate. That was top end back in the 90s.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but that was smooth. It used to be smooth, but not. It's not certainly not particularly ideal for racing games these days. You really want at least 60. I mean, probably most of us game with at least 60. I game with a few more than that, luckily. But yeah, other than that, it's been a good little sim so far. Good little run. But how are things here? I haven't honestly been keeping up too much with what's been going on track. I can see we're on board with Drea right now, who's obviously in that battle with Skilina. Or P12. So, how has the race been going?
Yep, well that's... go on, mate, go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we have seen, I know this is shocking, but we have seen racing.
Yes.
You are allowed to laugh now.
I'll expand from Charlie as well, mate. So this battle that we've got here with Leo Drea, who's he actually left us in the commentary box to go and jump into his racing seat, and we're finding that that was the battle for first and second in the silver class. So they had a 15-second time penalty, and we were kind of keeping an eye on where that was looking and where they were going to come out. And so they're half a second behind each other. Ooh. Yeah, so
And there's my lawnmower going sideways across the chicane. Oh,
doing what
dear.
it does. It's mate, found the grass. Found the grass.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So a little battle up there for P12 in the silver class. That's awesome
Yes.
to see. And I did see a couple of times, was it P1 and 2 were exchanging a couple of times earlier in this race, weren't they, as well?
Yes, yeah, definitely, mate. That first, the first stint, there was less than half a second in it, and that was for the whole hour. That whole first hour, they just absolutely ran away with the track, mate. There was then 10 odd seconds between second and third by the time they came in after that first hour. And not quite sure what happened with the McLaren. He pulled into the pits first, and then ended up about 6.5 to 7 seconds back once the BMW pulled in. So
Okay.
I'm only thinking that it must have been some mechanical things that must have just needed a bit of repair. It's the only thing. There we go.
Beautiful showcase. I thank Glenn for this one.
Yep.
This is Needed Done. Jim's the one. Of course, we do mowing of all sorts, gravel included. But yeah, no, we have a bit of fun with it, which is good. We're in a battle at the moment for P35, so it's not quite as interesting as what's been going up in P1 as P2, as you've just been telling me. But it has been good fun down there, and I had a bit of a disastrous end to my stint, I'd say, because the tyres just absolutely died. But the gym's jokes will, I'm sure, start pouring in Last time we ran the car, we had all sorts of jokes about things like Jim's casting couch and Jim's engine swaps and all sorts like that, which was really good fun. So,
Jim can do it all.
I think the next one we need to add there is Jim's car wash, mate. Look at that.
That's right. That just shows that we've been busy, mate. We've been on the job. We've been getting some stuff done out here at Nurburgring. But we're right on the heels now of Macaulay and P35, and this is the battle that we've been eking towards. We actually closed up from about 20 seconds behind to now right behind them, which we're absolutely stoked about. And yeah, I think that might actually be, no, that looks like a McLaren's back end, so that might be a different car there actually, now that I think about it. Johnson, yeah, 21 car, so it's a different car unfortunately. They're not quite as close as I was hoping, unfortunately, to P35, but we're slowly closing the gap up.
Yeah, I think that's the AMG that's in front of him as well, so that'd be yeah, Pickford and Johnson battling it out for 21-22, but hey, down in P36, you're doing well. You guys keeping up pretty well with the pace there, so yeah, it's far through, mate. You guys are doing well.
Much appreciated. Yeah, Ben Thomas has been doing a great job, same with Hayden Marsh. Hayden Marsh has had a really consistent stint, brought us right back into it, and Ben Thomas has been really quick out on track, but it's looking like our PSI changes have worked, and I'm sure that's going to be something on the mind of most teams and engineers out there at the moment. They're going to be having a think about that, because as far as I understand, things have been cooling down. We I think started the race about 34 degrees track temp, now at 21, and the air temp has dropped I think by about 4 or 5 degrees as well, and it is starting to have a bit of an effect on the setup of the car. So some of these teams out there, I'm sure, will be having a little bit of a think about, you know, what might be the right way to adjust the car. How do we, that was not a great exit there, fortunately for us. And oh, that's the 21 car there. Oh no,
That's
okay,
interesting.
so that was a bad rejoin, unfortunately, and has sent a car behind absolutely spinning into space, sadly.
Yep. Unfortunately, I didn't quite see whether or not they that second car ended up hitting the inside wall there or not. Hopefully they were able to keep it off the guardrail, but and you guys did very well to stay just in front of it too there.
That's right, we honed in on that bit of grass that needed mowing on the tarmac and just aimed for that, and luckily stayed out of the contact there, fortunately.
That's it.
Yeah, we actually got hit by a bit of an unsafe rejoin earlier on as well. We went off, had a bit of a spin at the final corner in stint 1, and yeah, just came back on track. That gave us a 10-second penalty, so our race kind of tumbled a little bit at that stage of the race. But no, we held on to it, which was good. But that's very unfortunate for the 21 car. Just trying to find a name associated with that as well. Oh well, I'll find it eventually in my timing sheet. But yeah, not the ideal place. A little bit out of control though, because when you're on the grass at that point at the end of the circuit, last corner, there is bumps everywhere, and if you're on the bumps, you're basically out of control at that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've had many a comment from that chicane, how that first part of the corner. Here we go. We'll watch this one through, see how that all played out.
Appreciate to see
Here we
the
go.
19 car behind a Mercedes of some sort, and getting through the last chicane here. All good here. All good here. Loses it completely, and then proceeds to. Oh god. Yeah.
Oh
just
dear.
proceeds to, yeah, rejoin the track in an interesting way.
And a synchronized pirouette by those two cars. That was actually quite beautiful to watch them get back on track. But that was unfortunately a very unsafe rejoin, just not being aware of what was happening around them, really, eh?
Yeah, definitely. I think there will definitely be a penalty that you'll see come up from that one, unfortunately. And it's hard too when you're on the grass, because you really have no ability to stop. So
That's right.
It's very unfortunate, and another thing that is unfortunate is
there we go.
going to be going off now, so take it easy on, and good luck.
No worries. Thanks, Charlie.
Thank you, Charles.
Stay.
A legend tuning in from, I'm not quite sure where, but I don't think it's Australia or New Zealand.
Yeah, not sure.
Not sure.
Yeah. So that was the 213 car, I believe, the McLaren there that rejoined the track in a poor fashion. That has actually been upgraded to a stop-go 10 for Lynn. So Lynn, unfortunately, has cost him and the team quite a bit. He's in P32 at the moment. Probably going to come in reasonably soon for that, I suppose. But if it's a stop-go 10, I guess there's a couple of philosophies there. If you don't really want to stop mid-stint, but you can't clear it at the same time as changing your tyres and all that sort of stuff in the pit lane, I don't think.
No, I don't think you can either. As far as I'm aware as well, yes, it's very much the same. It's a standalone one. I think different for the 15 or the 10-second penalties where you're just holding it for that. But I'm pretty sure your stop-go it's completely independent. Oh, and here we go. The BMW absolutely flying through like there is zero air resistance anywhere. It's just like they're space. It's just a whole nother world.
It's incredible. I mean, that last lap was a 53.6. I have never done a 53. Philippa Bakita in the car, of course, the 89 car for BS Plus competition. XHL, I think. It's quite a long name, a bit of a tongue twister of a name, but BS Plus competition, and through they go now on the car there. I think that's the 77 car. Yes, it is. Another Ferrari. So all the way through goes Bakita. But this is super, super impressive from this team. The gap, from what I understand, back to Houlihan in the 818 car is 24 seconds, which, you know, it's impressive on its own, to be completely fair. And the fastest lap from the BS Plus competition team, a 153.455, 4 pit stops done, and on lap 139. Yeah.
Which is incredible.
Yeah, it's a brilliant drive. I would absolutely love to get a few pointers from that team and those drivers in there as to how to drive a little bit faster. Unfortunately, probably doesn't apply to my McLaren or the Ferrari we're in today, but that is what it is.
Yes, I think a lot of it comes down to the awesomeness of your ability, and
natural talent. It's just natural talent. There you go. You know, you're either born with it or you're not.
That kind of league that's just next level league. They're very, very impressive to watch these guys. Just so consistent. So consistent. Every lap is just impeccable.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and it's also awesome. I mean, you know, we've got these teams up the top here who are doing so well, so quick. But we've also got teams at the back, like myself from the Jim's Mowing crew, who are there for a bit of fun. And I think that's a hats off to the Octane Online Racing organisers for organising an event like this that allows such a wide range of participants to be in here. And also hats off to all the drivers, you know, drivers who are obeying blue flags, those who are have blue flag traffic in front of them, who are behaving nicely for the most part. And I think everyone's just working on track at the moment to really produce some great racing and have fun at a great event. And I mean, you know, looking forward to the next couple of races in this series as well. We've been going pretty much all year with the Enduro Series here at OOR, and I'm just looking forward to seeing what's next. The next 1 hour, 26 minutes and 50 seconds going to be pretty cruisy, I'd say, for Philippa Bakita and her team.
Yes, cannot agree more. They are in a very comfortable position, nicely situated. The car looks very balanced. There's nothing there that looks like it's out of the ordinary. That's a great shot actually there. Leave that one on there for a second, Glenn. Just watch the steering too, how she comes in, and it's like there's no snap oversteer or anything like that. Just such a well balanced car there, and looks like she's just really holding, not that you can see the tyre pressures or anything, but holding very, very well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, one of the things I noticed as well, and something that I have to do in our car quite a lot, is just the amount of, well, when we apply the throttle on corner exit, we're usually having to snap the wheel back to a certain angle to make sure that we're actually, you know, sitting right in the perfect place. And another thing here that I keep an eye out for as well, how much track is being used, and you can just see it's all being used there. In fact, very sensibly avoiding that curb on the left-hand side into, I believe that's turn 10. It's a very sensible thing to do. It means that you're going to save the PSI of the tyres. This is what it comes down to. It's not just very, very quick driving. It's also very sensible driving in an endurance setting. You can see the patience there, just making sure they're waiting and riding the curve beautifully through the final chicane into the last corner. Let's see how smooth this is. Smooth inputs through the apex, hits it perfectly, straight on the throttle. The car's not complaining at all. Across the line for a lap, another lap. Lap 141 now, a palindromatic lap number, which we do love.
Absolutely, and there's another sub 153 there, 153.9 on that lap just gone past as well. So still keeping very consistent. I was just looking back down there to the silvers, so I've noticed that Leo's actually been able to get past Senior in the Porsche there, only just. There were only half a second between the two of them, so yep, that's a good little one there for Leo. He's doing really well. With Chen in that McLaren, the other one that we've been making a little bit of a mention of too, George, is the McLaren 240 there in between the silvers, who ended up right at the back of the pack up to the end of the first lap. Had a drive-through as well that they had to go along with all of that, so they've done such a great job to even be up in the top 20, let alone currently at position 14. I think Glenn might have been mentioning that they're slightly out of sequence with their pit stop strategy, so they may actually only end up needing one more pit, so there's half a chance they might still get a few more positions up there too.
Well, that's amazing to have that stop go and also end up on a beneficial strategy. That's just brilliant for them. And yeah, I did notice that because at one point in the race we were sort of fighting a little bit on track with Chen and their 240 car did get ahead of us, as we do see one of the McLarens, I think that's the 213 car, coming into the pits now. A bit more traffic here for Philip and Bukita that we're on board with that traffic. Golf livery Aston Martin. Very nice livery to be using. I mean, I don't know if it's actually golf, but it's golf colours. That sort of baby blue and orange, you got to love it. And I was just saying there about the 240 car. Honestly, suddenly I look back and they're up in P14, and I went, well, hold on. How has Chen and the 240 car actually done this? I know they're pro drivers. I know they're going to be quick, but they were behind us, and we were at the bottom of the field. And we're going, well, what's happened? I mean, are we just driving too slow here? Is there something special happening? And it turns out there was something special happening with the drivers and the team, because that is just an incredible drive back.
Absolutely incredible drive back, yes. Couldn't agree more.
That's certainly one of the standouts for the field, and I think that's blue flag traffic ahead of them. Keep an eye on that. Yes, the flight lights are being flashed, so car ahead will find some time to get out of the way. But it's a tricky place to have the blue flags here without compromising your own lap time. I mean, it always is at any track. You don't want to compromise yourself on the blue flag, especially in a battle. We actually had an entire stint for our car where we had Dale behind us, and it was for the whole stint. He was about a second behind us, but we kept falling back, getting closer because the blue flags would come through, and it wasn't a race really. It was a race to see who could lose less time to the blue flags. We did end up sort of winning that race at this stage, which was very, very nice. But yeah, they've been driving well down there as well, which is good to see. But yeah, Chen here is on an absolute charge. They've got about 28 seconds up the road to the next position, but you know, going from high up to last, stop go to 14, there's nothing to scoff at. You'd be happy with that at the end of this race.
Yes, absolutely. That's it's such a great effort. I think mentally is such a big part too, because you can so get to the point where, you know, early on you just go, oh, you know, I'm not quite sure where they started. Glenn, you might be able to tell us where 240 started, but to end up so far down, is there a point at which you just go, oh, we just had it. You're not going to be able to claw this back, but to be able to then mentally just go, let's just head down, let's just keep going, and just see where we end up. And here they are.
That's right. Yep. And you know, sometimes the tortoise does fact, win the race. It might not be a win of the race, the literal win of the race here, but I would consider that a win from a team perspective to be able to get the head down and drive through the race after, such a sort of, don't want to say a disaster, but a bit of an issue at the start.
Yeah, they started P5. No, P4, sorry.
P4, wow. So that just shows the speed that the car has, and obviously they got it set up really, really well. They were in the top 10 shootout course, which most of us were watching earlier on in the day, which was absolutely brilliant to watch, by the way. A little bit of a rhyme there. Here we go. You can see that my mental state is starting to break down slowly over the course of the last 5 hours, and now we're at this stage where I'm finding rhymes in these times. Oh, it's just going to keep going, mate.
Why not? Why not? We've got another hour and 20 minutes of it.
Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, I wish I could stay for longer as well. I haven't got too much longer that I can stay in the box, sadly, because I'm back on my my stint in about 19.5 minutes. But I'm going to stay as long as I possibly can, right up to the last second, and then I'll jump in the car and go for another hour. So,
and then bring it home.
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, digest the race and all that sort of stuff, because that's obviously what everyone's going to be doing after this. Cracking open a cold one, I suspect, for the most part, and getting the feet up on a couch and potentially watching back the stream as well. And for everyone in chat as well, unfortunately I can't see chat on the main broadcast, but I hope everyone's been having a fantastic time out tonight. We certainly have been. I hope you have been too, Glenn and Brad.
Yes, mate. No, it's been fantastic. Great. It's been a great race to be able to watch and commentate for. Lots going on, lots of action, some quick lap times, some great little battles. It's typical enduro, mate. It absolutely has everything flying at it.
You're right. And of course, coming up in the next couple of races in the series, some very exciting races coming up, because it's 12 hours of Misano and then 24 hours of Spa. It's going to be the first time, as I understand it, that Octane Online Racing's put on a 24-hour event.
Yes, it most certainly is, and I'm already stocking up on the methamphetamine.
Yeah, so that's probably a sensible thing to be doing, to be completely fair. I think I'm going to have to move my microwave within arm's reach of the sim rig and get some 2-minute noodles ready to go. It's going to be a long one, but I'm really looking forward to that as well. I think it's going to be brilliant. So, yeah, I guess a huge thanks to yourself, Ben, and all the Octane Online Racing admins and organisers, because, putting on that event is going to be quite something. And I'm sure, if you're not aware in chat, if you're not aware about what goes into organising even a 6-hour event at Nurburgring, it's a lot of effort. That's a lot of effort. And so, yeah, I mean, from my perspective and from my team's perspective, I'm sure everyone else on the grid, I mean, it's just a huge thanks to you guys in the background for putting on such a fun event for us. It's just been brilliant.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to the 24-hour, and also not looking forward to the 24-hour at the same time.
Yeah.
I did try to explain that to my wife the other day, that we were doing that December 9th, and she said, no, you are not. So I think I've got some negotiating to do.
Yes, I think you do, yeah.
Well, you've still got a month or so for that one, mate.
Sorry, I missed that.
At least you've still got another month or so for that one.
Oh, yeah.
30 days of negotiations, get the lawyers ready. Sure.
Yeah, I'm just afraid of what I'm going to have to sign away to get 24 hours, which will turn into like 72, because it'll take me 2 days to recover.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. We all just have to be chugging energy drinks, I suspect, for the most part, to get through it. That or tactical sleeps, but for the broadcast crew, it's not going to be quite as viable, is it?
No, but we've got some plans in place, so we're working through what we're going to need, because, I mean, you look at the stewarding side as well. It's a huge commitment, and we do need to get people in place so that the event can be supported throughout. But yeah, it'll be fun.
It will indeed be, yeah. And I'll definitely be joining for a comm stint or two, a sleepy comm stint, I suspect. So I'll
tell us some more rhymes.
That's right. I'll rhyme us all to sleep in the early hours of the endurance once we're 13 or 14 hours in, and you'll all come in for poetry from George Cook and the Jim's Mowing team. Jim's Poetry.
Jim's Poetry. There once was a man from Nantucket.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And well, I won't. I'm not even going to try and attempt some now. I'll have to blank it up and keep it a surprise for later on. But I'll put together some smooth poetry for all of us and and recite it. They will say they should have sent a poet.
Going to hold you to that.
Well, I shouldn't have said that. I do this occasionally on live streams, and I say something. I forget that I'm not just talking
recorded.
to you chaps. Yeah. It's being recorded, being broadcast. Lots of people have heard that. I don't know how many people are watching the live stream now, but quite a few people, I suspect.
I think they're all gone.
Oh, okay, yeah. But they were scared of the poetry. There we go.
Yes. That's it.
Okay.
He's just dropped off the pace there a little bit, and saw Leo's just managed to pull out just over a second and a half there now, lead for the lead of the Silvers, and yeah, so that's good. That's great for Leo and his team there. But yeah, Cook, he's holding his own there in the 400 push, leading the Porsche Brigade.
They were fourth or third for quite a while early on. So they have dropped back just a little bit in this race, 400 car, but still,
yeah. Even so, I mean, I don't know how many pit stops have been done by Cook and his team at the moment. I'm guessing it's 4 at this stage. But yeah, lead Porsche grade as mentioned for the MRT team, and looking pretty solid there, I have to admit. Pretty smooth, and now up into P6, so that's coming through the pit lane, maybe, I'm not quite sure, but ahead, got a Mercedes, and that is going to be blue flag traffic, so a little bit there for Cook to navigate through. But yeah, looking quite rough, that car, not damage-wise, just got a bit of dirt on it. I love the driving, absolutely brilliant job.
Yeah,
Mike Crick special. Mike Crick special.
I thought it might be. It's got his handiwork all over it, doesn't it?
It does.
Yep, you see a few of the MRT ones there. They look, he's done really good. Got like the little, all the paint splash and the little lines that come out, all your little paint dribble marks. It's incredible. It's done really good. Lots of really good effects there.
Yeah, we're coming up on 8 p.m. in game. That means that the sun is going to start really disappearing over the back end of the clouds, and yeah, just continue to admire this beautiful livery as the shadows do get cast wonderfully across the Nurburgring circuit. And this time of day is beautiful. It's actually really nice for the drivers. It'll be cooling down a little bit. It does help with tyre temps. That sun can get in your eyes in a couple of corners, which is not ideal, but you probably start getting a few more FPS here if your shadows are turned up a little bit too high. That's certainly my hope for my teammate. But it is starting to look very, very beautiful out on circuit, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong guys, but I think we probably will end up with just into sort of like a twilight, nearly nighttime sort of period just towards the end of this race, about an hour and 10 minutes ago in our 6 hours of Nurburgring.
I think so, yeah, it's just going to be just moving towards nighttime, so...
Yes, the sun will definitely be down by that stage. So.
Oh, and I've just noticed that all the cars' headlights have gone on. Now that might have happened a few laps ago, for all I know, but I've noticed that all the headlights are now, well, some of them, are now on.
Except for the Porsche, it might have an electrical issue.
Yeah, that's right. The old flashing lights under brake situation. In this case, it's just no lights at all. That's
Yep. So I don't know whether they've got the manual lights. Most of the cars try and keep to the autos for your headlights as well. So, but yes, definitely over the last half a dozen laps, more and more of the cars having the headlights on. Looks quite different having that little LED square thing underneath the front air dam in the Porsches there too. There's a little bit of a tiny difference.
right. It's where all the heat for the cockpit's going to go, I suspect. It is a very cool little Y there. And the red, I mean, the red goes well with it, right? So.
Yeah, that's it. Almost expect to see the yellow on the yellow MRT Ferrari. Was that the 700, the Pettibridge one? I'm pretty sure it was the. Was it that one?
Yep.
One of them, yeah, had the MRT in the yellow on it, which looked quite good as well.
Yeah. I mean, I envy anyone that can make a good livery, I'll be honest. And, Mike Crick, obviously one of the more well-known livery makers in OOR, at least from what I know. My teammate Hayden Marsh has done a great job on the Jim's Mower livery as well, so we do thank him for that. And here we go. So there's, I think we're just coming on board with a couple of cars. Oh, that's us. That's Ben Thomas once again. Just using the drone cam to catch up a little bit. Ben showing off his drone camera flying expertise here,
Which is awful.
That's not as bad as mine. But there's the yellow car that we were just talking about just before.
Yeah, that's it. There we go. There's Ben.
Here we go. Yeah. So. Yeah. No, he's done very, very well with that. And yeah, I mean, like I said, some people like to use photo editing tools, 2D. Some people like to use Blender. I've tried both. I've failed at both, and I don't intend to try again.
Yes, I'll look at a lot of that and go, I definitely think that there are a lot of other people who are going to do a lot better job.
Yeah, exactly right. And we stick to what we're good at the other day. Just got to keep an eye on a few notes here. Oh, okay. I actually do, unfortunately, guys, need to jump back into the team because we've had a bit of an issue with the team.
Yep.
We've had an internet outage and one of our team members, so we've got to go and get that sorted out, sadly. But apologies, I wasn't able to be in the comms box longer with you fine chaps and with you guys in chat. But hopefully next time I'll be here for a little bit longer. But thank you again, Glenn and Brad.
Do appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Yep. Appreciate it, George, and all the best in the final stint, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys. Catch you later.
Cheers.
See ya. Well, while Ben goes,
Just us.
Oh, that's yep. Just that little bit, quarter of a tyre width too wide there on the right hand side, coming into the braking marker there. It makes it very unsteady on the car. Fortunately, able to keep it straight on and going where it needs to go. So he would be a little bit sweaty after that one, I would dare say, and he would be very much going, George, where are you? I'm ready to hop out and hand over the reins.
Yeah, it's gets to that stage when you've done a couple of stints. I found getting in for a third one, or after in a sort of a 9, 10, 12-hour event, my concentration is just not good enough to be in this sort of starting out at the beginning of the day and then 10 hours later jumping in. So
yeah,
it's just that level of concentration. It's another thing that I admire about the people that can be turning out 153s, 154s at this point. After doing that, from the very start, just is quite astounding.
Yes, I can't agree more there. I know times where I've just thought, oh yep, I've got a little bit of time. I'm just looking down there. Sorry, mate. Just looking at best lap there. Best time was a 1:53.9 there from Ryan. Comparing to I think it was a 1:53.4 from Philippa, so she's still got that one up her sleeve. But yes, the times where I've thought, yep, I've got a couple of hours and just try and knuckle down on getting a bit of consistency on a track, and you get about an hour in and it's just like everything just falls apart, and you're just like, oh, what's going on? And it's all just this mental point of where you just got to rezone your mind and get back into it. But yeah, it's quite tough. especially for these guys when they're, if they happen to have done a double stint and you're going for 2.5 hours and you're on the absolute edge of your driving, to be able to maintain that consistency of pace is, it's something that's really, really fantastic to see.
Yeah, we were talking about the consistency of the car 191 over the series. I just, for the first 5 rounds, I don't have the 6th round results in front of me, but for the first 5 rounds, they finished 4th, 5th, 2nd, and 9th. So, it's really
great to see.
Yeah,
super consistent. Yeah, that's it, and that's what ends up getting you right at the pointy end when you're finishing off championships, is keeping in that the 4s and the 5s, and the odd podium as well. But it's just that consistency. That comes through by the end of the year, end of the season. You really notice it.
absolutely. Yep. Well,
Yeah, just
looking out for these final pit stops, hey?
Yes, that's it. Just coming very close to this final hour, and I think I've seen a couple of the little pit boards come up alongside of a couple of the guys' timings. So definitely start seeing them, the first of the pits coming through. Well, the first of the last. Lots of pit stops coming through for these final stints. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see just how it all kind of pans out. I'm just kind of looking there at Chen is obviously pulling into the pits, even though it's not showing, because he's just gone from about he was mid-pack, he was 13th, and he's now down to 19th because he was splitting the silvers. So I didn't see a P come out from him, so I'm not quite sure whether he actually went into the pits or whether there was, oh yes, there we go, changed over to, I don't know, Glenn, can you say HSU?
That's Dylan, I think. Dylan.
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, haven't figured that one out yet.
I'll call it Stu. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. But even for those guys, if they're now into their last stint, got the final drivers in, and they're still in the top 20.
And
so
we've got a couple of people who've jumped in to give us a hand.
Yeah, a couple back.
Connor's back. Grant's back. Welcome, guys.
G'day.
Hello.
Evening again.
How's
How's it been on this side?
Oh, on this side, really good. Yeah. No, we've been catching the odd mistakes here and there, and we're seeing some really good tight racing. So yeah, going well.
Yep, we've got it easy kind of, mate. All we've got to do is look at you guys race.
Yeah, jumping to and fro. She's a little bit tough, but no, it's good. It's good racing around here. So
I'm pleased to see, like, we had 41 cars at the beginning. We just lost the third one, so that's pretty good to still have 38 running around this late in the race. I don't think we've had so few drop out in our other events. So yeah, very happy.
Yeah, that's great. Well, guys, I'm going to sign off for the moment as well.
No worries.
Glenn, Grant, Connor, and everyone listening. I'll keep watching from the other side, but I've got to go do the Uber driving now and pick up the. That's it. Do the dad thing.
Yep.
So enjoy, guys. I'll hopefully keep an eye out for this last hour on the phone as I'm going, and all the best. Otherwise,
don't drive and do
Yeah. Yeah, without watch. I'll watch it while I'm waiting.
that. Good. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. We don't want to hear any news of. Yeah. Anyway, good on you. Thanks, Brad.
No
Appreciate
worries,
it.
guys. Enjoy.
It's been a long day. Give me a
Yeah,
break.
At least I'm not going to rhyme, mate.
Thanks.
Righto,
Appreciate you
see you
jumping
guys.
in. Thank you.
Too easy, mate. Too easy. Enjoyed it for the first time.
Thank you. So,
Yeah, it's actually one of, as you were hitting on earlier, Glenn, it's actually one of those races where not many have actually dropped out, which is good. It's good to see that everyone's still, no matter if they've had a good, bad, or like a few hiccups in between, they're still trucking along.
yeah, well, George was in with us just a few minutes ago, and, you know, I mean, they're running around at P34, and, you know, they're still just looking at, okay, who are we racing? Who can we catch? So, you know, like, when you've got it, they've got that attitude that we all, you know, we all tend to have, I think anyway. Maybe not so much the Philippers and the and that if they were running 37th, they might not be too happy about that. But, you know, we can all enjoy the race and get something out of it, and always find someone to compete with and set ourselves a goal. So, yeah.
I think it's that mentality, though. It's that mentality of, like, okay, something bad's happened to you early on in the race, or the middle, or the end. Yeah, obviously people will get mad at it. We're human. Like, you know, we had a couple of words in our booth early this morning, but
I'm sure you did.
But then it's just always on to the next thing. Okay, what can we do from here? Like in our car, ours happened early on. Okay, let's try and get the car back up to a top 10. And that's the goal we've had all day, and we've just chipped away at it.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Set yourself something that's realistic as well. So, you know, you weren't sort of saying, oh, okay, well, we want a podium. Well, you were realistic enough to look at the situation you're in and go, well, we're not going to get there because just not feasible, and set yourself a goal that you can chase.
Even in an 8 or a 10 hour, probably just from how much we dropped off, it probably wasn't realistic. If you're looking at a 12, then, because we've had quite a quick car all day, then yeah, maybe. But even then, it's not guaranteed, because like you've got Lawrence and Hobbsy, you've got the APRs, the Akitas, the Kovacs boys, the Ben Floyd and Corey, and like even the other MRT car there, around there. So like, you know.
So you're wishing a lot of bad luck on people to be able to get that, you know, to get further than that. You know,
no comment.
Things that are out of your control, though. That's my point, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, like when you look at something and you go, okay, what's within our control to, you know, what's feasible for us to be aiming at, and take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. And like that's all. Like at the end of the day, like in everything, but like in this game, like it's all you can really control. You control your teammates, and the car, and how the car feels.
Yep. And then what happens outside of that is down to luck and you know, what other people do.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
You can't control that. Like everyone has brain farts and moments where like they just don't think. Like I've had them, Grant's had them, you've probably had them in the car. Like it just happens.
I have never.
Sorry, Grant's never.
No.
But
no mistakes.
I mean, Grant's an exception to the rule.
Grant's a real pro.
Yeah. Have you ever had one of my coaching lessons? They're insane. Made Connor like it's second faster.
That's the insane part that I'm worried about. Well, so just looking at the totem here to see who's close and what's going on. I think there's still a pit stop. I don't think the leaders have had their final stop yet, or have I completely missed the boat on that? You done your final?
So our team has done our final, and we still will go over the stint timer, but we're going to do the cheeky drive through the pit lane and reset the timer, because we just filled the car all the way up. We'll be about 5 minutes short. I don't know if there's any other teams around us, or lower or higher, that are doing the same thing. But a lot of people will still have a genuine normal stop, maybe around the 30 to 40 minute mark, I'd say.
Okay. Okay, so looking at that, that's an interesting, we talked about that earlier, I think, the fact that that's a strategy that we saw used probably for the first time in our series a couple of events ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, I from memory, yes, but it's you're kind of forced into it in a way, because like if you've had something happen or you're kind of off the pace, you just put fuel in the car and run as long as possible. Less stops, less time stopped, like with the car, less time in pit lane, you know. Even if you're lapping like a second or half a second slower, you're going to be lapping more just due to the fact that you're less stopped.
Yeah. So the Fez is still pretty lean on fuel, isn't it? It doesn't use it. It's pretty economical.
Yes, it's not. So when it first released, and like for like the first few iterations of 1.9, it's not that Ferrari where it runs on a wet rag.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's still quite economical. It just doesn't have that stupid advantage of running on the fumes.
Right. So how much can you get in from a stint timer thing? You've said you've got a 70-minute stint. If you've filled it up to the brim, how long does that last in a Fez now?
So we filled Liam up, and Liam will run until about 5, 6, maybe 8 minutes to go. Then he'll run through the pit lane and keep on trucking. We don't actually know fully around here, but it's using about 2.9, 2.8 lap.
Yep.
So realistically, you could probably do 75, 80 minutes, I reckon.
Okay. Well, it'll have to be, won't it? It'll have to be.
Yeah, it'll have to be. Otherwise we'll just chuck a bit of fuel in it. But that's what we're gambling on.
You can get out and push the last bit.
It's not like what it used to be, where like instead of, it used to be that the Fez was like nearly a full litre down on usage compared to every other car. Right. And it was really crazy, but now it's like probably a 0.3 of a litre.
Gotcha.
And then some tracks, even then, it actually runs about the same or a little bit more than some cars, but most tracks it runs less.
First and second in the championship, running first and second on the track.
What's the gap looking like? Have they been near each other, or is the gap kind of spread out a little bit now?
It's pretty spread out. Last time we were talking about it was 23 seconds. Now it's 32.
Whoa.
So
yeah, okay. I mean, they got to. I guess these boys have got to rely on a gamble or a misfortune of Bakita and O'Hara in front.
Yep.
These guys Lawrence and Hobbsy have had a good drive back from where they started.
They've done brilliant. They've had an excellent day to be in a podium position after starting down around 2021. Great effort. consistent, fast. Cream rises to the top, hey?
You can have those kind of races though where like you can do no wrong, you can put no foot wrong, and nothing happens to you, nothing happens around you, and you just are on pace, on point the whole day while having like the best luck.
Yeah, and I was thinking that before. We've really not seen them. That we've not seen them in trouble with traffic. We've not seen them, they've not been the subject of blue flag problems that we've seen anyway. It's just they've been this quiet achiever all day.
And that's the best kind of races, isn't it?
Well,
where like you kind of avoid the camera and you just head down, bum up. And...
Yep.
Jinxed them now.
Definitely.
I promise I haven't. I haven't.
No, the only jinx was on our fellow commentators. I think in the first hour, 5 people that were commentating today all got penalties.
Oh,
rough.
Good thing I wasn't driving then.
Yeah. I think... Did you get one later though?
I haven't been racing at all today.
Oh, you haven't? I'm so out of it.
Been a big day, and like to put on these events, like it takes a bit out of it, doesn't it?
Yes. Yep. We were talking about the 24-hour coming up earlier, and how we've talked about the plans we're going to put in place to make sure that we can keep it to the standard that we want it to be, making sure that we've got the commentary team, that we've got the stewards. It's a big commitment to ask people to commit a 24-hour to a 24-hour event. But yes, it's certainly something we really want to do. We've just got to get all our ducks in a row, I think.
I think you'll find for such an event like that too, it's probably also quite a lot of people's bucket list thing. Like, I know it's mine, I just want to do a 24-hour race. So I'll help in any capacity possible, whether it's doing both stewarding, comms, and obviously I'll be racing. But I think you'll find a lot of other people will chip in that regard too.
Yeah, I've got no doubt. I mean, I've just got to look at today, 24 hours ago. Grant, you were about the only name on the list for commentary. I thought it was going to be you and me all day.
Yeah, I was scared.
Yeah. Well, I would have been scared having to spend all that time with me as well, but, be nice. But then, we put the call out and we ended up with about 6, 7, 8 people, with 5 of them being people that had never done commentary before, that were willing to step up and give us a hand. So, the community is really good like that. So I'm sure that we'll find the same, like you said, with the 24-hour.
Oh yeah, 110%. And I think it's just to get it off the ground too. Like, a lot of people would love to see that go ahead.
Quite a way to finish the year off, So.
Is it replacing an event that was on the calendar?
It was always on the calendar, I think, but not as a 24.
Right.
I'm probably talking through my hat. No, it was... I'm not sure. I know Misano was a 12. I don't know what Spa was going to be, but I'm pretty sure Spa was there. But I sort of said, well, what do you think? Can we do it? And next thing I knew, we were doing it.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it.
Yeah. I'll solo drive it. Do a Pat Oliver on steroids.
With a 24-hour.
Yeah. Ruin my liver with caffeine. I'll be fine.
I just spotted Leo's teammate Hill. He's got a drive-through. It'll be for track limits, I would think.
No, it just came up just before. He got a drive-through, unfortunately, for an unsafe rejoin.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, so if there's some
Go
replay
back.
poking around of that,
Did you
but
catch? I was
no, I
down
didn't catch it.
talking.
But if the stewards have deemed it, you know, it must have been pretty bad to get that kind of penalty out of it.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed because they were really looking for that win of the silver class.
Rejoins are one of the toughest things as well, because like you don't mean any, like as the driver, if you've gone off track, your mind always goes into two places of I want to be safe to get back on the track, but I want to get back on the track because I don't want to lose a spot. So there's like no malice behind it, but like at the same time, it can kind of cause you to be half-half, which causes these kind of incidents.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of rejoins today that have been bender level, so
Classics, doozies.
I'm hunting for that incident, so if you guys can just keep chat.
I mean, what's the time between pit lane entry to pit lane exit? Like obviously it'll probably spew him out probably 4 or 5 spots down the grid, won't it?
Depends on if people have done the pit stops yet, actually. I reckon.
Well, he's coming in now, so we'll see where it does put him out, but like he'll obviously lose out the silver class, like the lead to Bell. Hasu will probably, may not even pass him because there's actually quite a gap there between those cars.
Comes out. Where's the next car that's recognisable? That was Chad, so they're in a pretty sure 14th place. So dropped about 3 places now, but on the back of the 700 car.
Okay, not too bad in the grand scheme of things. Like it's obviously not unwarranted, but it's not what you want. But if Hill can get his head down and kind of focus for we're in the last hour of the race.
Found it. Through the Schumacher S's. Going into turn 11. He spins on his own accord. Bit unlucky there.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Just go onto the grass if you have to. If you have to spin the car around, go, and then the poor shoes had a loop because of it, got frightened of it. Yeah, if you have to go onto the grass to spin around off the middle of the track, just do that. Like, don't re-enter the track midway through. Unfortunate for Hill, but
yeah, that's the incident that I've been able to find. I don't know if there was another or something different. There wasn't contact, but yes, definitely spooked the Porsche.
he's kind of, you can tell as well, he's kind of half lifted as he's realised he's going back onto the middle of the circuit as well.
These lights are really starting to take effect now. 40 minutes to go. It's going to be pretty dark by the time we finish.
Were you on, Connor, when the sun was setting? So did you have it all in your eyes?
Yeah, I had the unfortunate stint of coming around this corner here, actually. The sun would just be blazing straight away in your eyes, and you couldn't really see the braking points or the markers for this corner. Yeah, so... But it went away, like, with about 20 minutes to go in my stint. Like, it got less, but, like, there was a point in time where for about half an hour where it was just, like, in your face.
Did you lose something that George said, though, that one of their guys was having problems with his frames per second dropping down to below 30 because of the sun shining? I hadn't heard of that before. We haven't had it happen with the broadcast.
Oh, no, we had no issues in our car. I don't know if no one else has really said anything or any issues about that. I'd be wanting to know, maybe in that instance you'd be looking at your scaling and your resolution of the off-track stuff.
Might have been, running an Epic or something.
Yeah, like everything on Epic and your computer can't quite handle it, maybe. So we watch on board with Hill, who's now looking to attack the back of Chad Bridge. Chad's gone defensive, going around the final corner. I reckon if he gets a good exit out here and stays in draft, I reckon he'll pull up right on the back of that Ferrari towards the end of turn 1. The Ferrari top end here is not slippery arrow like it was at Paul Ricard.
So, whilst we were talking about other things, I believe Pip Boxed and O'Hara has taken over, and this is Hurley in.
Yeah, I believe Andy's coming around the final corner now. He's on the straight. Yep. So they'll regain the lead.
Fastest lap is a 53.4.
That's
insane.
Ridiculous race pace.
That's a second faster than my PB. During a race, that's just insane.
What separates the mortals and the aliens? Both Andy and Pip is some of the fastest, if not the fastest, you'll find in this region. They've put a lot of hours and effort and practice into this game, so if it's anything to aspire to aim for, it's look at them and you've got good referencing tools for how they do it.
I believe Andy was very fortunate and got flown to, I think, France or Italy and drove a Lamborghini Super Trofeo because of his skills. Which was, apparently it was very positive, his lap times and all that. So yeah, sim racing might be starting to become a bit more competitive, and if you're fast, if you get really good at the game, you might get real life opportunities.
Well, I don't have to worry about that.
I mean, you never know, Glenn. You never know.
I think I'm a bit old for that now.
You could be a late bloomer.
I love your confidence, mate. I'd love it.
No, at the end of the day, most of us here really aside, there's a couple of people who will obviously can go above and beyond and get to that level, but most of the people here, you do it for fun, you do it with your mates, you do it with people you enjoy to be time around, and you do it because it's something you just enjoy to do. And if you can't afford real race cars and real racing and you're not into that kind of level, then this is your next best bet.
I can tell you, I've watched Bathurst since I was 9 years old, and I'll never race a car around Bathurst, but when I saw that I could do it on here, that's what won me.
Yeah, Bathurst Drag. I mean, it's such a good track. It's iconic. It really shows how brave you are across the top. I came to this game literally just because of Bathurst as well. So.
Yeah. Give be really brave when you know that you're not going to have a repair bill of tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, repair bill and injuries as well. So.
I have a question for both of you. How did you find out about OOR?
Well, I haven't, I'm quite a newbie, I guess, still to PC. I've only had a PC for a little over 2 years. I was always on a console, and there was no leagues really on console when I was growing up or anything like that. So I literally just typed in Australian PC racing leagues, and here I am.
Yeah, during COVID, I played some F1 and sort of grew from there. But and I ended up here because of the rookies, and because I remember this was my first, this track, this corner was the first one I spun off on. This was the first race I did in rookies, was Nurbs.
Oh wow.
So
that corner holds fond memories in your heart.
Not only did I spin, but I spun coming back on twice.
Oh.
All done that once.
Yeah. It's, but yeah, that's how I got into it. So blame COVID. It was the genesis of it all.
It was the source that brought it all together.
They said COVID was good for nothing. So I was looking at Cookie here, and they've done such a good job today to stay up in that top 4 or 5. And so consistent in that Porsche, and admiration for their abilities and for their effort. I think they've done a great job.
Oh yeah, for me, it's going to be a bit biased considering they're both my teammates, but Jake and Cookie for me have had the drive of the day, I think, so far. Obviously it's easy to give Pip and O'Hara and Zach Smith and all them the drive of the day, because they're always out front by 30 seconds or whatever. But Brad and Jake and that have had a bit of a rough go in the past couple of races in 400, just from things out of their control, PCs crashing, getting banned, involved in incidents and stuff like that. So to see them incident free and just chugging along, it shows actually how quick and consistent they both can be. Yep. So hats off to them. See if they can bring it home. I hope they do bring it home.
Yes. Yep. Don't need any commentators' curses around here now.
I never said that.
Remember when we used to believe that Brad used to do this in a camping chair? I remember Mal mentioned that on the Valencia Endurance Race.
Well, do you want to know an interesting fact about Brad?
No.
It is the fact that he actually is still racing on that very same camping chair.
Is he?
Yep. So for someone to be so quick, and he does it from a blue camping chair.
I thought he said he actually had a rig. That's why he flew in dirt.
Yeah, but the rig's got a blue camping chair.
Yeah, the rig's got a blue camping chair. He has everything else apart from the rig. It's just a camping chair. The fact that he can be so fast and consistent, because Brad is a really good driver, and to be that fast and consistent in something like a camping chair, which would be moving around, you got to set it in the right spot, it's crazy.
But is he using a keyboard or something? Has he got what's he using? He's telling me he's got a camping chair with a wheel.
Let me see
Yeah.
if I can find it.
Yeah. He is, and he uses Moser gear, and I'm guessing, I don't know much about the Moser gear, but I'm guessing you can, put it to a desk.
Yep.
So that's how he runs it. That's how he rolls it.
Amazing. If you get that picture, send it through to me, right? And I'll get it on the stream.
Yeah, found it.
I believe, although their P4 could come under a bit of duress here, as Shady Samuel is chasing Brad down, another very quick customer. So they could be in for half an hour of intense fighting, intense battling.
Yeah, because it's only a second.
Yeah, as long as, like, we want a clean battle. It's going to be hard to hold the Macca off. I think he can do it. He's just got to place the car in the correct spots. Use these couple of blue flags to his advantage to keep that gap kind of at 1.5 to 2 seconds, and then get a bit of luck and see what happens.
Alright, I found it. Let me send it to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Peabody. There you are. Yeah, so he's got actually good gear. I think it's a Moza R9, and he's got the TLCM pedals. And then you just see the camping chair.
It's the quirkiness of just the rig in general that's just like, it just makes you go, how?
Also, Shady Samuel's closing the gap, I believe, to Brad Cook. The gap's at 2 seconds, so we might see a fight for 4th place soon.
Yeah, the gap is starting to close. As hopefully, if Brad can use the couple of, like, you know, blue flags and stuff to his advantage on these last 28 minutes, then he has a good chance of retaining the position. But I just want to see him battle on track, if I'm honest, for the last 28 minutes.
Okay.
There she is.
Look at it. Like, just look at it. You've got so much, like, you know, equipment around and everything, and then you have a camp chair with a pillow on it. Like, it's just one of the best things I've ever seen.
Wonder if just in the middle of the race he just has a beer in the cup holder.
And top it off nicely.
Wouldn't surprise me if he's actually, like, you know, having a sneaky one right now. It's great.
Great.
It's one of the best things I find about the community in the league itself is seeing other people's setups, and, like, you know, you'll see all the big massive setups that are full rigs and everything like that, and but then you see the quirky ones like that are, like, really different to, like, what you'd normally expect.
I remember.
This battle's on, I reckon.
Oh yeah, Shady Samuel's really close the gap now, in just about a lap. And is that another car behind, or is that's a blue flag car? I'm guessing that's Zach Smith.
Yeah, you'll lose a little bit of time there, not a lot, as obviously Brad will have to lean through too. But but Shady's going to tail onto the back end here, so Brad's got to be really, really on it when letting Zach Smith through.
As Brad Cook. lets Zach Smith through at turn 5, I think. So yeah, I think the gap is maintained just the same amount as it was before. Coming down with a Dunlop curve. Very low speed corner, double apex I find. Seems to, I think Brad pulled away from him a little bit through there. Now, I'm pretty sure the Porsche isn't very quick around here, judging also by qualifying. So
it's not the quickest car around here, but it is more competitive than what it is at a lot of other tracks, where it's kind of been left behind and it drops off quite a lot. So it's a good drive by them to put that Porsche into the top 5. It's actually good. What I'm loving, they're gonna, so here comes their stop. So yeah, they're gonna lose the spot unless Shady still has to stop. It's actually good to see a lot of different manufacturers in the top 5. Like you got Porsche, Ferrari, 2 McLarens and BMW. So good to see a different spread.
Yeah, I think I saw a stop go 10-second penalty for a, I can't remember what the name was, but that was quite a hefty penalty.
Just cut 2, 3.
Through. Yeah, so that's quite a hefty penalty. Even in endurance races, not on lap 1, a stop go 10 will cost you quite a lot.
Just checking. Shane is 24 minutes into his stint, so no, he's got no more stops.
Yeah, okay, so I think by looking at the track map, I think Brad and Jake Brown in the 400 have actually done the same strategy as us, because he's already back out on track. So I'm guessing they just did the drive-through to reset the stint timer and away they go.
Yeah, I dropped to P5.
Straight drive through the line, about 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah, 25 seconds, something like that. So, okay, so they're going to be running all the way to the end. So their spots are pretty solidified. How are we looking? Is P2 and 3 aren't really in a battle, are they?
Not unless Zach Smith starts pulling off some crazy hot laps. As Leandro Zanchin gets a drive through for unsafe rejoin. So a few hefty penalties coming in. Maybe some drivers starting to get a bit aggressive now that it's finally starting to close down the race.
Probably be a bit of over-aggression, or as well, like, it's around this point sometimes you lose a bit of focus too as a driver, and going into night, like, not a lot of people would have done much practice in the night as well, so just losing focus on those markers on your driving behaviour.
So it was quite a good spread of silvers and pro-amps in the from probably P30 to P11 actually. So a lot of different drivers of different classes in the midfield right now.
I'm astonished, take your hats off to the 11 car, Stevie Ty and those Rockets Evolve boys. They've got the Aston V12 in the P19. That is an absurd drive by them. That is really good.
So our leaders for silver class are Luke Bell, Graham Hill, and Rochford, and then our leaders for Pro AM is Chad Pethybridge, Stephen Ty in the Aston V12, and pretty sure that's Neighbour.
The fact they stuck with the car choice and just went with it, and they've actually, yeah, it's not the quickest, but they've been out of trouble for most of the day, just stayed consistent, just kept trucking around really, and then look where it's put them. Like, I'd be happy with the P19 in that kind of car.
Especially since that car is told by, I think it was Luke Johnson, that car's TC is rubbish. It doesn't even work. As well as the aero is no good, so apparently it's 2 seconds a lap slower than other cars. So just add that to the astonishment.
At least it sounds good. They've had a good day because a beautiful noise has been filled in their ears.
So we have 19 minutes left to go in this 6-hour endurance race. It felt like a lot longer than 6 hours, in my opinion.
Maybe for you who hasn't, I guess, done any driving.
Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I need to slow that down a bit. So
But for a lot of people who have been driving, though, it's been pretty, like, it would have gone pretty quick, I reckon.
Yeah.
As we watch, who's this?
this was
Zanchin?
Zanchin, yeah.
This was the rejoin.
Okay, so
Yes,
he's
sir.
going reversed off the track. Oh no! Oh no!
That's...
Remember your rejoins, folks. Remember, just as much as it sucks to have cars overtake you, just hold your brakes, stay predictable and in one spot. And then if you have to reverse off the track, you gotta still let other people go past until you've got a clear gap.
I think that's definitely deserving of a stop grade 10 in my opinion. It's one way to learn, to watch your rejoins.
It's kind of one of them things though, like when you do like nearly everyone's done a poor rejoin. When you do a rejoin though, you kind of look at it afterwards and you kind of get a little bit mad or annoyed with yourself because you're like, oh well, in the moment you think, yep, no worries, I was right, but then you look back on it and you go, oh, that's not my best moment.
Here's another team that's had a good day.
Yeah, they've gained a couple of spots as well.
Yeah, and they've had some luck because both Corey and Floyd went off at the chicane and were able to pull it up before hitting the wall. You know, at the end of the back straight there. I'm sure they'll tell us it's skill, but it was it was quite spectacular, especially Corey's one. It was just skidded sideways along the grass for about 300 metres.
It's always skill. It's never you make a mistake as a sim racer or a driver. You never make mistakes. It's just pure skill, and it's the game's fault that happened.
Correct. Had nothing to do with hitting the right-hand curve too hard.
Nah, don't believe it. There's even video evidence, and still you'll be like, nah, I don't believe it. Game's wrong.
Yep. I hit it the same way 30 times before that, but didn't do it. as we say.
When obviously you didn't hit it the same way the
Exactly.
past couple of times, but the game's wrong.
Correct.
Just entering the final 15 minutes. Do you reckon, yeah, we'll get to probably 183 laps, I reckon 185. It's a decent amount of laps for 6 hours, really, around here. Everyone's nearly in their spots, really. Like, there's no really on-track battles, is there, for position or class?
Not now. It was that when 400 had to go through the pits. That was the last really close. So, let's count 52 up to.
P23 to P25 are quite close together, according to Diabolus in chat.
Okay. Let's move down here and have a look, shall we?
It's just something about this game where, like, the cars look so good going
Thank
around
you,
the night,
Diabolus.
don't they? Oh yeah, look at them. They're a little pack of dogs chasing each other around, really.
So yeah, I think this is the closest battle we'll have on track. This might go to the end of the race, I think.
You got Damiano Fercolini there in the Porsche, you got Sergio in the 77 Ferrari, and Smith in the McLaren. Damiano's going to be defending for his life here, I reckon. I reckon he's sweating bullets and he's going to be absolutely using all the track he paid for, and just to make that Porsche as wide as possible. The Ferrari and the Macca look quick up through there compared to the Porsche. But then again, the Porsche can go deep under brakes, I think, so... Oh, as he almost gets collected
Nearly
from
not
behind.
deep enough.
This is the kind of battle where, like, you know, you're kind of itching a little bit to get past someone. You know you've got the pace, or you've got a little bit more of a pace overlap compared to those in front of you. But really, like, the cool, calmer heads will win the battle. So he's just got to sit in for 12 minutes, see where he's weak, and then pounce on it. But then Damiano's got to also be calm and relaxed and just try any way possible to make that Porsche as wide as possible.
As we were speaking about V12 Astons earlier, our leading AM car is Luke Johnson, who was in the comms box before, and they are also in V12 Astons, so doing pretty well.
It is, see, that's why you don't listen to this BOP stuff. You pick any car you want, because any car is a winning car.
Unless you're in the Jaguar or the Ryder.
But the Jag can probably win a drift competition, I reckon.
It Ben's in the car.
Yeah, Ben Hignet's in the car.
I remember... You go?
This kind of battle's kind of tapering off a little bit. Like, I don't know if Damiano's kind of put the boot into it and found a little bit of pace. But he's just kind of like holding them at bay at arm's length.
Can't see those bullets that he's sweating.
Nah, maybe he wiped them off with a rag or something.
That's a nice shot in there.
This game provides some of the oh, here we go, and outside, oh, this is a dangerous corner to go too wide into. He's got a, oh, nice, yeah. Live to fight another day with that one. You've got 10 minutes left, no point in ruining races then and there. I reckon he's got the pace overlap. He just has to get a good exit and stay on the tail of that Porsche. And we had Smith just had a little bit of a glitchy moment in the back there.
He's having quite a glitchy moment, actually.
He's getting quite racy on the Ferrari too. With the track being quite technical like this, and in how it's laid out, you really got to focus on your exits. Like a couple of, like you see Salvaggio there in the Ferrari, like a couple of bad exits put him at the mercy of the Macca behind him. So he's just really got to kind of focus, stay calm, stay consistent, and just get it out of that corner like clean.
Taking a lot of inside curves with Schumacher S's, the Ferrari. Is that something that it can do with ease?
Yeah, it can take, like, realistically the line up through there is taking a little curb. The Ferrari out of the box kind of can't, but if you set it up right to be able to just kind of mow up through there, it's generally pretty good. It can't take a lot of this final chicane, especially the entry bit. The exit bit it can a bit more. As it comes right, he's absolutely putting the pressure on there.
How's the McLaren closing up under brakes there?
I'm thinking that the Ferrari is just obviously because he's getting the run on Thircolini out of the chicane there. As he goes for a bit of a late dive. Good thing he backed out there. I'm assuming then he's probably over scrubbing off speed, allowing the McLaren, which is really good at holding speed through a series of corners or a complex of corners. That, you know, he's probably got that pace overlap on that section.
So we'll just cross the 8-minute mark of the race, so about, 3 laps to go?
Yeah, 3-4 laps.
So these 3 cars will start probably getting a bit more aggressive, even more than they already are, getting a bit desperate for track position.
Yeah, like the 2 guys behind Thircolini are Salvaggio and Smith are gonna get a bit desperate and they may get a bit lungy, but if, let's hope not, and hope that no tears come of this, but Damiano's in control here. He's just got to keep them at arm's length for a little bit longer, just make sure he focuses on getting his lines, hitting his markers, you know, keeping it clean.
In McLaren behind Salvaggio, I don't know how to pronounce it. Salvaggio is dropping off just a little bit.
Smith was in the backup.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, Smith has dropped off a little bit. Damiano was wide. Yeah.
Damiano's entry into that corner is a bit compromised. Oh, it's going to be tight here. Depending on who can get the better exit. Damiano's shown over the past couple of laps he can get a good exit from there. Oh, but Salvaggio right on the rear of him. How are we looking towards the top 10 to 15? Is it still all the same?
Just
Runs
looking at the
wide
gaps
there.
between.
Schumacher. Ooh.
Smith is going to have... Oh, going too wide through there. That's brave. That's really brave. Let's see who's more brave under braking in the background there. Now Salvaggio retakes the position. I really like that car scheme. That looks really cool.
What does it say on it? It's
Fez. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
all the hieroglyphics.
Yeah, it's hieroglyphics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks cool.
must have taken a while to do all that. As they're hugging the wall on the inside, trying to cover the inside line, is Salvaggio. Gone down the inside. Smith trying to find a way past, not through turn one.
They're gonna have to let Cookie behind through, being blue flags now. So let's see if they kind of relinquish and release onto the next straight. Yeah, good let off by Smith there. Salvaggio's probably a little bit too far up the road to really be letting off there, so. As we have 676, David Bartlett, 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags. That's a bit naughty by David.
Maybe trying to fight for track positions a little bit and just didn't want to let the blue flag or faster car get past, as Salvaggio lets Brad Cook go by down the back straights.
Yeah, like it could be something like that where it's teetering on the borderline, or something like had his own battle and another car came up that was made them blue flags. You don't know.
Seems like Smith makes a lot of time into the braking zones compared to the Ferrari of Salvaggio. Is that because of the braking performance of Ferrari not being too great behind another car, or do you reckon it's a different reason?
I don't know, because the braking performance of the Ferrari, like the Ferrari can brake really deep, so unless they've set the car up somehow to not be that way, or it's the way of just Smith due to being in not as close to another car, so his braking isn't hindered, is just being more confident and deeper on the brakes. Because it can happen like that sometimes, where you're behind someone, so you're releasing the brakes and you're on the brakes a lot earlier than you really should be or could be. As a Ferrari, ooh, that Ferrari should have just held his line.
It's a bit touch and go whether Pip's going to get to the line to do another lap.
Do you want to ride on board with Pit for the last lap?
It's O'Hara, so Andy's
I reckon he's got another lap. I reckon.
yeah, which means that these guys have got
Two.
yeah.
been a pretty scintillating performance by these two. Haven't really been troubled a lot for the majority of the day.
Yeah, the only fight they really had was in the first stint with Houlihan. So they decided to overcut Houlihan in the pit stops, and the 818 car just had trouble in the pit stop, which cost them about 7 seconds, and Andy O'Hara and Philippa Bakita have just driven off and had a bit of a race of their own.
Yeah, it shows their consistency and pace really over the course of the day to just make up for that little hiccup. Well, not even a hiccup at the start, but their battle at the start, and just overcut their competitors and just really run away with it.
These guys.
It's not discrediting the AVR boys. They've had a terrific race too to take it to them for a little bit of the race. They've been pretty solid there in second and third as both the AVR cars are there, so they've been pretty trouble-free all day.
Just to note that unfortunately, Permobil is unwell and won't be joining us. She was going to join us for the last hour of commentary. Unfortunately, she's unwell and won't be joining us, so we won't be doing after race interviews tonight. We'll just close things off.
That's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. We wish Natalie good health and get better and all the best, and once she gets better we'll see her back here on comms again for the next one.
Misano, November.
Misano, 12 hour.
I love this song.
She can commentate the whole 12 hours. Nah,
Here we go. Oh, we missed the crossing of the line. Yeah, sorry about that.
so we had O'Hara cross the line and he showed off his best drifting skills going down the straight, so clap there. What a good race by them too. We're on board with Zach Smith and the Alpha Venturi guys. Another awesome race. They're about to cross the line for the final time. Lawrenson and Hobbsy in the other AVR car have already crossed the line to finish their race to round out the podium in P3. You have Kovacs racing with JP and Shady in P4. And rounding up the top 5, you're going to have Brad Cook and Jake Brown in the 400 MRT car.
Shady coming across the line.
Brilliant effort by Shady and JP. Massive effort here by these two as well, just kept it clean and consistent all day. Avoided the lap 1 shenanigans and kind of ran with it.
So I can see that Bartlett will avoid losing a place from his 10-second penalty to Tom Maloney just by 1.6 seconds. So very close between those two positions.
Yeah, Corey Sweet and Ben Floyd, another great drive by them. Really solid, really consistent. Another top 10 finish, so you can't really discredit that either.
And then P7 with the 600 car that had that incident at the beginning, all the way back to last, and comes in 7th. They've got to be happy with that.
Happy with the outcome, don't talk about the incident.
Green light.
What incident?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Believe we seen a silver class car up in the top 10 too. I think the Leah Bell Porsche finished in 10th, I believe.
We shall have a look at that. Just
That's what I saw.
Yes, Bell and Cicluna have finished in P10. That's an awesome effort. They've they had a very good run today. Very consistent. So, do you want to take us through the top 3 of each?
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got good racing all round. So overall in the pro class and overall we have Andy O'Hara and Philippa Bakita finishing in first. We have Zach Smith and Ryan Houlihan in second, and Andrew Lawrenson and Mitch Hobbs finishing in third. So we go to our silver class. We have Bell and Skickluna in the Porsche finishing in P1. Hill and Dreyer in P2, and Maloney and Bubnow in P3. Going to Pro-Am. The victory goes to Chad Pethridge and Matt Nipris in the 700 car. P2 is Stephen Ty and Sam Misson in the Aston V12, so hats off to those boys for keeping that. And P3 is David Neighbour and Viney in the McLaren. And then for the AM class, we have Johnson, Britt, and Kong in another V12 Aston. We have Neil Wood and Steve Lewis in P2. And then we have Yang and Lin in P3. Good class battles all round, good racing all round by everyone.
And, we've got Scarney, or is it Matthew Herod doing burnouts in the pit lane for us as entertainment.
Can't knock those burnouts, they were top notch.
They were very good. Well, I'd like to thank all the guys that jumped in and did commentary today. It didn't look like we might even have a broadcast at one stage, so I appreciate all of the effort that went in, and also to our wonderful stewarding team who have been at it all day, and Chat for joining us. Thank you, Chat. Wouldn't be the same without you. Next event in the Endurance Series is Misano, early November, 12-hour. And next week we're back into the Sprint Series, as well as the GT3 Cup on Friday. And yeah, so it's all action here at OOR. We'll have rookies on Tuesday, of course.
Big shout as well to Permobil for jumping on board, being a sponsor for the series. Without them, probably wouldn't be running. So, but no, awesome shout out to them. Big shout out to Nat as well. Hopefully you get better.
Thank you. Thanks, Connor. Thanks, Grant. We'll call it quits for tonight. Thanks, everyone. And stay well.